Welcome back, yo. All right, you should be able to put it in 1080 now. I think. Nah, I didn't see that, Jay. Nah, I know it's crazy. I should honestly put the chat on sub only and just get that 50 today. Yeah, Racklet, I'm expecting a whole bunch of sideways, honestly. I mean, the good thing is that we did get Dom to come down a bit, right? So we've had some alts that popped up and sort of gave us the moves we were looking for, but not expecting anything too crazy. Yeah. Yeah, we got the charts up just in case, but it's a good day to do some research. It's a good day to find some setups, for the next coming week. Sort of back up a little bit, look at the macro, make sure that everybody's comfortable with where we're at. Pepe looks interesting. Um, this is Toshi. So Toshi hit that move last night. That's good. We were shooting for psychological high. um, Pepe is curling up, right? It's up against his daily downtrend. But if it can break this, I'm looking for a move up to 918 just to put in the right side of the W on a sort of larger time frame, right? On the on the 4 hour. But right now, our downtrend is giving us some issues in putting in the rest of this. Definitely need to get above that. Ghost, you got to get off the 1 minute, bro. That's a huge candle on BTC. Yeah, I like the 82K range. I like the 82K, anywhere between 82 and like 81.5. I mean, we would expect now, since we've established the bottom of this range again, that price makes its way back up towards the top. Remember, when we're stuck inside this weekend range, what really controls price action the most are our degens, right? We've got degens on both sides. The longs got cleared earlier with that little dip down into that 1,000 BTC buy wall. But look at these guys here, right? So these guys are the ones that are risky enough to have their liquidations within the weekend trap. When one side or the other gets too thick, price just comes up and smacks them. By the time that happens, these guys will start getting froggy and their liquidations will be doing like this, right? And then price will come back down and get them. Yeah, so for now, we just play the swings. I mean, I don't even know. I guess some of y'all could be bored enough to want to get, 1% swing on leverage, I guess, isn't horrible. But honestly, I would be looking at alts. The way Dom is acting right now with Bitcoin going sideways too, all the money's going to be in the alts at this point, at least for the next couple days. I'll be right back, y'all.
Everybody.
What's going on, brother? Give me a second. I'm juggling a couple things over here. I'll be right back.
How's everybody doing today?
Chilling. How you doing, man?
Good. Just got home from work. Let the dogs out. So now I'm at the computer. Thanks for asking, bro. Horizontal day for Bitcoin today, huh?
Yeah, Dbloc was mentioning that weekend trap might just be some action up or down in the alts, I guess.
I would definitely enjoy that. A little weekend fun would be fun.
Nothing too serious, huh? Just a bit of action.
Yeah, nothing serious, just a little fun.
You got any favorite altcoins you like watching?
Oh yeah, I've been playing with well, since Dbloc mentioned it, I started playing with some Jasmine, because I did like the movement of it and how low price it is. It's just crazy. But mainly my main alt is XRP, and I like to have a little bit of XLM. Um, that's pretty much it for the alts, man. I would like to play
Okay.
with Doge, but yeah, I don't know.
Mm, Doge has been funny for a minute. What's Jasmine price at the moment?
0.01366. It's currently at
Yeah,
a 1.86% in the green.
yeah, it's a nice price down here. Plenty of potential upside, I guess.
I mean,
On the
this is
weekly
true
chart.
because I bought into Jasmine when I was playing with it. It was at like, dang, dude, like 018 or 019 or something like, or maybe it wasn't that
Hmm.
high. Maybe it was like 016 or something. It kept ranging between 6, 5, 8, 9, and I played around with it for a little bit. So to see it at 013, that's actually pretty low, pretty low, yeah.
Oh, so you're talking recently then? Yeah, it was like at 011 recently, and then 013 sitting around there. It's then up at
Yeah, yeah.
017. Yeah, if you look at it on the weekly, at least if it does something, it's got plenty of potential upside. No problem, I guess.
I mean, it doesn't look bad, really. I mean, she bled. I mean, dang, she bled. What, since, God, December? Was that December 9th? Started bleeding. I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
stops bleeding now. That'd be great.
It's good not to have too many coins. You got your main altcoin, and you got something to keep your eye on. It's good.
Yeah, I started buying into BTC. I've actually never really owned BTC, but I did start buying some because, I mean, really, I don't think I should argue the point that it's going to be a valuable asset, even let's say hypothetically the, you know, uh, world banking cartel decides to go with, say, something different, like an XRP for a payment system, or let's say Elon Musk over there on X decides to not use XRP, which I'm pretty sure he's going to. But let's say that happens, right? I still think even if BTC plays no role whatsoever in financial transactions, I think I don't think we can say it's not going to be a valuable asset. So I'm starting to buy. Oh, and also watching the chart all of these years, watching the movement of BTC, I mean, I like that much movement, man. It's actually pretty good.
Yeah, just depends how long you're willing to hold things, right, and what your expectations are.
Yeah, so my reason for purchasing Bitcoin would basically just to hold it as an asset, kind of like precious metal, gold, and silver. So I'll just hold it really. I mean, unless like if I get in at like let's say we creep back down to like 72-ish again, or maybe break that 70 mark and get down to 69 again. Might go in a little deep on it then, and write up and take some profits and, because the one thing that we can say is it's going up and then it's going down and then it's going up again and it's going down again. So I think, riding the roller coaster on BTC, I think it's going to be fun. But for the most part, I'm going to possess it. I'm going to own it, kind of like gold.
Yeah, if you don't lock too much capital, you can afford to hold it for as long as you can. That's the way.
Yeah, I mean, I did get some around the 83 mark-ish where we were, and I picked up a little bit more here at 84-ish around there. Um, so, I mean, I know if it goes down, then, you know, but yeah, some of it a loss. But I mean, if we do hit that low end again, like around the 72-ish, then I'll probably jump in pretty deep. Why not?
Yeah. I think for the foreseeable future, next rest of this year, anything under 80k seems interesting to me.
Yeah, I'm there with you. Yeah, same here.
Um, I find it good not to get too caught up in the price from day to day, but trying to work out where it's going to go in the long run.
Well, yeah, that comes with experience, man, and that's what, I've learned from this channel, here with Dbloc and Drew and, everybody coming over from when we were all over at Tame and shit. And but what I've noticed over the years is, uh, me just like everybody else, man. In the beginning, dude, I was too emotionally attached to current market price. And, like most new people, I didn't actually know as much of the history of it as I should have to purchase in at a good price. Now, mind you, I did really good on Doge, but that's like, one of those strange catalysts, just like when Trump was elected, that's a strange catalyst that everything pumped. So I did have fun with that and did good with that. But I mean, for real, being honest with everybody, the the beginning, man, I really lost, money by not filling my brain with knowledge first, and then, but now years later, everything we do here in this server is just taught me quite a bit. I'm way better than I was, which
Oh yeah,
it's a good thing, right? Yeah.
at least you can see progress when you're learning, and there is, you can keep increasing your edge. But yeah,
Well, and and like you
hardest.
said, man, I was very emotionally attached to the current price of the day, and it's like, nah, really, like what is who is it? Uh, what is his name? Zeusy. Never cares about the price, man. Every time somebody mentions the price, the guy's always like, man, the price don't matter. It's like, you're right, dude.
It could be 20,000, could be 400,000.
Yeah, I have figured Zeusy out. I love that guy, man. He loves to be the what is the phrase? The devil's advocate, man. And I swear he's doing that to teach people, you know, asking them and keep digging and digging and digging. And what do you mean? What do you mean by that? Explain that. What do you mean by that? And he plays devil's advocate. I love it, man. It actually, I sit here laughing all the time. It's so funny.
I think he's trying to talk himself out of his own positions.
You're probably right.
Internal monologue. It's so hard to let go of a position though. Like, they can easily find an entry, but trying to work out when I'm comfortable letting go of them, it's really difficult when you think of all the potential upside in these things. It just messes with you. It's difficult. It goes down,
Man,
you're like, this is good, it's down. But then when it goes up, you're like, oh, I never want to let go of it.
I need 100 Ugandans, a billion.
1 billion Ugandan shillings. Oh, man, I'll take it. Yeah, I think if I hold contracts, I'm more likely to get rid of them than if I'm holding the asset. But that's not a good advice. It's just I hate letting go of Bitcoin. I don't want to sell it.
I bet I'm gonna be like that when at the day I possess 1 Bitcoin. I'm gonna be like, I don't want to sell it, man.
Well, I mean, I was at the point with my leverage where I could have bought a couple. I'm like, maybe the best thing is I just buy a couple of these guys, and lo and behold, that probably would have been a better choice. But I decided to buy and sell some more contracts. Anyway, I don't. I guess for so long I used to buy and sell spot, and then I started buying and selling contracts. And it's probably just that progression of education that I did better buying and selling contracts. So now I'm hesitant to go back to buying, selling the asset. But I don't know. Sometimes it's just weird. Like, however you start trading, you might find that you're bad at it, and then you get better and you then tend towards that type of trading. There's so many psychological games in this one.
Man, I see. I did that because I know I've been in it long enough, and I've traded spot long enough with a variety of different assets that I put myself in the green on. So I didn't consistently lose money, later. Like I'm talking like basically current events, right? So I just did a rant about this. I think it was yesterday, maybe. I think, but about Coinbase futures contracts. Oh my God, bro! I'm never doing it again. So what are you doing your contracts on? What platform?
I'm still running MEXC, so I don't really. I got perpetuals, and the fees are pretty low. But yeah, Coinbase futures
Yeah, I
contracts.
love
I
Mexi. I
don't know about
love
that.
Mexi, and I love KuCoin. I'm gonna have to maybe go back on those. I tried to just jump onto BTCC, and they denied my KYC. They're telling me I'm not who I am. So, so basically, I'm contacting them on the social medias and telling them, "Look, brah, don't tell me I'm not who I say I am."
Oh yeah, once you end up in an argument with an exchange, you know it's bad news.
Send you a picture of Coinbase's candles from yesterday. Fully.
I don't even want to look at them, bro. Oh, Coinbase.
Literally, the last three of them are when it's what took me out.
Were you doing a contract? Future?
Yeah, I was doing silvers, and was in a
Bro,
long,
stop.
and it
Stop
like
doing it.
skipped over mine to grab to hit the order block. I know. Skipped over
I'll
mine to hit the
divulge
order
what I
block,
lost
grabbed the order
over.
block, and then skipped back over again.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be straight
Sorry.
up.
Go ahead.
In about a 2 week period, they got 1,400 plus of my bucks, man. So that's okay. I'll take that as lesson learned, man. You guys suck.
Really. It's just fun.
Not as bad as it could be. I mean, I've heard stories of uh just people losing
No,
way
that's
way
the
more than
wrong
that, man.
picture. But yeah, I mean, crypto.com is, of course, and I've heard that actually finances, but they do it at a much different level. It's just like, here we go. This one and this one, like, just look at these candles, dude. Like, make that make sense for me. By the way, the volume, I looked at the volume afterwards. Volume on that giant candle was 3.
I know, man. I know. I can't stand Coinbase future. Oi, oi. Don't get me started.
Well, and my thing is, I thought I had it like the system down pat. So I had their candles that you'll see is like the orange and the yellow. I had theirs with orange and yellow, and I laid it over top of the rest of my candles so I could see, like the difference. And then like I look away for like a few minutes, and like that giant candle popped in, grabbed that order block, and then but didn't trigger my limit. So it like how do you do this?
I guess when you're buying wicks and selling wicks, it can be a dangerous game, but when you add contracts on top of it, it's a whole new beast as well. But I don't hold contracts for too long.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean,
Yeah, it wasn't even that long. So Coinbase, there's so little volume that like um sometimes you'll get like every fourth candle, but it's not every fourth. Sometimes it's every third, sometimes it's every fourth, sometimes it's every fifth. So you don't know which candles or which candles is gonna skip over. And so I guess that's also just like, liquidity issue as well. And something that I've learned a lesson there.
Yeah, well, that was the topic that me and Ghost were talking about yesterday, and he has his shit on lock, bro. He records every single screen, every market, and every trade he does. He's recording with OBS, software. And so he's come across the exact thing you described, and I explained it to him, and he re explained it to me. So we've all experienced the exact same bullshit. It's messed up, bro. But anyway, he got his
Yeah,
money back because he recorded his
my
screens
only
and proved it to him.
only issue is then like what am I gonna buy a NAS server just to receive all the recordings of hours on end that I'm like staring at a screen, and like I did that with crypto.com because I did like I started recording everything because I was like, you know what, I'm sick and tired of like getting cheated on these contracts. And all they said was they were like, oh yeah, no, our charts aren't available on TradingView, so da 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 da. And I was like, that's great. So apparently the charts they have on TradingView are not the charts they run leverage off. Just fantastic.
Well, interesting thing is that Ghost, he trades with really high dollar amounts, man, and so that's why he records because God forbid he ends up getting screwed on something. He was mentioning it was like one time it was like I don't know, 30 grand or 60 grand or something, man, some serious funds. And he was like, he made the argument to them, and then they said, yeah, our charts are not spot charts. And he said, well, hold on, because, dude, bro, Ghost read the black and white, man, the fine print. And they say,
Oh, I
on the
did too.
platform he was on that it's a 1-to-1 match to spot market. So with that statement, he got his
Yeah, they
money
don't
back
say that
because
on
he was able to
crypto.com.
prove it.
Yeah, so crypto.com's yeah, I probably could do it at Coinbase. But just at this point I think I'm just more interested in finding another service because me it's like I don't even want to give them my money. Like I don't want to hold anything there. I'm just but this is it's like not the only place that happens. So kind of just it's just I'm still new. I still got to find these things, and this is kind of what I think a lot of these you know uh, a lot of these exchanges do, right? Is they burn through people's money, and a lot of these people just don't come back. So I mean, even if you're getting a couple thousand off of each person, as long as there's more people entering the market, right? Eh,
I
So I've
mean,
noticed
they
like
make an
Crypto.com's
absolute
their
grip on
customer
somebody
service
losing a
team is
buck.
yeah, and they're catching fees on both ends, right? So but the customer service team at Crypto.com is fantastic. Like it's like well, they're fantastic for a customer service team, but the actual service, like they their whole training is about basically just pointing you back to the user agreement and not and basically finding a way to politely blame you, the user. Um, and so it's I was thinking about it, like kind of like they probably pay these guys a lot of money to train them to know how to de-escalate really well, while also imposing blame upon the other party. I mean, it's it makes sense from like a legal standpoint. It's, it's frustrating for sure. I think
Oh,
for
I
everything
fully
that can be
believe that,
said,
man.
like
Yeah, I fully believe that, man. They probably even give them bonuses when they don't lose X amount of money, per day or week or whatever. They probably give them bonuses, man, for, saying no, kind of like insurance companies.
yeah. The my first hint though is I remember I was like trying to make sure that I was talking to a human being, and asked for like I don't need your full name. I just need your name, because I'm not like I was like, if they give me a name that doesn't sound right, for the language barrier that was going on, I'd have my first clue, right? Or if it was like a name that just didn't sound human, or sounded like it. I was trying to sort out if it was AI or if it was like how shady their customer service team was basically. And
Yeah,
I
yeah, I got
remember it took it, and they got a little bit like nervous about giving me their name, and they gave me their first name, and I was like, I was like, look, that's all I need. I appreciate that. That's like, that starts this conversation off better. But that was kind of my first clue that it was. They know, they know they deal with this stuff all the time, and that like to me says, it's it's uh it's never a happy conversation they're having, right? And it's frequent enough. They probably hear the same thing over and over, but they're not allowed to talk about all that, or they can't show that they know that the problem exists, because then that shows you know uh, that could potentially cause liability for the company. But my biggest thing is like you got to know the game you're playing. Like .com I don't like, because I feel like they very much market their leveraging contracts um to inexperienced folks, and it's very shiny and flashy, and for whatever reason, whatever, like if you're like in the positive and you're about to close, all of a sudden you have issues getting into the contract, or closing it, right? But for whatever reason, that page is like never down. I've seen like you can't access a single chart on crypto.com, but you could still leverage. And I'm like, yo, that's to me, I'm like, y'all know exactly. Y'all are banking on people losing their money via any number of, whether it's uh your market manipulations, or it's your like uh, it's the function of it itself. It's the servers. It's the like it's I don't. I mean, I'm not like super conspiratorial, because the amount of work and effort it would take to um uh, make the servers, or make the client side appear like the servers are having lag and delays and errors every time that somebody's in the positive, or enough, you know. to be raking it in is probably a little more complicated, but I just it doesn't seem realistic. But at the same time, it's just so common, and I've heard it from so many people that I'm like,
Well, you know what?
I
I
don't
think I can explain that to you. Think
think that
about it this
it
way.
happens.
What would what motivates most people in the world? Money, right? What's the root of all evil? Money.
Money.
So, really, as much money as they make, it's what Elon Musk has shown me with the coding that his boys have done with government systems and finding a bunch of just insane stuff. I absolutely feel they can totally program a unique individual thing into their server, into their platform that will do exactly what you're talking about for each individual user, even
I
if they've got a million of them. Yeah.
tend to think I tend to think it's not so much that because that would also make them very liable, right? Like, I actually think that realistically, it's that they've they ran across some error that was making them money, and that error, because it was making them money, they chose not to fix it. So it's more of like
I
a
like that. True, I
uh,
like that.
lack incompetence because I think that or intentional incompetence, right? Because I think that's a lot harder to prove, in court. Like if you can go in and you can see, like, 'cause all it would take is somebody actually hiring an expert, them being well, I guess it would also take, them being accountable in U.S. courts. But you know, like having an expert look through the code. I mean, it wouldn't be that easy, but it's like it's like phones, right? Like they didn't start designing phones to break every 2 years. It's that the phones were not of a certain quality, right? And the glass technology was not of a certain quality. So like once they realized that every time somebody's phone screen broke, like they just like they didn't design the solution that was pretty obvious, right? Which is like that's kind of the route the tough phones went, right? And so it's more it's like intentional obsolescence, right? And that's enough to make them tons of money because there are going to be people that are good enough to beat that game, right? So there are people that I'm sure succeed, but it does as long as 75% are losing, right? Like that's money in their pockets. Like casino, you gotta assume that the house is always trying to win, right? And at least with these uh, exchanges that are fees and all this stuff, man, they're always trying to win. And even the ones, even if there are better exchanges, I would assume they're trying to win too, right? Although
Well,
I do think that
I
there's
had
probably different mindsets on what. That
yeah, I had discussed the topic in here probably several times, man, but people probably want me to shut up about it. But anyway, so BJ, she is the one who turned me on to BTCC. So I fully respect her opinion and her use of that platform, and that's why I signed up for it. So I'm sure I'll work it out with BTCC and prove to them that I am who my driver's license say I am, and I'll be able to use that platform. It comes recommended by
and
BJ.
they're yeah, I used her link as well. Their KYC process is pretty simple. I've used them a bit. I don't remember. I think I didn't get approved for leverage, but it's okay. Take it step by step.
Yeah, that's why I'm on there, because she says she knows what Coinbase does, and she doesn't. Well with BTC, if you ask me, I think pretty much every other marketplace, well, let's say Mexi or KuCoin, are different from, say, Crypto.com and Coinbase, right? But I'm the way I look at leverage trading, it appears to me that BTCC, you're allowed to leverage trade on the spot market movement. They're not giving you a completely different market and movement to do your shit in like Coinbase does with their future contracts. That's like a whole completely different chart, man, and it don't follow the movement whatsoever. So I'm hoping that I'm understanding BJ right and that I'll be able to leverage trade on BTCC using just regular flow of spot market, and I'll drop a leverage into that movement. So I think that's what BTCC does.
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah, I
both of them
definitely
have their
go ahead.
like pros and cons. Spot can be less volatile, but it can also have less liquidity, so it can actually be easier to get in and out of a futures market. They're not they are two different beasts. But if you're
Oh,
contract,
absolutely.
yeah,
I absolutely love the leverage. I love it, Fly, because my God, can you just make a redonkulous amount of money in such a short amount of time, unlike spot.
yeah, but even no leverage on futures can have advantages. But you can see wicks on like the wicks on the spot and the wicks on the futures. Sometimes they go in your favor, sometimes they go against. They're two different beasts. But if your contracts platform isn't that close to spot, it starts to get pretty haywire. That's the problem.
Oh
But
yeah, that's what we're talking about. Absolutely, bro. It's exactly what everybody I think is
Mhm.
experiencing who has experienced them platforms doing it. Yeah, man.
I've never had too much trouble, to be honest.
I think
In one or two circumstances, ultra high volatility, I had some issues only like once out of thousands and thousands of trades on Mexi, to be honest, especially on the larger cap coins. Um, but when I'm trading a lot of contracts
yeah,
and
I
larger
I do
positions,
think a big part of it is KYC, and yeah, sorry.
yeah,
I
I
do
just
think a big part of it is KYC and what is available to United States uh uh leaders, and that's just a hurdle we have to cross as well, right?
yeah, I'm not even I could KYC, but I'm not even KYC. But yeah,
Yeah, I
I
wasn't
wanna.
either when I was on Mexi or KuCoin or Crypto.com. I think I tried to KYC Crypto.com, but it was way back like in 2020 or 20, I don't know, just before the Doge bump of the time. Yeah, I never KYC'd with them, but my God, do I love Mexi? I just love the UI of KuCoin and Mexi, man. I do like the way BTCC looks too, man. Yeah.
It's strange how keeping it simple seems so complicated for some platforms.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, I think comes with the advantage too. And I say all this, I do understand. Like there is every 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 platform want to have liquidity, right? Like they want these things. So I mean, you're gonna lose in the market sometimes. The liquidity has to continue to exist, so it's gonna like it. Uh, Especially if you're on a lower liquidity market, like they're gonna come for your contracts, or they're gonna come for your position one way or another, right? Maybe I'll give BTCC a try for actual trading. Uh I don't know. Do they have a like a desktop app?
Yep, because
Is it
that's all
just
I
browser
use.
based
I don't
or
use my
desktop?
phone at all, so I'm nothing but desktop, bro. Yep.
They do have an app, or is it browser based? Sorry.
Yeah, they got desktop, man. I don't use my phone or app, so.
No, what I'm saying is like, is there an application that I can like, um, so I prefer like Kraken has its own, you know, desktop application, only because if it's web based, there's uh
Oh, I know what you're saying. Right, right. Like Discord
yeah,
is its own program. I got you. I don't know. I'm on their
yeah,
website, so I don't know.
okay, copy that. I'll take a look myself. And then, you know, it's like, so actually that's something I was curious is that I do wonder like how many folks like or what operating systems because uh, you know I'm trying to think about whether or not I want to uh put Windows back on not back on my laptop but put it on my PC when I get the new CPU and get it all uh back up and running. And like because you know it is a bit there's certain applications that I can't use on Linux or that would take a lot of work and potentially an update could cause that to have issues um, or cause me to be out of sync with the app itself for whatever reason. So I was kind of curious, maybe
I
setting
would bet
myself
that
up for failure by
I would bet their information with regards to Linux and other operating systems besides like a PC, I would bet that's probably in somewhere in their support link. I bet you know, somebody has to like Linux and those other operating systems and want to use BTCC, so I guarantee they probably have that answer in that website somewhere, man.
you'd
But
think, but you'd be
I am
surprised how many
operating. I'm
like
running
major.
Windows 7, so I'm all the way back at Windows 7, and I was able to use BTCC, but I'm not using a standalone application though.
That's good. Yeah, I mean, if it has a web, that's kind of the beauty of the web app is that I could always access it through the web app. But I do, I have a thing for being able to just kind of click in uh, the app up, customize it to my needs. Whereas like a web app, I kind of have to run off of, or I find that you have often less customization available on web apps, and you're kind of at the will of how system functions. Or how the servers are functioning, how whether or not they,
Like how
you
the
know,
browser
what kind of
operates.
information they're collecting. Yeah, yeah, exactly. If it's going to run with your particular browser, it's just another layer of things to break. I feel like, whereas and me, I think uh, I'm just a big fan of exchanges or anything really creating their own application that you can utilize and. Uh, I just find it generally faster, safer, somewhat
Well,
more private,
I can tell you
depending
this
on the.
much, man. The reason I'm going to KYC is because they will insure my money, just like Coinbase is doing with my account on Coinbase because I
Yeah,
paid for their Coinbase One, their Pro stuff. So they straight up insure my money, and they'll insure
mhm,
me for like, I don't know, $10 million worth of trades and whatnot that I do in a given year or something like that. So that's one way to really
yeah,
protect your money, honestly, you know.
yeah. I mean, that part is great. I'm more on the I just feel much more vulnerable on web apps, uh, personally.
No argument here, man. This is
But
true. No argument. Yeah.
it's not a deal breaker. It beats getting sniped by Coinbase. But Just out of curiosity, I appreciate the
Yeah,
input.
because the one thing that I can always do is turn my VPN on if I feel like it, you know. Um, that's a plus. But one thing with VPNs, man, is I always had so many problems, like like we're talking about, then trying to use the stupid web browser, man, and go and log into your stuff, man, while you got your VPN on. They're like, nah, man, who are you?
Well, so I am a big fan. I use Proton VPN. I use their whole suite. Uh, I use a separate password manager, which helps. I have uh very my passwords are uh, pretty hard to or pretty thoughtful in terms of safety. But so like is I am able to just run an extension with my manager and my VPN in my browser. So like in case I forget to put my VPN on the system itself, I also have that secondary layer that when I open my browser, it's automatically on. Um, but yeah, there's definitely. I mean, I think the more secure you want to be, the more you give up in terms of convenience, for sure. Uh, but in the
Yeah, I
short
agree.
term,
Yeah.
but the reality is in the long term, yeah, that convenience really isn't convenient if you lose your privacy and your security for it, right?
You know, the one thing that really annoyed me when I was on crypto.com is anytime I wanted to do a trade, they would pop up this little box where I had to use their um Authy, I had to use that Authy authentication tool. It gives you these random 6 digits like within, and then it switches every 30 seconds and crap. Man, every time I had to do a trade, bro. So yeah, I was secure, but bro, I mean, you kind of lose your position, man, when you're trying to get this thing going and,
Well,
you know.
yeah, the 2FA thing is definitely there's a balance to that, but I think now most things the 2FA is set up where you just 2FA to get in. Um, and like honestly, if I'm doing something off of like a phone app, I try to keep my phone open, unlocked, and accessible and on me at all times. Because if I'm in a trade like and I'm using a phone app, I definitely don't want to uh, take a loss just because I'm not paying attention. Like I really sit all day and I just have I have my thing. When my screen starts to lock, I tend to touch it. Just to like train myself to do that because otherwise you are dealing with constantly, having a 2FA to get back into close your position to, but that's also why like I think desktop is definitely the way to go. Because you can set it up how you want to. Um, like I have my screen locks for security, but I can make it go away really quick.
Yeah, I would love to be able to trade at work, man, on my phone. I just, there's two things I'm not going to do. I'm not going to put the stuff on my phone. And two, at my work, the network is open. So it's not password, it's not protected. So I'm like, I'm not going to do this at work.
Yeah, I- I'll trade on mobile. I don't use Wi-Fi at work if I don't know it to be somewhat secure. And even so, about what I do. But you know, I did. I was. I've had gigs before where I had extended time, and that a lot of times I chart and I'll paper trade, but I might not actually trade. But uh, I do like you know, I think if you take the steps, like if you have somewhere where you can bring your own a laptop or whatever, you know, what have you. There's still opportunity there, but that's everybody's got their own um, uh, security standpoint and risk assessment that they have to make for what they're comfortable doing. You know.
And
So,
you know, also me, I will admit, I just can't stand how small the little screen is on the phone. And I love how I can just do everything and anything I want to do on the desktop. It's just right there, you know.
yeah, misclicks on the phone is also a serious thing. I do actually. When I upgraded, I got a fold phone so that I could have extended screen space, which I'm really happy I did. But if I didn't get it on Black Friday, I wouldn't have paid that extra $1,000 just for a little bit of extra productivity. But yeah, I mean, I spent a lot to be able to access things, and even so, some of the apps actually aren't like. I have to run some of the apps in smaller aspect ratios to be able to run them because they don't show the charts or they don't show this or they don't show that. If you have it in the wrong thing, TradingView is actually really good. TradingView is solid. I don't trade through it on my phone, but I actually do quite often just watch the charts. It's not the easiest to navigate because it is a pretty complex application, but our phone app is actually pretty impressive.
Yeah, I do get to watch the market with TradingView on my phone at work, but that's all I do is watch, you know.
And sometimes that's I've found that it's a good lesson or a good practice in terms of patience to just watch. I like to think of it in positives and not negatives. So it's like when if I don't have the right tools or the good internet to trade, that I still feel really blessed just being able to um, view and to learn from the market uh, in the times where I'm just on my phone. I think that's pretty cool. Like that we're at a place in technology where I can literally be anywhere and well anywhere with servers, and you know I can watch uh, even multiple charts at the same time and not have my phone completely crap out on me. Especially when you think about like the the brick phones of yester decade, right?
Yeah, bro, I
Um,
grew up, I was out of high school before cell phones even technically came available to the general public. They had them, but they were just ridiculously expensive and they were huge, so nobody had them. But yeah, I was already out of high school before like I actually walked around with a little wireless phone in my pocket. It was nuts, bro.
yeah, it's crazy. Um, Also, phones have gotten pretty good for the whole like they don't update the security for as long, but like I'm very impressed with the strength of my screen in comparison to the past. I work in physical labor with a lot of tools and a lot of things slamming and heavy steel, and I'm actually very impressed that my phone is not completely destroyed already.
Bro, trade work is where the money is at right now. My God, where I work, I talk to you contractors and tradesmen on a daily basis, bro. And oh my God, you know, I tell everybody who's like young and undecided on what to do with their life and stuff, and I tell them, bro, Go to a trade school, learn electrical work or plumbing work or, you know, contractor work and build houses because, dude, you will bank. You will bank. Okay, you will bank.
Yeah, if you have the skill set, and if you don't have the skill set, you know, it, it you still get paid pretty decent to learn. I do suggest to be mindful of your safety and all of that jazz. But yeah, I mean, it's if you have the skill set, and especially if you have the business acumen to negotiate your own contract, and the contracts are you do make a lot of money, and those skill sets are invaluable on their own. Uh, um, it's also, you know, a lot of times you don't no one teaches you the kind of things that we're learning here either, and so I think it's good. Both worlds are extremely important, right? Being able to understand um, the the importance of motivating the money that you make from a trade uh, is valuable, as is
Bro, you are speaking my language,
the
man. You are speaking my language. God, if I learned this financial stuff when I was 18, I'd be a quadrille billionaire, dude, by now.
yep. Yeah, well, maybe not. You know, the market's had its moments, but I mean, at the same time, it is absolutely it changes the dynamic completely.
Well, see, me, I can speak for
I
myself.
think it's
I would most certainly be a multi-billionaire by now because I've already done successfully the harder thing and do a brick and mortar from the ground up out of nothing, right? And that business still
fair enough.
goes. I work because I like to work because I like to work because they take the taxes out of my paycheck. My coworkers laugh at me. They're like, "You like that?" It's like, well, when you operate a business, any way you can get the government to take taxes, offset that is good for you. It's pretty funny. But anyway, yeah, this man, if I knew about this when I was younger, bro, I mean, I may not have even gone down the road of doing a business, man. I probably would have been doing this, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know that I wouldn't have done it, but I think that side of things is super valuable too, right? Like, if there's an experience, or I'm not. I basically I don't regret the path I took to get here because I've learned so much and had so many fantastic experiences on the other side of it too. And I think that it's actually it's I see it as a unique advantage having a mindset and coming from a place and entering a market where not everybody has that mindset or experience
Because
in
they
such
keep it
fields.
secret,
And
bro.
uh, yeah, yeah, and so I see it as a even more just a bonus that I'm, you know, I enjoy the work that I do now, you know, I find it fulfilling. But I don't necessarily enjoy the the persistence of hard labor and not necessarily the persistence of increasing pay. Um,
Hey, tell me about what you think
there's
about
there's
this.
you know
I've got a friend, right? And his company is the company when you are going to dig somewhere, they go out and they mark it with the orange paint where the cables are or whatever the lines are underneath the ground, right? And
yeah.
basically comes with a company truck, right? So sounds great so far. The only drawback is you're on call though, right? And you just have to go when they call you due to an emergency scenario. Would you think you could do a job like that?
So I think if you're young, I absolutely I've done jobs that aren't quite that, but where you're not on call officially, but you're on call. And and if you think about like hospitals, nurses, and especially when uh, they're in their early phases, a lot of them are on call. Ridiculous amounts. Same with like firefighters and EMTs and stuff like that. I mean, um, there's I think there's something very powerful about kind of taking on such a challenge, and if you can, if you have the opportunity, especially young, where your body is, can take it. I absolutely do that, and it's because what it develops is a it's nothing can stop you. It's that feeling. It's the it's a level of confidence. At the same time, uh, take care of one's health, right? Like that's super important in a job like that, and because you know if the contract exists, then you might be fully you you might get overwhelmed, and there are companies that are just looking to use you. The opportunity is good though. I had a friend who he pretty much, I mean, we'd be hanging out after the bar or something and having a drink and having a chat, and um, people would come to pick him up like last minute. And he worked for some important folks, and um, he like it's literally he was 24/7 on call. I mean, he'd do like 48 hours working, going to hang out with socialize after, and then he'd be right back at work if he'd get called in, and any number of things can happen. And so I I was always worried about him, but I mean, he crushed it out. He did really well with that. And my job now it can somewhat be like that. And although I have the option, and because I'm an independent contractor, I don't have to take the gig. But also when the money's hot, the money's hot. So a lot of times, I might go like a couple months without work, but then like that, like I have an off season where I'm basically off. There's just no workaround. And then when it hits though, sometimes I'm literally, 6 days in a row, I'm going back to back to back to back to back, sleeping in my car maybe for like 2 hours in between some gigs, and there's a balance. Like I try not to do it too much. Um, uh, but it is a very accomplishing, or I feel very accomplished if I get through everything goes flawlessly, everything's safe, and that's the only reason I don't necessarily I don't like taking too many contracts. I just don't want um, to be too tired and then not aware and someone ends up getting harmed. That's the worst possible situation. But um, generally, I mean, when I was on the 6 month contract, I mean, I was going in hard labor outdoors for like 8 hours a day, then going and leading crews at night at clubs and venues for for you know 8 to 10 hours, and then coming right back and going back to work, or taking another gig after that. And so like I jump around and be driving around all over the area, and picking up as many contracts. um, I don't necessarily suggest it for everybody. It's everybody has their own comfort, and like you right, like your body is will tell you if you should be doing something or shouldn't. And I'm always safety first. And if you're uncomfortable with the job, you know, or the rigors of a job, like don't do it. It's not worth driving yourself crazy. But yeah, if the perks are right and the things, it's something he feels that um uh ready to take on, and the company seems good, and the pay seems good. Absolutely. I I do a lot of we do a lot of similar type of tasks. We don't get company vehicles. We don't have companies. Well, we have our own companies. I'm a entrepreneur, if you will. But it's we do. we do a lot of similar things. It's just that everything that we do is generally semi-permanent. Occasionally we do permanent installs, and mostly it's semi-permanent installs. And so we build it and then we break it down. And then we do it all over again. But instead of marking stuff with orange paint, we're marking stuff with um, uh, gaff tape or uh, uh, some form of removable marker that we can utilize to get the point set, and then um, we can remove before the show starts or the event. So interesting. I always think about that. The similarity between the work that I do in a lot of other labor fields.
I'll tell you the one of the coolest jobs that I had when I was doing, you know, contract. Well, I wasn't the contractor. I was just working as a grunt for the contractor. But anyway, we would lay all the plumbing, in new construction. So the houses were, I mean, the most part, they were kind of shells, but some of them were a little more put together. But anyway, we're running all the plumbing and the PVC and the copper pipes and soldering that all in, and it was clean work, and it was just easy, really easy work, and absolutely loved it, man. It was great company to work for, and it was really fun work to do, man. Run all that piping and stuff for a house. And the only drawback, though, for me personally, because I don't have a lot of insulation on my body, right? So I would freeze my ass off, bro. Man, in the winter
Yeah,
in those
I
crawl spaces,
feel
bro.
you.
God.
Yep. Yeah. You don't realize how much of how many spaces are not when it's not set up for humans to live there yet, or that part of it. Like I've done infrastructure. I did infrastructure for as a subcontractor through RJE through Verizon, um, and uh, getting up in attics and getting all the places where people don't go unless they work there. Yeah, it's drastically different from one room to the next, But I was trying to remember. I was talking to plumbing also. Yeah, big ups on plumbing. That's a super valuable skill, and it's gonna be needed. And I don't think that'll be replaced completely for a long time. Although if they start designing the toilets and the plumbing to be easy to maintenance from, like that might be a different story. But I mean, I still think so that's one of those trades that's going to be around a long time, and having a mastery in it is super important because we need plumbers, right? Whether you're doing, I was trying to think of this. What is it called when it's a new build? It's a green something. It's like it's not a greenhouse. It's a green span or green something. I was just talking to this about with a plumber the other day. Uh, you know what I'm talking about? There's a word for,
Yeah, I
for
know,
a
but I'm
new a
not up
new
at that level. I was
construction.
just a grunt when I, do if I do labor for somebody,
Yeah.
I don't know anything, man. I'm just there to be a labor.
Hey, but then you're learning all of these different skills, right? And that's people say jack of all trades, master of none. I hard disagree. There's it's the thing that I think the other side of that is like having multiple skills. The plumber only sees the plumbing when they enter a building, right? Painter only sees the paint. Like that's naturally like that's what they're looking at. That's what they're used to. That they can see uh, the issues that other people don't see. They see it in that light, right? But if you have skills of uh, uh, like multiple kinds and you can see all these different things, that sort of kind of is a big part of what uh goes into kind of some higher level skills, right? It's like being in a restaurant. If you are in a restaurant and you've been the janitor and you've been the dishwasher and you've been the server and you've been the wait or the busser and you've been the bartender and maybe you've managed, right? That's like you are in the best possible position to understand what it actually takes to run a restaurant day to day. from bottom to top, right? So then now you're one who has the acumen to potentially open a successful restaurant. And you know what goes wrong and what doesn't work or what eats away at the bottom line, stuff like that. You know what the struggles of the and so and uh, yeah, I think um, that's also super valuable to have to just work and explore new things and kind of and that's like the adaptation too, right? Like you if you don't know exactly what you're gonna do every time, you just end up picking up the work where it's at, right? Um, you you gain so many different skill sets, and those things can all be applied to things outside of the realm as well, right? I
Yeah, you
definitely
know, and
I
I
did some
think that
time
one of the
where I was
most
yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Oh, all right, so thank you, man. So yeah, I was gonna say one of the most valuable things that literally my dad ever taught me was repairing vehicles, man. You know, 'cause man, is that handy if you can
Mm.
fix your own stuff, man.
Yeah, that's one thing I wish I've learned. I've I, I can do the audio for a vehicle all day. Oh man, I crush it out with that. But if you're talking about any sort of mechanical skills, I have super basic understanding, and um, I I would definitely end up like losing parts if I had to take an engine apart, and I definitely wouldn't be able to put it back together. You know? Yeah. Uh, props to you, man. Man, this like slow sideways action is killing me.
Right, that's pretty much why I'm talking so
There's
much. I
little
mean, there's nothing going on.
and it's like it's not like every time I think I've got it figured out, I'm like, oh, I can long here, I can short here because I'm doing paper trading while I'm doing this and to practice. And it's like, man, I'm kind of glad I don't have leverage available to me because I keep like it's like it's paper trading, so it's not like the market isn't reacting to my trades and also my trades aren't that big anyways. But um, I'm like, dude, like I keep thinking like, yeah, I'll catch this bounce back up, and then it doesn't, or it bounces back up for a second and then drops down. Uh,
Yeah, I'm just not even gonna mess around in
I
these
just,
0.5% movements, man. God, more power to those who can swing these tiny movements and pull profit out of them. Man, you guys rock. I can't, dude.
I have. It's funny. I was actually like at first what I was doing was I was just I was taking I was putting higher portions in and taking higher margins and just catching like the $2 come up, and I was doing great. And then I was like, you know what? All right, I'm gonna put some more oomph into it and wait out the move, and that's when I started entering the negative. It's almost like I'm almost like I now if I was doing that in real life, I would also be paying a lot of taxes, which I don't know if that $2 uh that plus side to $2 is as worth it at that um in reality. But also it's I do think there's a part where it's that having that patience or sometimes taking those profits, right, where you got them instead of trying to double your money, because that's a lot of times what it is. I'm like, I'm, you know, I'm buying $500 of this in a long or that in a long or a short, and then I'm like, well, I've seen myself go down a bit. I've taken a few losses, so let me get a bigger win here, and 'cause I'm focused on that bigger win. I'm not necessarily focused on what's actually happening and what's playing out, or taking the patience to wait for the right entry, right? That's why I'm glad I'm paper trading because I'm learning a lot about my own psychology and what like kind of trying to take the emotions out of it more because when I get excited, I get too ambitious. That's what's killing me, man. Yeah. When I'm playing it smart and not presuming to know what's coming next, that's when I'm taking my profits. And even if it's not as much profit as the move played out, like that's where I'm winning. And I was doing, I know that I would be in a completely different position and not be this calm if this is my actual money disappearing like this. I'm also trying to get ready and like prep myself for doing a evaluation for the prop firm, getting funded. So I'm trying to make moves like that, and that like I would have to be able to pass that evaluation and to make it make sense for me to uh, seek such funding. Yeah.
Bitcoin seems a bit sideways, more to the downside. Seeing 83,400 is a bit of a downward target at the moment. The RSIs on the hourly are looking a bit oversold but weak, and EMAs are not really helping that out.
I need 1 billion Ugandan shillings.
You checked the conversion rate, bro, lately? Sounds like a pirate from the. You sound like a pirate from the depths of the ocean, mate.
Me and me mates are getting with old Buffett. Old Buffett. He'll get it this time.
You trying to steal someone's treasure, pirate?
Oh, I'm gonna take the rest of their Buffett. Yeah, crumpets and tea will last this one, mate.
Do you mean buffet?
No, I mean they're Buffett and they're crumpets and they're Mary and open. Over.
I'm just waiting for someone to cook pancakes over.
I've got some chocolate chip pancake Pop Tarts that I got for a real good deal. Over.
Yeah, I ate all the Smartie cookies on the drive up down here.
Yeah, I've really been enjoying those Oreo cakesters. They are just scrumptious. Over.
But the Oreo cookie was with the mushrooms or not?
Oreo cookie and mushrooms? What the heck?
What's that?
Oh, I just mowed my lawn, my new lawn. Just mowed it for the first time.
Look at you go, la-di-da, with the new lawn.
And by mowed the lawn, I mean I got my trombone player to come over and mow the lawn.
I'm just been dusting out the dry mud from the front of my tent.
I was pretty sure that you were talking about not the lawn and actually your pubes. Not gonna lie.
My tubes. The tubes. No, I didn't have to move. I just mowed, like cut the lawn. My bad. We had to cut the lawn. We had to cut the lawn. But his mower died. I went to get food because she said we couldn't pay him because we're not rich. And I said, well, I'm gonna go get us some food, and then, but she's like, we can't pay him. We'll get a mower and we'll do it. And I'm like, yep, I know. I'm gonna teach your mother how to mow it. She'll do it every week. She'll be great. She's like, no, you will never do. I was like, yeah, I know. I'll teach her how to do it. She'll be good. And she on me.
Teach me how to Dougie.
But his mower, his lawnmower, like
croaked and wouldn't start, so I met my neighbors and they let my trombone player borrow their lawnmower. They were very nice. But when I got back from the grocery store, which I never go to grocery stores, I'm pretty much not allowed. I just got some like chicken and fries, and then when I got in, I realized like it's an empty house. There's no baking sheets or tinfoil, and I was too embarrassed to ask the neighbors. I didn't realize that he had met them, so I just cut open a bunch of the cans from the seltzer water I was drinking, and I filled those with the fries and the chicken, and then I cooked them all in the cans. How's that for engineering? Feeling pretty engineered today, dude. Over. Tinfoil is pretty much aluminum cans. It's like the same stuff, right? Is this thing on? This thing's bright. Oh,
What's the deal? What's the deal? Anybody alive in crypto land? We all out touching grass. You're out touching grass, saying nothing. Or don't say anything. Have your pick.
What's the word, team? Still sitting in this.
Yeah, just been chilling out, watching the horizontal.
So ugly.
I'm waiting to go down.
Surprised it hasn't popped back up yet. Going to though. They should take this vector gap. We could have a deviation out of the trap that takes this vector. Let's see how much of those 1,000 is still sitting there. Looks. They brought it down to 700. Yeah, so this 1,000 Bitcoin is now just 700. Somebody got 700 Bitcoin they want to sell. Trying to see something real fast. Had family running around the house today, so how that is. The hourly on what? On Bitcoin? Yeah, I mean, honestly, though, more than anything, it's a range that we're looking at. Oh, actually, I've already got it drawn there. But yeah, you could also see a falling wedge there. Nice, good shit, Ghost. Everybody take profit off of that Toshi play. Whoever was in it, we hit that we hit our TP. Nice rejection after that. That was a couple of us last night playing with it. Yeah, a couple of the AI agents have been picking up a lot of shit on virtuals, which is cool. Yeah, Ariel, I'll look at Tia for you. Damn, this thing came all the way back home, huh? That's Tia still got some linear unlocks that it has to deal with that have been really bad for price action. In my opinion, the only real good news is that probably most of the VCs that were involved earlier are already out. The bad news is that nobody cares about modular blockchains. And if you try to convince some new retail guy that comes in looking for what to buy about the wonders of modular blockchain technology, they're going to fall asleep on you.
Yo, Dbloc. I sent the TA over on our Discord for prompt. It's the entire trend, and it just landed on the 786. It's bouncing really hard right now, and dogs as well. Dogs is moving really hard since yesterday. It's moving exactly like Toshi.
Nice. I hope they work out for you. Um, you want to get above your 50 on the 4 hour for Tia. You haven't put in a bottom here yet. Right? You got to make the chart prove it. It'd be nice. It's possible that this could end up being the bottom for Tia, but until you get over this W and start really making, what you want to do is at least get to the point where you're testing the 50 on the daily. Right? Everything else is up here trying to get above their daily already. Tia's still kind of hanging out at the bottom at the last sort of line of support that it has before all-time lows. I'll be right back, y'all. Give me a second. Happy Good Friday, by the way, to everybody who celebrates. Well, ETH BTC is still inside that accumulation that we went into when Powell announced the slowdown of QT. Hasn't gone any lower. But I'm not convinced. There's some decent intraday stuff going on, but until we get a convincing pop here from ETH BTC, I'd respect the profits that you have, and don't forget to pay yourselves early. That dogs you was talking about was dogs on ton or Bitcoin dogs?
Bitcoin dogs.
Where's Irvin? I think Irvin's got a ton of
It's a second day of breakout, so it's like that's
dogs.
pretty easy. And I put the chart for prompt on our Discord on the TA channel. It landed perfectly on the 786. It's done with a retest. Oh, and Toshi is I think it's gunning for it again. I think it really wants the 3,800.
Nah, I'm off Toshi for a minute. Toshi made that move to psychological high. Let it cool down and figure out what it wants to do. Can't tell you how many times you get burned double dipping.
That is true.
So
That
you
is true.
said prompt. Yeah.
Yeah, prompt. Perfect bounce on the 786 if you draw the fibs.
Got a lot of work to do here.
Oh,
A nice quick
not
move
on that,
though.
not on that wick, not on that wick. If go back, look at the bottom. Before that, yeah, it lands actually on the 786. Yeah, yeah, it's done with a retest. It wants to start building upwards. It needs to break the 50.
Yeah, as I'm saying, you have no like momentum shift here at all. You hit the 786, which is cool, give you a nice quick move. But
And the retest is successful, right?
the retest of
786. It did a retest. It bounced, did a retest, and kind of working upwards.
yeah, it came after the last vectors. This gap right here was what was left. Which is good, right? All of that's been taken care of. Everything that got left behind by market maker. The 1 hour. But now the question is there enough volume to support this move? That's all I was saying. If it's a quick trade, then yeah. I mean that's great. You catch it, make a
Yeah,
quick
I'm up already
run,
2x.
you know,
I got my initials out.
12%,
Just
7%,
right.
10%. So I was saying earlier, just be careful when you're sitting on profits right now. Don't take them
Yeah,
for granted.
yeah, I took my initials out already. Let's see what market does.
Most touches, yeah. So you broke out, retested.
So yeah,
You
looks
made
good, right?
volume. Looks good if volume picks up. If not, it's just gonna roll
Yeah,
over
volume picks up. Correct.
until it finds some strength somewhere.
Dogs.
On the way down, you did leave some decent.
Yeah. Uh, people started coming back.
Yeah, just be careful.
Mhm. I think BTC is ready. That new 5-minute candle.
Hopefully, nobody that's been with us here for a while is surprised by this price action. You could feel that shit on Thursday evening. Like it felt like we switched into weekend mode.
Yep.
Hey, Dbloc, do you think AI agents are going to have another run?
I hope so because I put my money on it.
Don't you think the?
If they're
Don't you
not, me
think
and
it's
you are both screwed, buddy.
Don't you think its narrative has taken its highs already? I mean,
Nah.
considering the highs it had already.
Nah, it only had a first wave. All the bullshit has to fall to the side. All the vaporware.
Yeah.
AI agents are going to be the consumer facing side of all AI projects. At the end of the day, all projects, all businesses, all companies, everything, when you interact with that company's advertisement or with your app on your phone or whatever, it'll be their AI agent that's helping you.
For sure. My clients, I actually install AI agents on all their websites now.
Yeah, I work for a big corporation, and they're starting to implement it into their software systems.
A lot of people don't like it. A lot of people say that there's not a true tie to crypto, and there's an argument to be made for that. You don't need AI agents. Don't need a coin to do what they do, right? But one thing that people don't realize, and which I think is going to make the biggest difference to what we do, is just adoption. There's only a certain amount of humans on the planet. There's an infinite number of AI agents. Once this thing gets rolling, AI agents that create, I mean, we've already seen one agent turn into a swarm, turn into a legion, and the original devs not have any idea what's going on, right? It's just being done. Now, consider that these AI agents transact, pay for services, pay each other, tip their viewers. They do all of this through crypto rails. So this is an infinite number of crypto wallets and crypto transactions that we can look forward to in the future. I think it's amazing. They're already giving these AI agents big. I mean, that Luna, if you go look at the Luna interview, and she was the first one that got her wallet to $1 million. And it's just like, while you're doing 7 other, we can't compete with that. Right?
It got up to like $12 whenever it first came out. Now it's down to 16 cents. So
I came to the group with AI agents the day after Christmas, or the day before Christmas. It was December 24th when I came on here, and I said, AI agents, call me crazy, but I think this is going to be the next narrative. And I started playing some of the podcasts and shit that they had. And yeah, if you go look at any of the virtuals plays, any of the things that popped early, if you go look on the chart to the day that they popped, it's literally like right around Christmas time. We were super early on that narrative, which is how you want to play it, right? You want to be in early, get paid off the original wave, and then sort of get out. Because the second wave comes, the second wave hits centralized exchanges, and usually from that point, it goes all the way down to nothing, dead till nobody remembers about it anymore, and then you have the real sort of run, which is what I'm waiting for now. But I'm not holding too many individual agents, or I don't have plans to buy too many individual agents. I will be stacking virtuals heavy though, and a couple of agents that I like. Yeah, Toshi can go down to 0 now, Santo. Done with that one. Let it reset, and then we'll look for a next. We'll look for a next play on it if it
Oh,
behaves.
did you chart dogs?
No,
Sorry.
I'll look at it. I'll look at it real quick.
Yeah, it's kind of moving like Toshi. I mean, like when I see a chart do 2 consecutive days of breakouts, there's something going on.
Yeah, but that's kind of when you want to start thinking about shorting it, though, not really chasing the. I mean, I have a pretty strict do not chase rule. So, like, what gets me excited is when something goes down 30%.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know,
for
that's
sure.
when I'm like, oh.
Yeah. Same.
Dogs, you said, right? Dogs.
Yeah.
Finance.
Because I got my bets on the bottom of the trends. I rode the first one, and I rode this second one again on the second candle going up. Still riding it.
Double
Yeah,
bottom.
still have.
Decent double bottom on the 4-hour.
Yep. Broke. It's above the
Man.
50. Looks good.
I was gonna draw a daily trend on this, but jeez.
And the distance from the top is significant, so I took my initials out. I'm just gonna let it ride.
Yeah, taking your initials out was good. You've got some vector obligation below. Not that it has to come grab it, but if that 50 doesn't hold, you can assume it's going to come all the way back down to 0.0001. Everything goes good, you would imagine we'd be going to that 200 across the time frames, right? So the way we trade is the 50, you know, the break of the 50 on the 5, and as that breaks, we go following up. Broke the 15, you go to the 30. After the when it comes to market maker and institutional mean reversions, once you break the 50, the 200 is the next target. Once the 200 breaks and holds, the 800 is your next target. And then we look for vectors and we look for liquidation levels in
I've
between.
never used the 800 before, so it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's because the reason is that the 200 and the 800 are 50 EMAs on different time frames.
Oh yeah. I know the 200 is are 50 MAs on different time frames. I didn't know the 800 is also.
Yeah. So it's just a way to sort of watch that mean reversion to the 50 on different time frames without having to change your chart. But if we start to look to where has to be, I was going somewhere with this.
Yeah, you're right about prompt. Volume didn't pick up on the last hour, so I took my profits already. I'm looking for another coin.
Yeah, I mean, you could have a perfect setup, perfect party, perfect invitation, but if nobody shows up, you know?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, dogs could go up for its 800 here. The psychological high on everything this close to the weekend is my target, though. Just like it was on Toshi.
Yeah.
By that time, depending on how long it takes, maybe the 800's already come down substantially, and you're getting sort of both the 800 and the psychological high retest at the same time.
They're gonna kiss in the next couple days.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why when I saw the chart and I saw how it moved and I checked it again today, I was like, something's going on. Like there's a lot of
Yeah, Ergo's
lot.
going crazy, Roka. I mean, it took back a good. I think it's golden pocket. Let me check, but I know it's crazy because of that damn gap. So just looking at the chart is weird, right? But yeah, see, golden pocket retest. It just looks crazy because there's literally no candle there, massive gap. But if you put it on Akanashi, and then it just kept on trucking after that, bro. Crazy chart. Crazy chart. That's one that we were saying if you would have been trading this on the 5-minute scalp strategy, you would have caught this by mistake. Like
Damn.
just literally by mistake without even intending to. Your last entry. So your last entry would have been right here. Yeah, right here. 13 would have crossed. You would have been in, came down, fake out. 13 never went underneath the 50, so you wouldn't have sold. And then you would have got some of that action, and then the price would have just disappeared, and you would have been like, what happened? Where did the price go?
Oh, Dbloc. There's another coin that did a double bottom on its like on its lowest low. It did a double bottom. Kaito, the new layer one, and it's moving hard right now.
Nice.
On my 15-minute, it's over the 200, over the 50 and the 200 already.
That gap
Like a lot of
was
nice.
almost 5.5x gap up there on Ergo. Yeah, I'll go over it real quick, B. I prefer everybody use it on the 5-minute, but all you need is your 13 EMA and your 50 EMA. On the 5-minute. So remember how we're always talking about that the your confirmation of bullish momentum is when that 15 crosses when the 13 EMA crosses the 50. Give it one candle of confirmation. Right. So that's basically your entry for the 5-minute scalp strategy. And if you're completely lazy, have no other skills, don't know when to TP, do the separation of the EMAs or whatever, your exit would be as the 13 crosses back under. But what we're looking for when we're in the trade is we're looking for these gaps between the EMAs. Right? The bigger this gap gets between the 13 and the 50, the closer to the mean reversion you're getting. Right? Momentum trading is based on mean reversion. Everybody thinks momentum trading is based on the breakout and the momentum push through the parabolic, but what really makes momentum trading is the mean reversion. Right? Price will always return to the mean. And the mean that we pay attention to is that 50 EMA. So when things are sideways, when your EMAs are sideways and your 50 sideways, no strategy in the world helps you trade this. This is chop. You don't want anything to do with chop, right? You're just going to get a bunch of false signals in and out, in and out, in and out. But even if you were bored and you decided, okay, screw it, I'm going to do it anyways, you know, you would have got into a short right there. And then you would have taken profit here and got into a long. And then you would have taken profit there and got into, it's just a bunch of chop, bro. It's not ideal. But for trend following and for keeping a trade alive, for knowing how long to stay in the trade, for fake out prevention, really good. Let's see if we can go after these liquidations now. I'll be right back. Give me a second.
How we looking? Has Bitcoin done anything? Is it making any? Is it giving any clues that it's planning on doing anything?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. What do you
On,
got?
on sideways.
Oh okay.
Doing its best Saturday impression on a Friday.
That makes sense. Yeah.
There's some alts that are
Yeah,
moving
man.
though.
We've done a 0.05 move up, and we're gonna do another 0.05 move down.
I mean, this is what it's gonna be like when Bitcoin hits $1 million. It's gonna, you know,
I'm here for it.
it's gonna be just this forever.
Though we still supposed to be going sideways, Gloomy. Two says we should be doing exactly what we're doing. Oh, I have to check the whale chart. I'm pretty sure that this big dip probably, who knows? I don't know. Maybe it will fit. I haven't looked at the whale chart in a long time. I gotta find it. I know it's on one of my BLX charts. Come up and get these guys out of the mix. Market makers just as bored as we are. That algo is hungry. Might be time to feed the beast. A big chunky plate of food just sitting up here.
Looks like spaghetti.
Yeah, there's licks on both sides, but there's a pretty chunky buy wall between us and the ones on the bottom. And really not so much above, so it's cheaper to go for the ones up top, in my opinion. They already had a couple opportunities to come down here, but they couldn't break that demand, apparently. Or didn't want to spend the amount of money they would have had to you know, to break it.
Hey, when you get a chance, Dbloc, see where we're at on that 105.
Good, just going sideways. Our last major pivot to watch was that top. I think when we got our high, sort of. I guess the next one would be the low, which is today. Funny how even on M2 the weekends go sideways. Friday, Saturday,
Yeah, I remember you
Sunday.
mentioning that. You followed it all the way up,
Yeah.
man. I was like, dude.
So, you know. But it does look, if we were to go strictly off of this, that our false move would be up Monday. And then 3 days down, that would give us our bottom. Actually, I think it's exactly 3 days down. Let me see, this would be on the 21st. And that would be on the 24th, going into the 25th, yeah. So it would be false move up out of the weekend trap, 3 days down. And then for the most part, buckle up. Unless we get some sort of black swan or something crazy happens out of nowhere, but
Nah, don't talk like that, D-Block.
Look, something to look forward to, man. I can't wait till we get there.
we could do like a bigger, like double bottom on the bigger time frames, the way that M2 is, right? D-Block a little bit, the way it's structured.
yeah, I mean, so
Well, sort of,
it depends.
a
Yeah,
higher low, but
it depends on how you want to follow the pivot. So, you know, we got our tops, our bottom here. Our bottom on M2 ended up being up here because of the, you know, Trump pump from the 90-day pause and all of that. And that's supposed to come down to sort of a higher low or co-equal low to that. So you can't really follow it day by day, right? All we can know is that right now during the weekend, the money flow from M2 has gone flat. So it would just take FOMO or something else to move us. On Monday, there's an uptick in that volume. Whether we have sell pressure for some sort of scary event that counteracts that and it doesn't go up, doesn't matter. That's, you know what I mean? We're looking at the money flow, basically. Not the intended direction of price, but the money flow. And then if all else, you know, if everything goes right, then price should follow that.
how many days is that out on the daily?
This is on the daily, yeah. So in 2 days we'll get to, you know, our false move Monday, that uptick.
No, as far as the money supply, you have it changed to a certain number of days out, right?
105.
Like ahead.
105
105.
days.
Okay. I had 108.
And look, I'll show you something even crazier. That 90-day. So remember when we first started looking at this, we were like right here. Well, actually, we were here before the jump off, but when we started getting worried, it was here, right? Because we were breaking those lows. We thought we were going to break structure, and maybe this would end up being the top of the run. But ever since then, we've just continued to put in new highs on global M2. Kind of sick. But I still do plan on taking profits at about this range.
Gotcha.
Right? Probably going to be where our next 30% correction is across the alts and that type of shit. But what's interesting is when you turn this on, get rid of this. And let's take it 90 days out from the pause here. Look where that puts us.
It's like it's already pre-programmed, you know.
So
Like it's already to go. It's just they have to act out the play, man.
what that looks like to me is that about a week before that 90-day pause is over, people are going to start to take profit on the buy the rumor, sell the news, right? All the uncertainty comes back. We don't know what's going to happen with the tariffs.
Correct.
So people start to sell off, but then looking at M2 leads you to think the after isn't going to be bad, right? It's going to end up being some sort of, I don't know. We got to be careful not to look at this as predictive because it's really not what it is.
Because anything, yeah, any kind of crazy news can happen between there. You know, it's just another tool we're using, but it looks good though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It looks good. It plays out somewhat.
Yeah, global M2 is based off 5-day weeks because banks are closed on the weekend. So price
the market
stays
Monday?
the same on the weekend. Nah, it's just Friday. I think it's open Monday. Unless I'm wrong.
Because I was at my homie's shop today. After I did some morning work, I was like, bro, why the S&P moving? He's like, huh? I was like, it took me a minute. I was like, oh yeah, the market is closed today. I was like, all right. Nope, they will go back to normal trading hours Monday. Okay, so it's just Friday.
But strings, what happens is because of that on the weekend, you get these 2-day flats.
Makes sense why crypto
right? Every time you
doesn't do
look
a
at
whole lot most of the time on
yeah,
weekends.
every time you look at these flats, it's always Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. What's crazy about the offset is that we've offset it 150 days and our weekends are still landing exactly when they're supposed to on the offset, which is kind of trippy to watch. But it does have something to do also, I believe, with why crypto's so dead on the weekends for the most part.
Yeah. It correlates. It makes sense. Let me change that to 105 there.
Yeah, I think, let me see, the 108, let me see if it's lost.
Someone in the I can't remember who. Because I asked.
I was
days
flipping
ago.
between 105 and 108 for a couple.
Yeah,
for like a week
maybe you were running 108 at the time, but someone was like, "Yeah, Dbloc's using 108."
It seems like Yeah, 105 is just slightly better.
Yeah.
Either way, we're talking about a 3-day difference.
Yeah. So again, guys, people in the YouTube chat and everything, TradingView is still having their Easter sales. Like a little bit over 3 days left remaining. So if you want to get decent discount for a whole year, you just have to pay up annually.
Strings, I think that that's also why the offset is so important because of the difference in the trading weeks and the days. And I really am of the opinion, and from most of the guys that are following the M2 thing, most of them disagree with me, but I'm of the opinion that that offset is gonna be floating, right? It's gonna be like a floating offset, meaning in the middle of next cycle, we might not be at 105. You know, we might be at a 95. We might be at a 78. It's all about the velocity of money, and that's going to change, right? If the laws that are passed affect the velocity of money, if you know the rising interest rates, lowering interest rates, yields, whatever global or macroeconomic shit's going on affects the velocity of money, then you have to assume that that offset's going to change with time. It's like not going to be a hard, fast rule, you know. Going to be something. It's gonna add a little subjectivity to it, but that's why I like the correlation indicator, because you just can't. The numbers are numbers, you know. You can sit here and say, "Oh, well, I did it by eye, and this looks better." Cool, but what do the numbers say?
Hey, Dbloc, have you ever heard of the 7-year cycle?
The Smyrna?
7-year cycle?
Yeah, is that what you're talking about? The Smyrna cycle?
Yeah, Smyrna. That's sorry, I didn't hear that right.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
I don't know. It's interesting. It's a nice rabbit hole. There's a
Yeah,
lot
I
of
literally just found it yesterday night.
yeah, there's a lot of
Pretty wild. Yeah, it is a rabbit hole. But
yeah,
it's
yeah.
interesting, you know. It's interesting.
Yeah, it's based off a lot of biblical math, and it's based off a lot of let's just say things that make technical analysts' heads want to explode. But it's cool. It's cool. I love patterns, bro. I love repeatable patterns, and I don't put anything past, you know. But would I trade against the 4-year cycle because we're at the end of the Smyrna a year early now?
The year, the Jubilee.
Super interesting stuff, though. Well, let me guess. You bumped into market makers.
Ah, my man Dbloc.
That dude is
We all run in
funny.
the same circles, don't we? I ain't checked him out in a while.
That dude is hilarious, bro. He gets into his shit. I don't discount it. Right. The thing with cycles is the more people believe in them, the more effect they have.
I remember when I first started watching him. He seems like he still is though. Like he's definitely he seems like a bear. Wouldn't you agree? He look like he's definitely a bear.
Just in general, yeah.
Yeah. I was like, dude, this man. I was watching for a hot minute. I was like, man, this guy's got no fucking to look
No,
out, bro.
he's
Like
just ready
it's
for
just
everything to collapse. But
yeah, it's just like son.
I mean, you know what the thing is, like, it's just like anything else, right? It's technical analysis, there's data, and then there's how you read the data, right? Which is what makes each TA guy sort of different. The lens that he uses is like, you know, just always waiting for that next collapse is what it seems like, right?
Yeah.
which is good. I mean, I guess that's not a bad thing. You know, if it happens,
Somebody
he
got played
won't
a
be
part.
surprised. But
Yeah.
you know,
Oh, I've been calling this. Man, you've been calling this for 6 years, bro.
yeah,
Like it finally happened. Okay.
I was
What
right.
about
I
all the
was just
opportunity in the
early.
middle?
I was right. I was just early.
Yeah.
Chocolate Rain, you got me doing sponsorship ads, bro.
Oh, you gonna start doing? You gonna get some ads going there?
That sounds like a good
Get you a
like a
sponsor.
good indica strain.
Yeah. You gonna get sponsored by Manscaped?
Some of the beards we got in chat, man, I don't know. We might make a pretty penny. Yeah, I love Wyckoff. I love Wyckoff. Wyckoff got as close as he could to the market maker with the technology that they had at the time. And he had his finger on it. Like, Wyckoff accumulation is all supposed to be the fingerprint of the invisible man or the composite man. The invisible hand of the market is what the old guys used to call it. There's something that no matter what happens, it's the thing that makes it. Reminds me sort of like dark matter. You know how scientists just use dark matter to explain everything they can't explain.
Yeah. Yep.
So it was the same with like the composite man. Like whenever something happened that was abnormal, like they knew that something was happening. There was like an invisible hand guiding the market, but they couldn't figure out what it was. But Wyckoff found the fingerprint, right? While Wyckoff found the pattern that shows the manipulation, even if he didn't know why it was happening or who it was. And now fast forward to now with the technology we have. Like remember I told you to be able to count the tick volume to actually see the real fingerprint of the market maker. Even before we had vector candles with the TVDI, I mean, you still had to do tons of math. Before the TVDI, it was impossible. Like, what do? You zoom into the candle and you literally count the ticks physically by eye. You know what I mean? Like, there's only so much they could do back in the day.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure.
So I think when you marry the two, it's perfect.
Mm-hmm. And that's what with the trader's reality with the vector candles. That's pretty much giving us
Huge
seeing.
time
We
saver.
were able to see this fingerprint of the market makers.
Huge time saver, bro.
Yeah.
Huge time saver.
And
it
continue
put
to go
that
back
alpha
and
in the
back test
hands of
it.
people who probably wouldn't do the math. Like, bro, if I got to do math, I'm not. Just give me another strategy. Give me a strategy that I don't have to do math.
Yeah, I feel you on that though. Well, this little double bottom on Fart Coin here is playing out so good, nicely for me so far. See how far. Definitely catching a bottom. Maybe for a couple days or so. I hope it don't come back and get me. So I have to break structure to do it though. So. Yeah, I was just like, man, it's like nothing's really popping off today during market time. And I was like, oh, no wonder why.
Mm-hmm.
Crypto couldn't shine without the legacy markets for a day on a Friday.
They took all the gas out of the market.
You ain't lying, bro. These boys like, yo, we taking a day off, bro. Take that 3-day weekend. We ain't even messing with crypto. Turn the bots on.
You see what happens to dominance though when legacy steps away from crypto for a day though.
Yep.
You know, they're the ones that are keeping this shit, keeping
Yeah.
the Bitcoin dime so high.
So I'm saying we maybe get a little relief on the alts this weekend by, like you said, letting the off the gas pedal a little bit when it comes to dominance.
Just not getting the inflows from ETFs, just that will help dominance alone. Mm-hmm. At some point, these guys got to stop buying, right? Like,
you would think so. I mean,
nah. The truth is that their buying goes up as their biggest buys have been at 108. at the very top was their biggest inflows. And you
Damn.
sit and you're like, well, how does that make any sense? Like these guys have all the money in the world. You figure they got the best, but it's not them.
No,
It's
it's
ETF holders.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
ETF holders
People
slap sell on
who
Robinhood.
deal with BlackRock, they deal with them
Yeah.
in some form of fashion, so, but it ain't like, yeah.
But if you pay attention to BlackRock's wallet, they're not trading Bitcoin like that. They're personal. They've already started to add it to their asset sheets they announced finally. So it's like they're accumulating for their, even though we know that this whole thing is an accumulation scheme, but
Yeah.
they're at least in public now accumulating on personal wallets. And they definitely don't follow the same trend that their ETF wallet does.
Hmm.
I think people just assume that there's somebody from BlackRock calling you like, okay, Bob, it's time to sell your
right.
ETF today, and then I'll let you know.
Yeah.
I'll call you when the setup is right. They might do that on a longer term, right? Like if you guys are bored, go on YouTube and look for some of the BlackRock Bitcoin sales material, right? Some of the stuff that they're sending out to the investors, basically like it's like the Bitcoin sales pitch, and like right in it says, there will be volatility, just like other assets that we advise for you guys. There'll be times when you'll be getting out of Bitcoin and moving into bonds or moving into. So they prepare them for the bear market. They're already letting them know this isn't something you're just going to hold and forget about, which is good because that sort of takes that question mark away of does BlackRock kill the bear market, right? Like, what if they just don't stop buying through the whole bear market and instead
That's what
of
I'm saying.
getting,
Like we get down there, like it ain't gonna stay down too
not
damn
only
low for
that,
too
but instead
long.
of getting like 70% drop, we only get like 40% or 50% drop or something,
Yeah, no, I feel you on that because
But it
you would think
seems like
they're gonna gobble up as much as they can.
it
I
seems
mean,
like they're prepared their people to sell when it's time though. So I mean, I don't think we'll
yeah,
have that problem. Maybe we'll get into a situation where they're calling people and they're like, wait for it, you know what I mean? Let it get as low as it can possibly
yep.
get. But who knows?
Coinbase exchanges, letting them know, hey, this is what's going on. This is what's going on. This is what's going to happen, and they shut everybody off from using the app. Let people sell who they need to sell, and vice versa. Shut the app for us not to be able to use, and let people buy who they want to buy.
They'll probably be loading up from miners, I would imagine, OTC. They got a good deal. If I was BlackRock representative, that would have been my absolute first move. And it's kind of what we saw. We saw the heavy investments in Riot and Mara and all that.
Yep.
But
Yeah, they started.
I would have definitely gone to the front offices and been like, all right, check this out. Want to make a deal. We're going to take all your excess rollover Bitcoin. You don't ever have to worry about finding a buyer at a good price. We'll take a over the counter. Well, these over the counter deals sometimes are like 50% off, 25% off. They could come in and be like, we'll take over the counter deals at 10% off. And when it's time to retool, you have a line of credit with us to retool whatever you need to when it comes to your next season. That would be such a sweetheart deal for miners to not have to stress about, tooling up after the next halving.
Exactly. They're like
And
you
then for
said, the big
BlackRock,
boys
it
just come
just
in like, yo,
locks in.
we got you. Like
Yeah.
fund wise, financially, we don't worry about it.
And for BlackRock, it locks in supply where they don't have to worry about, exchanges being low or running out of OTC deals or whatever.
They can get there straight from the miners itself, right?
Yeah. That's what I would do. And I mean, I'm not the smartest pencil I'm not the sharpest pencil in the box. So they got to have somebody in there that's at least.
That's what they're getting their hands into all those miners of last a couple of years, and that's exactly what they're probably doing, Dbloc. That's what they're doing. It's got to be.
It's like assuming that they would start selling tomatoes and not talk to the farmers. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make any sense.
It seems like it's kind of a like maybe cornering the market too, because they can just keep buying and buying and buying. I mean,
it's the best accumulation deal ever, and that little fake dog and pony show that they put on when they told them that they had to settle in cash instead of in kind. They were like, "No, we want to provide Bitcoin for." Shut up! No, you don't. No, you don't. You want to take those massive piles of money that you've made for the last 200 years in this country that you know are going to shit, and you want to turn them into Bitcoin as fast as possible.
Yes, sir.
And it's great because you come in, you say, okay, I want an ETF. They say, sure, we'll buy you some Bitcoin. And then you're like, okay, I want to sell my ETF. And they're like, here's some of this dirty money.
Mm-hmm.
And the Bitcoin goes right into the vault. Scammers are out, by the way, guys. Somebody got scammed for, I think, 107 Bitcoin on Coinbase today. I was reading on Twitter. Yeah, so they messaged them and they said, so you know that same thing that's going on with me where Coinbase hits you up and says, I need you to identify yourself. You have to re-identify yourself. So then when they hit the click, they click the link, and the link supposedly went to the actual Coinbase site. But going into the story, there's a couple of red flags that I would have automatically hung up on them. First of all, Coinbase isn't going to call you directly and be like, hey, somebody, da-da-da-da-da. Your customer service sucks. I know for a fact nobody's going to call me and say, hey, something's going on with your account.
I've called him before one time and it was terrible. I was like, oh, Lord, bro. This
Two,
is really what we're dealing with. Okay.
Two, once they convinced them that something was wrong with the account, they were like, we need you to move all of your funds into a Coinbase Trust wallet and then send him a seed phrase. Bro, I would have immediately hung up the phone. Don't you ever in your life ever move any crypto to somebody else's or a wallet that somebody else has
That's
a seed phrase.
craziness, man. Yeah, that's.
But it just goes to show you, man. Some people, and you know, people say it can't happen to them, and this guy specifically said that that actually happened before. Coinbase legitimately stopped somebody from messing with their shit and paid them the money back that had got taken. So he just thought maybe this is going to be. So what the hackers are doing now is that they're fishing for people who have had actual problems with Coinbase and been helped. People who are more likely to trust Coinbase support when they reach out. Yep, they're getting super fucking clever, bro.
Yeah, bro.
It's nasty. And another thing for you guys that have been here for a minute, we've gotten lazy too. These sending transactions to wallets and only counting the first four numbers and the last four numbers of the address to make sure it's the right address, it's a wrap for that. We can't do that anymore. They're using AI to fish wallets. They're opening thousands of wallets and they're using AI to fish wallets that have the same four in the last four. So when you look at it and you see the wallet address and it's like 578 asterisk 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 asterisk, you know, Z345, and it matches your shit, you need to click that, open it, and you need to go through the entire line. Because that used to be enough before. And I'm guilty of that. I've done that for a long time. Just paying attention to the first four and the last four. It takes a little longer, but I mean, come on, taking a little bit of time. Like, look at this Bybit hack, right? All that ETH that they lost. If they would have opened up that transaction and clicked expand, right? Because you open the transaction, it shows you where it's going, where it's coming from. When you click expand, it shows you the smart contract. In the smart contract, there was a second step that wasn't supposed to be there that routed everything to a third address. It would have took 5 seconds to notice that. Also, sending a test transaction would have taken you, you know, would have cost you a minimal amount of money to realize what you were doing, what you almost did. Sending $2.5 billion without fully expanding a transaction, reading the smart contract, and not sending a test transaction is the dumbest shit I've ever seen anybody at that level do.
How do you get caught? You fall asleep. You fall asleep out the wheel of the getaway car.
Crazy, bro. But that's how they
Shit,
get you, right?
just being lazy.
It's
Like
an
you said, that's
address
staying up
that
on you.
you're used to sending something to. You send a million things to this address before.
You're like, yeah. Yep. Takes that one time to fall asleep at the wheel. Get busted on the heist.
It's not about how much you make, it's about how much you keep.
I ain't lying, bro.
Making money in
never
this
learn about
game
that.
is easy. Keeping it is hard as shit.
Yep. Let's see. Monday, April, U.S. leading economic indicators, 10 a.m. That's Monday, Tuesday. Philadelphia Fed. Harker speaking 9:30 a.m. Tuesday, as soon as the market opens. Uh, Kashkari, Neil Kashkari, the Minneapolis Fed president, he's speaking 2 o'clock next Tuesday, and then Richmond Fed President Tom Barkin speaks. So they got three of the Fed speakers speaking Tuesday, 9:30, 2 o'clock, and 2:30.
All the podcasts and shit that they've been on this week and last week, they've been signaling liquidity very subtly, but in sort of like a reassuring, because everybody's freaking out, right?
Yeah,
So it's like,
they're all speaking Tuesday and Wednesday. Dbloc,
yeah, it's
St.
interesting.
Louis, Chicago.
Be right back.
So Wednesday of next week, we got U.S. manufactured. We got PMI coming out. Boston Atlanta Fed 7:40 p.m. next Wednesday. Yeah, they're all speaking next week. Ugh. Dude, cooking deep fried piglet. Wow.
Still got some family running around. I'm trying to wrangle them out of here.
What's that wrangling them up out of here?
Big buys. Big buys coming in. Just rip it.
Ooh. Nice. Come on.
First green candle. First green back there.
See if we can kind of clear this little high right here. Got some.
What do you think? We're gonna come down for a little retest. Tap off that. Fill that vector gap back in. Oh.
Maybe we get you never know. Maybe we get like a weekend we did last weekend. Or maybe it's just gonna be that kind of weekend where it's just gonna, not do a whole lot. Be ranging very tight. Yeah.
Like how dominance is dropping too. Money's going into some bunch of other coins right now.
Let's go. Okay. Clearing. Hey, all right, Biddy. Come on now. A nice little 5-minute.
Market maker's about to gobble up that plate.
Gobble, gobble. Go.
Measured moves like 83.5, maybe a deviation above the weekend trap and then drop back down. But for the most part, I think we're just coming back up to the top of the range. It's an indicator, refu. Just call tape.
Left a little wick on that 5-minute. Shoot, that's just pretty much took out everything that happened today. Hmm.
Go find this lighter. I'll be right back. Trading Light, CoinAnk, any one of them will do. Yo, we're only 46 subscribers away from 4K, guys. If anybody's in the chat hasn't hit that subscribe button, definitely appreciate. And get us to our
Let me
next
go over here and pay my
milestone.
rent real quick. You got your Dbloc. Let me pay my rent real quick. Hit that like button.
Kevin, thanks for the sub, brother. Appreciate you. That's what I'm talking about. W, Kevin. YouTube obviously likes something we got going because they tried to sneak commercials in on y'all last night.
Oh, they finally get hitting you.
Yeah, they sent me a message.
Damn.
I got an email that said YouTube has now okayed automatic mid-roll videos for your da-da-da. I guess they're set to default or whatever, right? I came on, I was like, yo, you guys been getting videos? And they've been like, yeah, I got like 3 commercials this morning. I was like, oh shit. Connor with the 10 gifted memberships. W gifts, W mod. Oh shit, back to back, Connor making it rain. If you guys received a gift and you're not subbed up, hit that sub button. Makes no sense to be a member and not a sub.
Unless you're a dom.
Well, then you should be super chatting like crazy. When you see you flex that dominance on the chat.
I'm already subscribed on both accounts, so I can't subscribe any more than I already have.
Unsubscribe and subscribe again. Damn it! No, I'm just-
I'll do it.
Nah, we're moving, bro. We've been steady moving. I like the pace.
Yeah, man. Channel's going, please.
I'll take a look at XRP. Everything should be doing good now, though, with Bitcoin doing what it's doing and dominance dropping.
XRP. Okay.
Every day the XRP is above $2 is a good day. Let's put it like that. And you need to come up off these bottoms.
You know Jason Casper?
The dude that always does TA on his treadmill.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he, he says the way he says about subscribers is something that will always, I'll always remember. It's like how you have almost 4,000 subscribers. The way he would say it is, oh, we are so close to almost, we just need 96,000 more. We're almost 200,000.
That's how you do it, yo. Positive thinking. Is that what I gotta do, guys? Turn on my camera and get a treadmill? I'll do it.
I mean,
he
the first
raps.
thing.
Now he raps. Dbloc. You gonna rap too?
Not for free.
Gonna do like a pump up song.
Oh, there's gotta be a bag behind that.
The Pikachu hat is what makes him rap so good.
No, I'll have my cam on probably by next week. I just finished putting everything back together. I had PC issues there for a minute. I was only using a couple monitors. The setup was just not ideal. Get my barber to come in here and then I'll put my mug on the screen again.
Just do it. Do it when you get 100,000.
Face reveal.
Yeah.
It's
Dude,
funny,
yeah,
right?
man.
Because there is people that have only been here for like 2 months. I have no idea what I look like.
If you get like Tino did it, but like for years he didn't have his face on, and like once he started putting his face on the screen, I didn't like watching his videos as much.
That's enough. I
Like,
mean, that is one thing, right? Because you're giving a group of people something not to like. But screw them, bro. It's my face. It's the only one I got, guys. I don't know what to tell you.
well, it's not even that I don't like looking at him. It's just that like he used to put just his chart up and show his chart and go through all the stuff, and it was like I was more so focused on the chart and what he was talking about rather than like you know what I mean? Like, because I was watching him work on his chart instead of how he talks about news and stuff and gives his whole 2 cents on everything.
Yeah. You saw how I have well, I don't know if you were here when I had my cam on recently, but my cam's like across the room. It's basically just a long shot of me on my PC. I'm not gonna be awkwardly making eye contact with y'all, and you know what I mean. Like, I'll give you a fly on the wall sort of look.
Yeah,
I think that's what it is, right? I mean, I don't know. Camera in your face, like now you got to act and be on, and then it becomes sort of more entertainment than anything else. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Right, exactly. Instead of informational, it's like entertainment.
Do I gotta put one of those like blur things on when I smoke?
Like, I mean, George always did that, but he doesn't even really like know how to do TA really that well. He was all just like fundamental and talked about news, like George from Cryptos R Us.
Yeah.
And I mean, Ben does it, but he just has a little like corner, a little shot of him in the corner.
Yeah, nah, it's not gonna be anything crazy. It's not gonna be like half the screen and shit. You guys saw how I had it before. That little circle right there that says Crypto Cypher, it just becomes a camera and it's just that's it. That's like you're looking through a peephole into the office.
All right. People, you say?
Yeah, it sounded kind of creepy. Maybe not a peephole. But no, I always thought the face reveal thing was kind of funny. I mean, I guess I get it for people who haven't, but like everybody here knows what I look like already. And it's just silly. It's, you want to see my face? Hit the subscribe button. Like, bro, who are you? Save it, bro. I'm good. Keep your face. Yeah, we used to have the video only room where you couldn't be in there if your camera wasn't on. Down in the basement. Everybody be down there getting lit during the bear market when nothing was happening. Yeah, I can throw another one up down there. Shania was crazy, bro. Shania used to get everybody out of the. Turn on your camera. I'm kicking you out. Yep.
Shoot, Sean was up in here last night regulating for a hot minute.
I know, right, Zenki? I should stay on docks for as long as possible. I'll turn my camera on, but I'm gonna have a ski mask on at all times. Nah, I'm not gonna go half-ass like Crypto Face with his COVID mask. I'm gonna go full Pooh Shiesty. And a suit. Keep it classy.
Damn, crypto lifer.
People, you still see us push your moral Bitcoin dominance?
Man, I sure as hell hope not.
I was looking, I was like, maybe this like a little double top kind of thing, but who knows? You know, it's just.
I don't know. It was nice
Oh,
to see it sort of flatten out up here. But I'm not gonna lie, that higher high sort of took some of the wind out of my sails.
yeah.
But for the most part, at least we're not just. But the last time we had a topping signal was a great head and shoulders that completely shitted on us. So, you know, gonna have to sit and wait. QT is what's gonna top this.
True.
As soon as the Fed decides that they're done, done selling off assets, then risk appetite will come back. You'll see money start flowing into the alts.
Bitcoin dominance keep pulling back a little bit. We'll take it. Let the alts breathe a little bit over the weekend. Got plans for Easter Sunday, Dbloc?
Sending grandma off to church with the rest of the family, enjoying a quiet afternoon.
Okay.
You know, can't go to that church, man. Too many people remember me from when I was a kid. Too
Oh, it's like
many,
that.
yeah, too many pinched cheeks, and oh my God, you've gotten so big. And I'm a grown ass man. Excuse you, ma'am. I'll have you know, I'm a grown ass man.
Yeah.
Over my
Oh, you
cheeks.
gotten so big.
You know how it is to old folks, man. They always gonna see you as a little jit running around.
Yep. You ain't lying, man. You ain't lying, dude. No matter how old I get, I'm still my mom's baby. You know, it's like, Mom, I'll be taking care of your ass. Talking about.
Yeah.
But you gotta love it at the end of the day. Especially like you said, especially your family. Especially if you ain't seen them in a while. Oh, you've gotten so big. So we got a PMI coming out Tuesday morning, 9:30, 9:45.
Yeah. Let me see. The peak that we're supposed to get on, that's Monday. Yeah, let me see what this next week looks like.
I think it was Tuesday. All the Fed speakers were speaking next week, Tuesday and Wednesday. No, it was Wednesday. Is the manufacturing and services PMI 9:45. We got jobless claims Thursday, durable goods, consumer sentiment Friday at 10 o'clock next Friday. unemployment report.
Yeah, Thursday again is
Unemployment
the
rate.
big day. Claims.
Yep.
Now, on the 25th is when Global
Consumer
M2 is
sentiment.
supposed to find its bottom. 26th, 27th, already starting to end that sideways move. 28th is supposed to start going up. 29th, got job openings at 10. 30th, looking for anything that can kind of shit on that push. Or PCE.
Yeah, you got GDP right at the end of the month, PCE, April 30th. Dude, April 30th is going to be a crazy day. Jeez. U.S. unemployment report. Was this the selling man walk away?
Man, I don't know. Usually I'm on board with that. But what do you do when you've already sold and then it's May?
Yeah, we ain't in May yet. It's just
Like
like,
I'm waiting to
that's like
buy back in on some alts. What am I supposed to do? I can't sell them twice. Like I already sold them. I'm not
yeah.
selling Bitcoin. So what am I supposed to sell exactly?
I'm just kind of like, was this the selling May? You know, it's just like they got out a little early.
Yeah, ETH update should be bullish, Neve. Anything that brings ETH into the forefront. The real question is, are they done suppressing it though, right? Because we've seen major buy pressure come in and get suppressed. But if there was ever a time to sort of take our foot off of the brake and let price do what it's supposed to do, it would be during an update, in my opinion.
Oh man. Mm-mm.
Okay, this might be better. What I was trying to say before was, well, Jerome Powell thinks that the prices are doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing right now. He thinks the market's acting the way that it should. I think he said that the market's acting the way that it should, even with the news of the tariffs or whatever. He said something like to that effect.
We'll see.
I mean, kind of ultimately, isn't this kind of what he wanted to see anyway? Like a drop in demand and the economy not really slowing too much, but not like, not growing too fast. Because for years he was saying, remember a couple of years ago, he was like basically like raised interest rates to try to kill demand.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, maybe the consumer is finally starting to get tapped out at this point. Like, you know what I mean? And given the fact that the stock market has dumped quite a bit, people are complaining about it. 401ks are wrecked.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. Stuff is still getting kind of more expensive because people are price gouging.
401ks
So I
are
mean, it's like,
wrecked.
it's like kind of people that would lead you to believe like, all right, people are not gonna have the same discretionary expenditure that they had over the past couple of years. Because this whole time, like, it's not even just us that's been fighting the Fed; it's the consumer. The consumer's been fighting the Fed as well, because the Fed is like, no more demand. Stop with the demand, and the consumer's like, I want this and this and this and this. And I'm gonna get it from Amazon. I'm gonna get it from Target and whatever the hell else. I want new graphics cards. I want a new computer. I want a new phone from Apple.
Age of decadence.
People just keep buying stuff even if they can't afford it.
I thought I was
all
gonna
debt
have to
system
buy a
goes,
new
basically.
graphics card. I was not looking forward to that.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Just because I wanted to replace the same one. I wasn't gonna, downgrade. But I mean, the premium on cards right now is crazy, bro.
Yeah, 'cause there's so much demand. They don't even have the stuff to build them.
On that Powell topic too, I heard he announced he's not cutting rates, by the way.
I'm not looking forward. The rate cut isn't for me the big thing. The big thing is we need announcement on the assets. I'm
But,
looking for that stop to QT.
I don't know how it's gonna affect the market and affect us, but after Powell spoke, I don't know if you guys saw, but Trump kind of tweeted like he
Yeah.
can't wait, for Powell to get out of office soon enough. He only
You
had 1
remember
year left.
during that speech when he was answering the questions, and I said this guy's trying to start a fight with Trump right now.
Yes.
The
Well,
questions that he's asking. Yeah.
The thing was, in his defense, he's held back ever since Trump has taken
No,
office.
I
He's
don't
held his
blame
tongue.
Powell. I was talking about the Fed president.
The question,
Yeah, he definitely
he was
had some open
instigating.
shorts, and he was
Yes,
instigating.
he was instigating. That was definitely for sure. And he drove Powell in a corner, and Powell said what he said. He pretty much had enough.
I was gonna be honest. If there's one thing, the angriest I've ever seen Powell is when that reporter asked him. Can't remember what her name was, but when the reporter asked him, if is there any way for Trump to fire you, basically? And he just looked at her dead in the eyes and said no, and then just went to the next question. No further comment.
Yeah.
No, the shortest, most concise answer I've ever heard Powell give.
Powell gave her the Trump treatment.
He's like,
you have it. If he was to ask you to step down, would you step down? No. Do you think that you would have any sort of obligation to step down? No.
Mm-hmm. Like, well, he said what he said. I respect it, bro.
But-
if he can be pressured out, then shit's not working the way it's supposed to. We have
Do you
bigger
think
problems.
that's going to affect us in any way, though?
With
I don't think so, because I don't think that I think Powell's gonna do exactly what he planned to do the whole time. I don't think he's gonna do any more because of this, and he's damn sure not gonna do any less. He's not gonna go any easier because Trump wants him to, but at the same time, he's not gonna go any harder because Trump is pressuring him. Like, that's why I'm glad that Powell's there, because, like I said, I think he's the last adult in the room, and he's just looking at it like, look, whatever. Look, this is the plan. We're sticking to it. You can't tell me what to do.
He keeps the checks and balances.
Yeah, but I don't think he's gonna ego war with Trump. Like, Powell's not gonna get on Twitter and be like, "Psst, or what, Orange Man." You know what I mean? Like, so we don't have to worry about that getting out of control.
Yeah, he didn't get as bitter as Trump did. Trump
Yeah,
actually called him out. Like afterwards.
Yeah, for
tweeted,
sure.
Did all that shit.
What if
It's kind of
Trump
crazy.
keeps
Sorry,
pushing
excuse my
it
language.
though? What if Trump keeps
he can
pushing
push
it, though?
it.
Because it's like I feel like it's not good. One of the things that I'm not agreeing with what he's doing is he's trying to. So we've got dollar dumping, we've got bonds dumping, and then Trump is coming out and saying that everyone at the Federal Reserve is a friggin' idiot and that they don't know what the hell they're doing. How is that supposed to make it so that investors from other countries are having confidence in the U.S. and investing in the U.S.?
Yeah. Not only that, but this is what Trump is really saying. Trump is saying, I did what I could to dump the dollar, make unemployment look bad, make the recession look like it's around the corner. Excuse me, make inflation look like it's coming back, and these guys won't do anything.
Yes.
That's why
That's
he's mad. He's like, I pushed all the triggers. I gave you all the data that you wanted to see. I did everything I
did.
could to get the numbers to where you said you would act if the numbers got to. And what Powell is saying is, well, we've got that data that you're giving us in another little basket that we're not paying attention to because it's transitory, and we're paying attention to the real data over here. Nice try, but not going to work.
I think he was, like you said, he's forcing Powell's hand, and then Powell pretty much called him on the bluff. It's like, yeah, it's still not enough. Inflation's still not enough. We're still good. We're still in the good zone. And so,
if there's one thing that I'm pretty sure of, is that Powell's not going to move until the second that he thinks it's time. Not a minute before.
but yeah, I think I had a discussion with some of our Discord members. I don't think you were there. But he hasn't officially announced or hasn't pretty much addressed like that QT was going to end anytime soon. Am I correct?
He put a pause. He put a pause to QT. The only thing that he kept the same was the MBSs. So the mortgage-backed securities are they're gonna be allowed to mature or basically run off naturally. So for all intents and purposes, QT is done. They're not done. They're done actively selling anything off, but these mortgage-backed securities still have to roll off.
See, but
now
so
he can come in.
Officially
he can come in and announce. He hasn't announced an end, but what they called it was a de-escalation. He said that the goal is to bring the asset sheet to a delta neutral. So they want it going flat. It's no longer going down. They're going to keep it going flat. But they also know that we're going into the end of the real estate cycle soon, and we're about to have the parabolic move. So they're going to let those mortgage-backed securities roll off naturally.
So with the situation on
Loaded
that,
with the
does that
5
push
gifted memberships. Appreciate you. Looks like Poyo gave us 5 gifted memberships too. Appreciate both of you guys. My bad. I wasn't looking at the chart. I wasn't looking at the chat. Go ahead, bro. I didn't mean to step on you.
Yeah, no problem, bro. So does that push our QE back any? Our QE time?
Well, the
frame?
problem
Does
with
that push
QE is, some stupid ass reporter pushed Powell on the QE question, and he finally got frustrated and said, "Look, I don't see any reason to go into QE. Maybe when we get closer to 0%." That's what happens when you don't ask questions. Like, you're supposed to only ask questions that you know the answers to.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, you don't push
Yeah.
somebody on a question like that and then get a bomb like that dropped on. And we paid for it. That had to be priced into the market. So I think it makes a difference, yeah. But I think even the smallest bit of money printing on our side just adds to global. Right now, global is ripping. Everybody else is printing. The UK just cut by 25 basis points. Everybody else is almost in full QE.
Yeah, I think I watched a video on TA on that too. They said that the UK currency correlates pretty well with Bitcoin. So when the value of the UK currency goes up, it also brings up the Bitcoin price too. Am I correct on that?
Well, it's because the correlation really is with the Dixie going down and Bitcoin going up, right? When the Dixie goes down, since Bitcoin is denominated in dollars, it takes more dollars to buy each Bitcoin, so the value of Bitcoin goes up with the devaluation of the dollar. But the reason that it works with the with UK is
Euro?
because
Yeah,
the five currencies in the basket, right? The euro, the pound, the yen, the Aussie dollar.
The yen, yeah.
All of those will go up while Bitcoin's going down. While the Dixie's going down. That's what makes the Dixie go down, is everything else outperforming. So yeah, when that basket of currencies goes up against the dollar, then Bitcoin tends to be going up at the same time.
Also, too, I heard you guys discussing about crypto mining earlier.
Mm-hmm.
But Dbloc, do you know what country most of the crypto mining is taking place in?
Geographically or nationality
Geographically.
wise?
Geographically.
I think right now the U.S. has a nice chunk, if not the most,
I think
because
the last I
because
checked,
China banned. I'd have to check.
China did ban.
When China banned, all of their miners moved into the U.S. and moved into other parts of the world. So by
I see.
nationality, Chinese still have the most hash rate.
The most, yeah.
But
the
their
most hash rate.
miners
That's
aren't
crazy.
in
Spread
China.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just, like,
It
spread out
used to
now.
be China had in China had
Yeah,
the
yeah, it was ridiculous. Yeah,
biggest
it was
amount. It's because of their, the cost for mining.
free energy, bro. You know how many years they got
Yeah.
free Bitcoin for?
Yep.
Just using natural resources, dam or
yeah, it wasn't
electronic
only just
runoff.
free energy, it was literally free cooling and everything. Like, it's just not hot there, so for them, they didn't have to do any cooling for their mining systems and servers. It's just open air. They literally just had
That's one of
4
my
walls up.
favorite sort of debt neutral ways that we can acquire Bitcoin. Is taking that 30% runoff that we have on the electrical grid every month and just pushing it through miners. We're already getting it. It's the energy is going to nowhere. It's just it's gone. We can't store it. 30% of it in most cities is just runoff. I know on the East Coast grid, that's what they were saying. So just redirecting that towards some miners, government miners using free electricity, be the smartest and easiest thing to do, in my opinion. And
Like a
then sell off some
reinvestment
of that.
plan, right?
Yeah, and then sell off some of that.
Yeah.
It's not honestly, it wouldn't even be reinvestment because it doesn't cost you any more money. That's money that you're flushing down the toilet every month. It literally, what would cost you the money is just the infrastructure, right?
Yeah.
Acquiring the miners, building the buildings, and that'll pay
Building
back for itself.
the units.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Miners with free electricity is just there's the cheat code. You can't beat that. You guys saw that vice principal, middle school, I think it was in Minnesota or something, had a Bitcoin mining rig between the walls of the school and was running it off the school electricity. Yeah, bro, it was crazy.
What?
Yeah, bro, Google it. He
I remember seeing
there
that.
was
Yeah,
like
we
a
were laughing.
crawl space for that I guess was for where you put the mops and shit, whatever, and he had like this
Yeah.
false wall and he had a whole mining
That's
rig going.
crazy.
Yeah.
Bro, that's just like what's it the Inside Man.
Yeah, the school district budget treasury's probably
You
like wondering
imagine.
like the electric bills like way out.
Yeah.
Like,
They
yo,
were
why
like,
is
we
this
don't know
electric bill
what's going
spiking?
on in this school, but
Man, we
yeah.
had to cut funds from the football team because like
For
our electric
real.
bill is
You're
just
gonna get found. You're gonna get found out. It's like having like an indoor grow lab or something like that. Doesn't go unnoticed.
We
That's
can't have a team bus
hilarious.
no more. I gotta get y'all parents gotta take y'all to the game.
Vice principal is driving a Bentley to school.
Yeah, for real.
I did hear about that. Dang, that's hilarious.
You should
That's
you
wild.
look it up because they had pictures of the whole setup and everything. It was funny.
Oh
That's
wow.
funny. I definitely look at that up.
That should look like a serious fire hazard too, bro. It was like that school could have burned down at any time.
In the name of Bitcoin.
You know what's
You gotta
funny?
res-
There's
yeah,
stories
go.
that you follow, so I don't know and I always forget the guy's name. That he lost he has a server that they threw away, and he claims to have, I think, over 1,000 Bitcoin, and so he's been paying. This is in California. He's been paying to like go to their dump, and now
Yeah,
he's trying to
Oh
get.
his
yeah,
wife
yep.
left
I
him
heard
and all
about
types
it.
of shit.
Yep.
I think he's
I
like
heard about that
15
too.
mil deep into finding it.
Yeah,
That's obsession at that point. Somebody that's close to him has to be like, look, bro, you're
yeah. I
doing
mean,
too
it's
much.
done.
Imagine
Well,
you find it and you can't recover. You finally finds it after all this time and it's just unrecoverable. Because it's been sitting in a landfill for 10 years.
Pirate treasure hunting is a hobby too, Dbloc. You gotta
Yeah,
understand.
yeah. That's true. That's true.
And he's trying to dig up 1,000 Bitcoin, bro. Like that's something right there.
Every year it just
Yeah.
gets worse and worse.
There was that guy that he was in World War One, and he had told one of his grandkids that he had found a bag of diamonds and buried it under this tree in France or something like that. And dude, it took him 10 years, but he found it.
Oh wow.
And then the worst part about it is he was like in court because it was like a couple of $100 million worth of diamonds.
That's the thing, though. A bag of diamonds is always going to be a bag of. It might not be a bag of diamonds. It'll just be a pile of diamonds. But the diamonds are always going
Yeah.
to be diamonds.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, he was tied up in court because you know how countries, claim stuff and things like that. But yeah, I mean, he found them. 10 years, bro. 10 years of. I mean, that takes a lot to not give up, man.
And they got the U.S. Coast Guard on this guy, dude. This story is crazy, man. He said he cost the high school about $17,500 in electricity. And had been running from April to December 21st,
See,
2021.
the question is, how much did he made out of that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Was it even worth it for him to pay back?
Was it
You know?
Massachusetts, Dbloc? Massachusetts?
It was something with an M, yeah. Yeah. CM, those orders up top, I believe, are market maker trying to keep this. We'll try to stay within this weekend trap. I've seen them just pop up 85 and like 84.8, something like that. We'll cut through these liquidations and they'll try to hit the brakes at the top of this weekend trap. Maybe a slight deviation above, but I think between those white sort of marks is where our target is.
Man said a janitor noticed temporary ductwork that looked amiss.
Yeah, there's 630 Bitcoin at 849 and 674 at 85. So there's a bit of a range they're gonna try to hold here.
It's a nice range, though.
Like
It's a
every other
nice range.
weekend. Nice and predictable.
Well, I mean, Sundays, the past 2 Sundays have been brutal, man. Like I haven't been trading crypto. I've been trading stock. But I mean, the past 2 Sundays, man, pretty volatile for a Sunday.
Gotta remember, once CME closes on Sunday, it might as well be Monday.
Yep.
Saturday night's really where things have gotten spicy recently, yeah. Arigato, what's going on, brother? Do I think Sui will pump? That's like an open-ended question. Do I think it'll pump? Yes. Do I think it'll pump in the next 24 hours? Let's see. I'm good, brother. Looks good. It's above its 50 on the hourly. It's got to get above its 200. Hopefully it already put in the right side of this W. But we do have some vector underneath. So what you want to do is you want to make sure that you invalidate this this bear flag here. Which means if you pump, you got to pump above 223. Or else you still have a risk of coming down. That measured move would take us down through that vector if it was to break. And so you're still sort of not out of hot water. That measured move would bring you to a double bottom. Loaded with another 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate you, brother. Right. So either this is the bottom and we pop up and we get above 22, 225 and hold, or the right side of that W is going to be underneath $2. That being said, I think Sui underneath $2 is a deal. Is a deal that you can't refuse if you're into Sui anyways. Last time we said that was when Sui was underneath $1. Like any price Sui underneath $1 is a gift, and we ended up getting like 70 cents, 65 cents.
So is there a thing about Sui could be like the next kind of soul kind of thing?
I've been running. I mean, just if you look at on-chain metrics and you look at sort of the way it's acted, even in even sentiment wise. But technically too, I think it is. I think it's sold in the last bull market.
Okay.
Right. So it has that nice explosive year, but its biggest run is yet to come, which would be our next cycle, which would be the run that Soul had this cycle. So yeah, every last penny I make on Sui is earmarked to go back in at the bottom, 1,000%.
Did anybody catch so the OM price action?
Hmm.
OM when
Oh,
Mantra
I know. I was
died.
humping.
No, I didn't catch the first move, but I did catch the when it bounced. I caught it at 115.
The 3x it got
And
off
that
the
was
bottom when it bounced.
yeah. Well, but I caught the short, and
Oh,
then
okay, okay.
so yeah, I caught the short. I think I was fully out at 60 cents. And then I actually ran along at 53. I'm still in it. My stop, I'm half out, and I put a stop loss at I think like let me check real quick because I was thinking of even moving that. Yeah, it's my stop is at 59 cents. Like I said, I'm out 50% of the trade. So, but I mean, for me, I think there's liquidity at 55 cents. So, maybe we'll probably test that again.
Let's go, Betty. Let's go. Let's go. Blue vectors.
I'm waiting for Sui BTC to get down to these levels before I really fill my bag completely. We're not there yet. We're showing weakness on the weekly.
Damn it, Dbloc, why you always gotta be so bad?
I'm not. It's just the Sui money isn't in USD. It's in BTC right now.
Yeah.
So it's like it doesn't really matter
actually,
what the USD chart is doing. I need this to get to a nice little spot for me.
I was actually just looking at others' dominance divided by BTC dominance. And I saw this exact spot in March where you should have pretty much ditched your altcoins completely and just left them alone. Had I done that,
Hey, I'm with you, man.
my
My plan was
portfolio's be bigger.
yeah. Hey, I'll tell you, I don't even call them altcoins. I call them salt coins at this point. But I mean, I stuck to my plan at least. I'm sticking to my plan. But yeah, next cycle, I'm definitely not doing that.
I
I
sold
won't have
my
the
alts in
exposure.
December, and I came on here and said it, and I got shit for it.
I
They're
mean,
like,
Thor
"All
was
your
another.
alts?" Like, yeah, yeah.
Damn, you had a good sell then, Dbloc. You sold it pretty much at the top.
Yep. The
December was
last thing
another
I
good
got
time to
into, I sold everything into Bitcoin, and then I went into the last sort of risky altcoin play that I did. It all was AI agents after Christmas.
But
Made
can we
good
pick your
money on
brain on
that
that?
and went back to Bitcoin.
What triggered you to sell in December though?
The fact that I knew that chances were, if we retraced, the alts were gonna get smacked a lot harder than Bitcoin was, and B, if I was wrong and we ended up continuing to pump with dominance the way it was looking, Bitcoin was gonna be a stronger play anyways. So I just hedged against my losses by going into Bitcoin instead of going into USD. And then I kept I started buying into on the dip some of the larger governance tokens, right? Your ETH and your Sol and your gas token, so that when dominance does get to the point where I'm willing to take sort of risk on the smaller market cap alts, I already have what I need to buy them with, right? My ERC20s already have my ETH purchased. My Sol coins already have my Sol purchased. And then slowly I'll go, diving down lower on the risk scale. But I mean, if you look at my indicator, my 4-year cycle indicator, and we were talking about this before we even got to it. I mean, when I first pulled up this indicator,
Yes.
let's get rid of that. this. Go to the weekly. So when I first showed this indicator, I said these green bars are de-risking levels, right? So these are levels where all the money that you've made on alts, all the money that you've made on Bitcoin at this point, you need to start locking in. Not getting out of the market, but de-risking. So once we got into our first sort of de-risk level, I took all of my alts, actually before on the first top, which was, early mid-January, right around these ranges. I took all of my alts and I put them all into Bitcoin. And Bitcoin still dropped, obviously, right? Could have just sold the Bitcoin and, whatever. But I didn't take nowhere near as big of a hit as I did if I would have sat in alts. I mean, alts gave everything back at that point. For the most part, bear market lows for some. I mean, alts are down here. Some are even lower.
Some of the OGs hit all-time lows, man. Gala hit an all-time low.
Some are even lower. So now what it gives me the opportunity to do is take that Bitcoin that I turned all that into and then cycle that Bitcoin back into these alts that are now down at these levels. But for that, I need to watch the Bitcoin, the Bitcoin pair chart, right? Because I'm not using USD to buy them. I'm using Bitcoin to buy them. And if they're still bleeding on the if they're still bleeding on the Bitcoin pair, then that means they're still getting cheaper for me in Bitcoin. Even if they're going up in USD value, people are like, oh, well, Sui's up 20% from the bottom. Yeah, not in BTC value, it isn't.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm still getting more Sui for my Bitcoin by waiting here. Now, if I was sitting in stables, then I'd be paying more attention, obviously, to the USDT chart. Because USDT, your USDT pair can go up while your Bitcoin pair bleeds. But once you start denominating in Bitcoin, charts like this become way more important.
So,
right? So
during the bear market,
how can I excuse putting my Bitcoin back into Ethereum while it's doing this?
Yeah, that's ugly, bro. That thing is just.
You were saying, bro?
Yeah. So during this bear market, upcoming bear market, because you pretty much explained earlier that even BlackRock they're already planning for it, so they do know and do configure in a bear market. Would it be a good time to start to accumulate into Bitcoins at all, like low Bitcoin pricing?
That's the game. The game 1000% is at the bottom of the bear market, start accumulating as much Bitcoin as possible.
Yeah, so our altcoins will be dumping it out, and then we'll just reaccumulate back to Bitcoin, let it slowly cook back up. Am I right?
Yeah, and once you've got all that Bitcoin, now your purchasing power is in Bitcoin.
Yeah,
which means you can't
I got
panic when you go up 10% on the USD or 10x on the USD pair, 5x on the USD pair, if you're still getting more coin by selling your Bitcoin.
I got you.
When
That's
stables
what you're
first
gonna be
came out,
using.
it screwed a lot of people up. So when before we were able to trade on stables, we had to trade pairs. And stables were kind of seen as a relief. I can take profit, keep it in crypto, but not have to worry about price fluctuations. I can actually go walk the dog and, you know what I mean, play with the kids or something. But what people realized is that they got to the top of the bull market and they had all these stables. And when they went to buy their Bitcoin, they're like, wait a minute. Got way less Bitcoin than I would have had. Right. So while they gained USD value, they lost Bitcoin value. And somehow we've lost that. Somehow it doesn't matter to people, I guess. But when you do the math, it just, makes all the sense in the world.
I got you. So since you've been doing that, Dbloc, my question to you is, if it's okay, if you if you're uncomfortable to answer, you could just say so. But since you're not actually taking it out, you're reinvesting it back into the crypto market. How does it look on your taxes?
Oh,
You
you
don't get
still
taxed
have
for
to.
anything since
No, you still get taxed for every increase in value. It doesn't
even
have
though
to
you're
go to
reinvesting
stables.
it back
Yeah.
into.
Yeah, unless I do it through the LLC, and then that's a whole different set of sort of rules.
I see. I see. I see. You're still having to pay for every sellout that you actually sell out. Am I correct? Even though you.
Every increase, yes. If I
Okay.
had $5 worth of anything and I traded in and I now have $12 worth of something, then I owe taxes on those $7
Gotcha. Gotcha.
at whatever rate, depending on how long I held it, whether it's short term or long term capital gains or whatever.
So it doesn't matter if you pocket that money back in or if you reinvest in the crypto market, your taxes, you're still going to get taxed on your profit.
Yep.
Your profit margins.
Yep. Not a bad idea to get into the habit of taking 10% of your gains at all times and putting it to the side for taxes. Just makes it more convenient at the end of the year when you already have sort of that escrow account for taxes sitting there. I don't do it. I'm guilty. I don't do it, but it does make it easier.
AD, was it you? I don't. I'm trying to remember where you can look at the paired liquidity of an asset. Like if its paired liquidity is with Bitcoin or ETH. I don't know if it was you who get. I was trying to find that website the other day.
You should. I mean, you could. I think you can find that right on CoinMarketCap. Or at least I know it used to be.
I'll look at CoinMarketCap.
Yeah, I got my homie on looking at Bitcoin pairing with all these alts. He was in the game years before I was. He didn't even know about these, and I started showing him some of his coins that he had. Started showing the BTC pair, and it totally just like flipped his head upside down. He was just like, "Oh shit!" And
It's a
he's got
lost art.
even yeah, and to be honest, you bought like that's what he mainly looks at now. He's like, I don't care about the USD price. Like he's like, look at this pair. Look.
Good.
Yeah, he that's his mainstay now. Like that's how he look, and he doesn't trade or nothing. He just buy a spot and chills. But yeah, he focuses on those BTC pairs, man.
So look, sometimes this makes it easier for people, right? 1/ETH BTC. So 1 over or 1 divided by ETH BTC. Right? Look at how parabolic this is going. So let me overlay Bitcoin just to show you something. So this is Bitcoin. This was Bitcoin's bottom right here. That was wrong tool. That was 15K on Bitcoin. Let's say you had 15K, right? And you were like, I'm either going to buy Ethereum or I'm going to buy Bitcoin. I'm either going to buy what would have been 12 Ethereum. You would have been able to buy 12.5 Ethereum. Nice little hit. Or you would have been able to buy 1 Bitcoin. Let's assume you bought the Ethereum. Right now, you still have your 12.4 Ethereum you haven't sold. You picked it up at the bottom. You made a great buy. You're still feeling comfortable, right? If you would have bought Bitcoin, you could sell that Bitcoin today for 53 Ethereum. You could have missed the very bottom on Ethereum completely, bought it at what's, halfway through the cycle, even more, and have 4x your Ethereum amount. So if you're holding Bitcoin right now and you're considering buying Ethereum, then this has to find the top, right? You've got to, like, you know, maybe you can afford 60 Ethereum tomorrow.
Yeah.
And all that matters at the end of the day isn't where you bought it, it's how many coins you have when you get to the top and you press sell.
That's right.
So, yeah, big difference between 12 Ethereum and 53 Ethereum.
Heck yeah.
And not having to do anything. I'm talking about buying and just walking away from the market and showing back up today. And you can do that with, with any coin. Like if you do one over Doge BTC. Oh, that's not where we do it. We do it over here. One over Doge BTC. At the bottom of the bull market, you would have been able to buy 135,000 Doge, 134,000 Doge, or one Bitcoin. Today, you could sell that one Bitcoin for 531,000 Doge. And still be Doge Army, right? You're not betraying Doge. You're not, you just end up with more Doge.
Yep.
And that's the game. You buy your Bitcoin, you wait for your Bitcoin chart to top out and get the absolute most you can for that alt, and then you buy that alt. And then you switch back to your regular Doge BTC chart. And it'll start to pump.
Kind of a holding spot for Doge.
Yeah, it needs
Yeah,
to.
how's that Doge looking to you? Yeah, how's that Doge looking to you, Dbloc?
I mean, the
As
BTC
crazy as
pair
it sounds,
looks
it's
more
performed.
decent than anything
Yeah, it's
else,
performed
honestly.
better than some real projects or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So
Doge is a real project. It's the Department of Government Efficiency.
yeah. No, I mean,
yeah. Gotcha.
You don't see this type of year after year performance in a lot of coins. Pretty nice. Even the Doge BTC pair, for the most part, does something that you don't see. Man, look at the Doge BTC pair over the years. Nothing gains ground on BTC like that. Like, you're significantly higher, you know what I mean, than you. Most charts go up, peak, and then they come down, and then they just do this sort of drawn out.
Yeah, bottom move, correct?
Yeah. Like, let's pick an old coin like
I mean,
ADA
honestly,
BTC.
I mean, I'm not a pattern guy, but I mean, that looks like it's trying to print a bull flag, man.
Right. ADA BTC, their first year is when they're their most explosive against Bitcoin, right? And then every other year after that, it just gets less and less and less and less. Right? But when you look at Doge BTC, and there's a couple other ones too, like BNB BTC is also like that. At Doge BTC, it's like, nope. New highs against Bitcoin, you really don't see that often.
Me and Kwai were looking at the charts the other day. Do you think that Doge has a chance this bull run to make new all-time highs? This bull run? It is still the #1 meme coin on the chart.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have Elon for the most part. I mean, that's a big sort of catalyst we had before, and nothing this man says right now seems to make a difference. Look at
we actually had a
BNB BTC
discussion
real quick, just to show you. This is what CZ does to an altcoin chart.
BNB, I mean, my sister's hardcore into BNB, man, and what a move, you know. Like, and I'm the one who told her to do that. I was like, this is easy. You don't have to be following. And yeah, she's murdering it.
This is the first sort of like crack in the shield that we see. But that's nuts. For that to be a BNB pair, that's crazy. But going back to Doge, there isn't
Thing
many
is,
technical reasons why it can't, right? And the holy grail, obviously, that everybody wants is that dollar, that Doge to $1, right?
Yeah, that's yeah.
That's it. That is it.
But me and Quad were looking at the charts, and Doge has actually been struggling so much in that 30 cent range.
Well, it took it
So
a while to come back and grab, this move up to 50 cents or whatever. Like, I was screaming from the top of the hills that these vectors had to be paid for, and it's taken time to do it, but for the most part, that's been taken care
pretty
of.
much, yeah.
So yeah,
It's
so
pretty
this drop, I mean, and it's not dissimilar to what we did here, right? Put up huge
Not at all.
vectors, came back, wicked into the
Same.
bottoms of it.
Just a little bit bigger.
We just keep doing the same thing here. Came back, never went too much further, right? Maybe
Around,
wicked underneath the
higher lows.
vectors, but for the most part. So for me, it doesn't disqualify a further run. 3618,
lower low since June
4618.
22.
Yeah, we were talking about it quite. You remember, like it's not gonna. I think we said that the bottom, which was that exactly 13 cents, is probably is the bottom. I don't think it's gonna.
I think there's a good chance that 13 cents could have been the bottom. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually checked out the weekly chart, and it looks like it's breaking out of the downtrend. The RSI is actually starting to curve back up too, so I think it's actually the bottom of Doge is already in.
Possible, yeah. Now the question is, do we think it can get to $1? And so what we're looking at is from here, we'd be looking at a 6x gets you to $1.
Yeah, 6x. Yeah, to get to $1. Yeah, I think me and Kwai was talking about it. It was literally a whole 6x
that's
to get
quite
to
a that's
$1.
quite an ask.
It is.
We're kind of being modest, but around like 30 to 35 cents because it's really that's the area it struggles with the most. If it breaks through that again, then
then we have a move up. But do you remember what the market cap we calculated? I think you said it was like 1.4 bill, right? Or whatnot.
No,
Just to
154 billion.
Yeah,
we would
154
need
billion.
to get to $1.
Yes, to actually get it to $1.
Actually, it might be even more now. It
What
might be even higher.
hold on, because that's not undoable for Doge.
Yeah, because isn't it very inflammatory? The Doge, doesn't it print
Inflationary,
a
you mean?
stupid amount? Yeah. Sorry,
Yeah.
Inflationary.
Hold on a second. What did we top out at last time?
100
we
billion.
topped out at 74 bill.
74. Well,
Yeah.
it will be a new all time, so.
Yeah, but it's all going to depend on the market cap that comes in, right? Are we going to a 6 trill market cap or are we going to a 10 trill market cap? Right? If we go to a 10 trill market cap, I think Doge can do it. If we go to a 6 trill market cap, we're looking at maybe matching or maybe getting up to like 100 bill.
So something around.
That chart's lying. The market cap was like 98 billion. Like if you look
Was
at
it?
the actual Doge market cap on TradingView, it shows 98 billion.
Oh, it shows the max cap at 98.
Yeah, I just wanted to know if it had broke 100 or not.
D, if you go to
I don't think it actually
coin,
had.
if you go to the coin perspective, it'll show you with its its inflammation rate and all that stuff. It'll tell you what the market cap has to do to get $1.
Doge needs some ibuprofen.
I'll take a look. I'll take a look at it.
Man, got that inflammation though.
Yeah, inflation. I'm sorry.
You good, hey, you good, baby. You good, baby. You good.
Sorry, I'm on my second scotch here. I'm chilling. It's my.
Yeah.
We understand you. We understand.
Yeah, we know exactly. We know what you're talking
That's why we're laughing.
I could take a couple ibuprofen myself, bro. I'm not gonna hold you.
Gotta keep that inflammation down.
Yeah.
I don't know why we're slow walking this. Like everybody in this room knows market maker's gonna at least grab these liquidations up to the weekend trap. I know he's trying to fool.
I was gonna try to get a trade in, but by the time I got back, it was too late. It would just be FOMO at this point.
Boredom is
Waiting for
more
a bigger
like it.
retest. Yeah, well, that's another. I kind of have been itching to make a trade, but I know those are times where like it's probably not the best to be trading anyway.
Oh yeah, Dbloc. I heard you said something earlier about the 25th. You said global M2 is gonna bottom out on the 25th. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I mean,
Earlier?
if we're just concentrating on M2 solely, then it is.
Does that mean that the market has one more less chance to take a low dip right there
Well, I'll show you
before it bottoms out?
Well, the last dip I'm worried about is here. So this high, right, which was our, so we had that, we were watching that rally that we knew would fail.
Yeah,
This was
yeah,
way
yep.
before, right?
Yep.
So we had the
That
heads up on that.
abnormally 3-day long.
Yeah, went sideways at the bottom for the most
Yep.
part. We popped up early because of that 90-day pause, but we found our high right on the same day that M2 found its high. And now we're on our weekend sideways. We should get another pop-up, which is why I'm looking for a false move Monday to the top side. And that should be our top until we hit bottom on the 25th. So from the 21st to the 25th, which follows, the structure that I play, right? Weekend trap, false move up, 3 days down.
Gotcha. And that's still following the 105 correlation?
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yep.
How does the 108 look? Is it much of a difference, or does it seem to be
before the pump? What people are doing is that they're trying to every day find what the best correlation is, and anytime that it goes off of correlation, they look for another one that fits better. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I
heard a few people were saying 108 seems to look a little bit more better, but
yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't change much.
Mhm.
If we flip, watch, I'll flip this one to the 108, and you can see what I mean. So it shifts things over a bit.
Oh, it does. It does shift it too much, I think.
I think what they like is that like this fits a little bit. People just micromanaging the recent price action, and we should be concentrating
you.
on like the bigger ones, right? But
Yep.
it doesn't give us that high on the day it was supposed to.
It doesn't. Yep.
There's just certain things
It does
that
shift
I think,
it over a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I still now seeing it because I was asking if Kwai had the same the sandbox like you did.
Yeah.
But he didn't have it either, so I
They stopped.
didn't get a chance to look at
They
it.
took it off TradingView.
Yeah.
Apparently, Doran has the source code.
I mean, you can, because he was probably one of the people that downloaded it early when I told you guys download that shit.
I didn't expect them to take it off that quickly though.
Bro, as soon as that alpha started playing out, they were like, "Oh."
It was crazy because you talked about it. You brought it up, and I think it was within 2 days. I went to go look for it, and then after 2 days, I couldn't find it anymore. It was taken off.
Yeah, same here.
When I downloaded it, it only had 3 downloads. That was the 4th download. And then the highest I saw the number get before I didn't see it anymore was at like 6 downloads.
So, does this sandbox say anything about May 27th?
May 27th?
Weekend dip right there?
May 27th is the bottom of like a small correction.
You have an event on that day?
It's like a high or low. Yeah, I kind of went in deep and did some work with like Elliott waves and speed lines and stuff like that. I can share. I can share it if you want.
It looks like May 21st to May 27th is a bit of a downtrend.
Isn't the 27th the Bitcoin conference?
I have no idea. Where are they doing it this year? Vegas?
Vegas.
That Nashville shit must have been boring as hell, bro. They were like, you know what? We can't go back to Miami because we talk so much shit. Let's go to Vegas.
Go to Vegas so you can spend your crypto there too while you're waiting
A bunch of
at the
maxis
convention.
that don't want to spend their Bitcoin at a casino. That'd be hilarious to watch, bro.
Damn. Let me see if I can bring my chart.
Yeah,
up.
it's
The
May
casinos at
27th.
Vegas, they're gonna have to step up their game. Allow you to trade your crypto for chips.
It's May 27th to 29th. Bitcoin conference this year in Vegas.
That makes sense, bro, because they always sell off before they go party.
There you go. Yep. May 27th
Yeah, they're gonna
to 29th.
they're gonna dump on us, and then they're gonna let the market bottom out while they're gone.
They're gonna dump on
Come back
somebody.
and scoop it back up.
Not gonna be me.
Dang,
All
October
right,
28th,
so-
they're having Blockchain Live 2025 in Dubai. Blockchain Live.
That sounds like a lot more of a, yeah, that sounds like fun. Some of the other crypto conferences, like the DeFi ones, or the gaming ones, or even the NFT ones, they're way more fun than a Bitcoin conference, bro. You want to go to
CoinFest
Bitcoin
Asia.
conference one just to get it out of the way, and just to say you did it, cool. But
Hey, Dbloc, I was just wondering that sandbox that you had pulled
Yeah.
up earlier. What month is the peak of the bull run? Did you happen to
now
see?
you're getting into the juiciness. That's how you're supposed to be thinking about it. Through right now.
Yeah,
This is
we all
showing
gotta
us the
think about an
future.
exit plan. There you go.
So
if it's showing us the future,
we had
gotta look
started
into
seeing
the.
that weakness here in July, right? Going into
Yeah.
the summer months, end of the summer months or whatever. And we were worried because we broke structure here. We're like, wow, okay, could this be, But then we've done nothing but make higher highs since then. So now we're moving into August. Now we're getting into where I'm already, like I've already said, and I've been saying it for years now. August, September, October, I'm heavily de-risking, taking profits.
Mm-hmm.
So
And that's
now
the
it's
beginning of
giving me
August.
a little bit of
That's the-
confidence that it's at least going to get us to August. By the time we get to where we were just talking about Bitcoin conference, I think we'll have enough to be able to see where the top is. If this shit plays out, do you know how amazing it's going to be 105 days out and see this shit topping out?
future.
You know what I mean? Not that there won't be, because there's always. So what happens is the global liquidity will start to run out and drain out, right? But
Yeah.
the uptick in price that we got from this move creates a wealth effect. And now everybody up here has a big bag of money. And they don't want the party to be over yet. So while this will start to go down and Bitcoin will start to top out, you'll see memes take a run, gaming take a run, AI take a run. Like one last speculative push, the most dangerous push of all of them. And you can easily 2-3x your entire account if done properly, or you can lose it all. Like I'm talking about getting to the top of the bull market,
And then mag dumping.
taking
right.
profits, and then trying to double dip and get into. It's a dangerous game, but there is money to be made there.
Wow. But you know what that means, right, Dbloc? That if it actually follows that sandbox chart for this run, that means the next run, man, we already know we got a pattern to follow.
Yeah. I mean, the list of tools that we got, bro, I'll be completely honest with you. If you don't catch at least the bottom within at least 10, 20%, and the top, at
Yeah.
least, 1x off the top, then you're just not paying attention and doing it right.
because you know when you get one run like that, it's just one run. But when you get two runs exactly following the same pattern, man, now you got a whole like cookie cutter pattern
Well, it's like we've
to
always
follow
looked at
through.
M2. Like, you know, we were looking at M2 when it first started to come in because I mean everything was just sideways. The world was sideways at this point. It wasn't until we started really injecting, you know, and then creating new highs or whatever. But the part of it that I think is important for me, that was important for me, is this was cool getting a little heads up on this, but this has made it easier for me to explain to people that the bull market's not over.
Yeah, that is true. That
Like
is true.
that's what's really,
And
that's why it's really helped, because
yeah,
I think it's brought peace to a lot of people who were, you
it.
know,
I'll be
Twitter
honest
was
with you
going
too.
crazy, making everybody
Yep,
think this shit was done. And then you got all those
exactly.
old guys saying it's not time yet, but maybe this time is different. You know what I mean? And there's a million
Yeah.
reasons. Next
I'll be
time,
honest with you. When you brought up the sandbox, I was in what I was in majority of the because everybody everywhere online was saying that the bear it's bear market, you know.
mhm.
But seeing this sandbox when you first brought it up actually like renewed me, you know, just renewed my faith. Like,
The
okay,
problem is that
it's actually not over,
the
you know.
problem is that every bull market is different, right? So, you know, this time is different is like a meme, but this time is always different. The problem is that there's always something to point at. Like this time is different because we never had institutions, we never had BlackRock, we never had this, we never had that, and it's like, yeah, all those things are true, but the base beneath the 4-year cycle is the global liquidity cycle. And unless all of those things you're talking about are going to affect the global liquidity cycle, then it's just noise.
Hmm.
It should really be called the 4-year global liquidity cycle, which is what it is. Problem is when we're on an uptick on that liquidity, then risk assets become, you know, favorable, and Bitcoin happens to be the best risk asset. So its cycle revolves around it. Yeah, Ray, is it that obvious? Ray said ADHD.
Dominant sliding a little bit more for us here. Let the alts have some fun this weekend. It is Easter weekend. Mm-hmm.
That's some golden eggs, you know. Help out the alts a little bit.
Yeah.
Neve, I think a lot of people weren't interested in buying Trump until the unlock. Like, even if you were interested, you were probably waiting until the unlock. Now, market
Dbloc
maker
have
doesn't go. Market maker doesn't go for your entries, your exits. Market maker goes for the last point in the chart that he provided liquidity. Right. Exchanges now. Exchanges are the ones that are targeting your entries, your exits, and at times they'll use market maker if they can't afford to make the move. But market maker's main goal is to get back to that last vector that he provided liquidity in. Like they just want to get their money back. Market maker, the patterns, the retail patterns that we see for the most part are drawn by market maker. They're not really drawn to fake you out, right? Look at it. Think of it this way: if retail patterns were drawn to fake you out, then they wouldn't have success rates, right? They wouldn't even be a thing. Retail patterns are made to manipulate you to trade in the direction that the pattern tells you, so that market maker can get to a point that he provided liquidity to without having to add money. He's basically using you for gas money to get up to where he needs to go to. But when you talk about leverage traders, yeah, they're targets. And it's not like it's personal, but they're targets because when you clip a liquidation, you've got a market buy or sell. Right? So it adds liquidity. It's the same thing. It's like free gas money.
All right, so I got some TA. If you guys are interested,
Go ahead, bro.
hop on my chart.
Why? Is it bullish or bearish?
Just neither really. It kind of just is like I'm gonna start with something a little bit more local. It's more bullish. It's more bullish than bearish, I think. It's with more macro. But like with this more local stuff here,
I already like the
it,
fact that I see your Bitcoin's above 110.
what the here?
Yeah.
Well, so I'm just drawing this fib speed fan. And so like it looks like we're having trouble with this 382. This is just on like the capital com chart. I don't know why it looks different on this chart than it does on every other chart. But you have that, and then you also have your um this sort of 382 resistance level here that it's kind of been struggling with. So it's weird that that lines up in the same spot pretty much. Like that the 382 um fan lines up with the 382 fib. I figured it was lining up a little bit better before. I don't know exactly how I had it, but yeah. That's just sort of like that line that I think we need to get by. Like we need to get past that. Like when you look at it sort of on the weekly, it kind of keeps coming up to that zone and then
Interesting. Yeah,
rejecting.
it's yeah. And generally,
But
I'm sorry, Qui-Gon. Go ahead, brother. My bad, man.
well, that was just the one sort of local thing that I have. The real chart that I wanted to show was sort of over here, which, and this is why I was asking Dbloc about the money supply thing, because this is going to be this is going to be kind of a crazy chart. Here, let me actually get rid of some of this stuff because actually no, I think I'll leave it because it's relevant.
Hey, Qui-Gon, if you go to your object tree, you can just hide it and still keep it on your chart.
Yeah, I know. It's like I don't know what to hide at the moment though. Is the problem. Yeah, I guess I can hide this. Then I'll hide this. What the but basically what I was doing was D-Block, are you watching?
Yeah, I'm here.
Alright, so I know how much you love Elliott waves. So I looked at I looked into a little bit about like a wave 5 extension because I'm trying to get a count where I can actually say that this is not a full wave count and that we're going down and that the bear market started. Because technically speaking, it kind of almost is. Like this is sort of a full wave count. But when I started looking into wave 5 extensions, actually first before I get into that, I just want to show that basically these lines here, so these white lines, they're not really trend lines. They're speed lines. So for it's like the amount of time that is spent from a bottom to a top, basically.
The angle of the dangle.
So, yeah, the angle of the dangle, exactly. So, we kind of have been seeing a pattern here from local bottom to local top. And what I found was we go up, and then this same speed line. So this line here, like I basically took it from this consolidation, but wrong thing. This white line, I basically took it from this consolidation. It's really basically the same time span. Hold on, am I on logarithmic? I'm not. That's why everything's screwed up. Hold on a second. Let me fix this. I need to be on log. All right, so this now it'll match up better. See how this speed line basically the same as these two?
Mm-hmm.
Same time frame from bottom to top. And then this speed line, oh my god. Keep grabbing the wrong thing. This speed line, top to bottom. Top to bottom. So having that theory in mind, right? Like we kind of have been seeing this pattern where it's like 169 days up and then 145 days down, 169 days up, 145 days down, 169 days up. So I'm wondering 145 days down. The problem with figuring out where the 145 days ends is the fact that we've got sort of this double top pattern, which also one more thing that I want to mention since we're up in that price range is I took this whole fib, this whole trend base fib from the bottom of the 2018 bear market to the top of the 2021 bull down to the bottom of 22 bear, and you hit the 618 extension, and that's where we got that double top. So that's something that's sort of a bearish look that I don't like about it, but I'm not gonna give it too much. I'm not gonna let it live in my head too much. The thing that bothers me about it is that we did do that before. I think if you take it from here, this whole bull market down to here, I think it was this one. You see how you almost hit that 618?
Mm-hmm.
Sure did.
And then that was the top of the market. So something happened here. We got screwed up. I forget exactly what. Oh, this is where they opened the
Futures.
the futures long ETF.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what screwed it up. But yeah, so that's sort of what bothers me about the fact that we have this whole big market base trend based fib that you actually hit the 618 already. Oops, did I delete the wrong one? Anyway, yeah, you hit the 618 already for that trend based fib, but that's not really what this is that's not really what I was trying to illustrate here. Basically, to get back to the point is that the double top, I don't know exactly where to start the count for the 145 days down. The first top in December 17th or January 20th. So that's why I was thinking we basically have a zone down here where if it goes down for 145 days, whether it's from the top in December or the top in January, then that should put the bottom, if we were to adhere to the same pattern of 145 days down, it should put the bottom roughly between May 10th and June 13th, which smack dab in the middle of that 17 bars would be May 27th. So that's why I was asking about May 27th. And then this bigger fib speed line sort of lines up nicely with these multiple trend lines that I have going here. Like, because I've got trend lines that match up with multiple bottoms, but they're also sort of running parallel with each other. You can see it up here, like how there's 3 trend lines there. So we're sort of at the 382. We fell through this 382, and then we've also been using that as resistance. This is a speed line, not a trend line, but we've been in this sort of descending channel here. If you can see the yellow. And this 382 that we fell below, so like we fell on the fib fan speed, the red line, we fell below that, came up, tested it as resistance. And then, so ignore the white lines because they're not really trend lines, but the red line, 236, dropped below it, came up, tested it as resistance. Fell, tried to hold the 382, but ended up falling below it. Now when we're coming up again, if you look really close, this orange line here, this diagonal orange line, that's what we're meeting as resistance at the top of the descending channel here. So that's why I'm thinking, okay, if this is I don't think it's going to break out right now. You know, like I think we're going to come down for another month or potentially two. We have like a summer lull type thing, and then we go up after that, starting the final leg up with 169 days, which conveniently puts you in November of 2025. November, December 2025, which is supposed to be the end of the 4-year cycle. And so, I mean, that's kind of a convenient thing, unless it's like a left translated cycle. But these speed lines are kind of telling a story where, and with the whole Elliott wave, you've got your wave 1, wave 2 retracement, wave 3 is bigger than wave 1, so it's not the shortest wave. You've got a wave 4 did not come below the top of wave 1. Then you've got this wave 5 here, where you kind of got your double top. But if we get an extension, I was trying to read into it a little bit, and some people were saying that it's basically, it would be the length of wave 1 would be your extension. And I was trying to get some like some insights on like what kind of fibs we could get to as well. But then some people were saying that if the wave 5 does extend, then it should be the length of wave 1 and wave 3 together. So I don't know if that just means that these, like, 2 of these lines, like those lines times 2, or if it's taking the whole wave 1, 2, and 3 speed line together. So, but I mean, if that was the case, and we did get something more explosive towards the end of this year, then that's what. Oh, well, I'd have to bring it from back here, because this is the end of wave 4. So wave 5, this whole thing would be wave 5. So this would only be the first half of wave 5, and this would be a wave 5 extension up to here, which, I mean, I guess that being more explosive, like 230K, which I still think that it could hit 237K, or even 160K, is a little bit more modest. Most people are not even believing that. But I think that the logarithmic regression band is up here somewhere. I think, oh, let me see if I can bring it up, because I think that it's up there. Yeah, like 160 area. That would be the top of the logarithmic regression on the weekly. Is that 160 area, and it has been tending. I don't know if they're taking it, if all of this has been fitted into the model, or this model or whatever, but apparently that's about where it is that 160K area.
Yeah.
Then you've got the 1.618 is 173. But I mean, if we get this whole big wave 5 extension, you could even see, I think, like the 230s by December of 2025 potentially, if we get this bigger wave 5 extension and it is a blow off. And that's if I'm starting at the wave 5 from the bottom of wave 4. This would be the bigger scenario, I think.
If that happens, say like a little bit over 200, 230 range, what would the market cap of, like, what would be the market cap, of BTC at that point?
I think
I've got it at 150. I've got it
trillion.
at 6 trillion, and breaking
Okay.
200K. We have to get above 10 trillion total market cap
To get above
So that'd be
200K?
Yeah.
5 trillion
Okay.
for BTC, or is it 4.5 or something?
6 trillion total, and it'll be probably at about 50% dominance at that point, if not a little bit higher. So you're looking at Not like 3 to 4. It all depends
Well,
on if we buy a single Bitcoin. We buy a single Bitcoin. If the U.S. government buys one single Bitcoin and puts it in that reserve, price is gonna go crazy. I think we're looking at double-digit market cap at that.
Well, so this is why I don't think we're breaking out yet, because we haven't had that much time down here. Like, so I think if I go back to the daily, sorry that my chart is so messy, by the way. There's just like a lot of, like, I went full
It's okay. Huh? It's all good.
full conspiracy on this one. How do we delete that? So these last time we had the SMA death cross on the daily, we were excuse me, we were below the 200 daily SMA for 35 days. We didn't close above, we didn't, so last time we had the death cross, from the date of the death cross, it took 35 days for the first candle to close back above the 200 SMA. And then this other one over here, we had this death cross on August 10th, and it took, oh, well, I guess these ones kind of closed above it, but I guess this one closed above it earlier, but you could kind of say that that kind of got rejected. But I think like 40, so about 47 days before you really were able to get above it and then hold a higher low, like hold a more macro higher low. So if we just got a death cross and it increased by, so the first one was 35, the second one was 47. So that's an increase of 12. Right, so the date of the death cross, 47 plus 12 is 59, which also puts you sometime in June. So like maybe June before we can really actually durably close above the 200 daily SMA again. If this sort of follows the same model. So what I'm kind of thinking, what I'm kind of proposing here is we reject from the top of this channel and we come down and maybe even put in one more like slightly lower low, or and then it sort of goes sideways and we start to build higher lows around this 0.5, and then we sort of start to take off from there. But what's confusing still again is the double top area and knowing which one to count the 45 days down from. So I don't think we're exactly ready to break out just yet. I think we've spent some time below the, like maybe a month or two below the 200 SMA.
That takes us a little
And then we
further
can,
in time than I would agree with the bottom being like by a month. That would mean that global M2 is pumping and Bitcoin hasn't moved. It's making a new low while global M2 is pumping. I'm not saying it's not possible, but
even if we came and bottom out, so say May 17th was a higher low, like sort of like right here where we had that capitulation and put in a higher low. I'm thinking if we had one more drop, held here, put in a slightly higher low, maybe makes a bullish divergence, and then May 17th we put in a higher low, and then we like make like a W and just start to freaking rip from there. We go into like our last big final leg for Bitcoin. And then if Bitcoin tops out, I'm pretty sure that like the altcoins will still have like even if Bitcoin tops out in Q4, I'm pretty sure that the altcoins will still have a couple of months to run if the actual rotation happens, like into ETH and then into the like smaller cap altcoins at that point. Because I think that sort of, hang on, let me just put others up here, because I think that that kind of lagged. I mean, well, I guess the altcoins topped out sort of at the same time, but I think there was a few that were still running, you know, later on in the cycle. And I think just the market cap was decreasing steadily, but and then when Terra Luna happened, everything crashed. But I feel like things were running really hot through these areas, and then like the war happened. Yeah, how about if I take this off on there's dominance. No, that's not what I'm gonna do. Yeah, see how much others dominance was ripping even after. So this was January 22, November, December, January. So like about 3 months. About 3 months after Bitcoin topped was when others dominance topped. So they still had a few months to run, even after Bitcoin put in its macro top and then started to like this whole big distribution pattern. So I think that still gives us enough room like into Q1 potentially for the altcoins. If BTC even like if it takes a while, like because when it makes these moves, it makes these big moves up really fast and then it consolidates for like what feels like forever. But the big moves happen really fast. So I think we can get up here in these areas by Q4 and then so maybe like August is when the altcoins will start to try to run. But I don't know. Anyway, that's sort of my theory for Bitcoin. But the last chart I wanted to show was BTC or others dominance divided by BTC, which I don't know how I missed this because I mean maybe I wasn't looking at these charts together at the same time. But I don't know how I missed this big massive head and shoulders here. And this kind of told you, like, as soon as you lost this macro trend line, not to really touch altcoins. And that was back in April of 2023. So we lost that trend line. And then we also lost the 382. If you look at this, if you take a fib from back here in 2019 up to the top of January 2022, basically others has been losing dominance to Bitcoin ever since then. And it's just been in this descending channel. But it really started to break down when you lost this trend line. And at the same time, you lost this head and shoulders. Or you broke the neckline for this head and shoulders as well. So if you take a measured move from there for the head, you bring it down to here. Kind of our target is further down at the range lows back from basically the COVID range lows when it comes to dominance, the others divided by BTC dominance. So it stands to reason that like altcoins have not bottomed out until they move down into this area. This is sort of the more bearish part is that we have this descending channel that this has been in. If I sort of line this up so that these bottoms and tops can line up a little better. This descending channel brings you down to not only this 786 level because it's a macro 786 and it would sort of be like really at the range lows for COVID, where this is where I think the altcoins would really start getting undervalued because and most of the dominance would be out of altcoins. There you already lost this 618, so the next stop would be 786. So I think this is where they could really potentially bottom out. You also have this I have this fib drawn from this local low June 10th up to January 24th. That 1.618 is right down there at that 786 that macro 786 level as well. And that's also the measured move for this big ass head and shoulders. That's right here. I'm not gonna actually bring out the tool to draw, but you see it. This big ass head and shoulders right here.
Mm-hmm.
That broke down the neckline from. That target's not till all the way down there. So you lost your sort of ever since this top. You know, we were getting rejected at like 0.5 areas, right? This next top was kind of almost the 0.5. And then even if you bring it from here down to this low, that was basically a 0.5 too. So it was like January or December of 23, you know, sell your altcoins at the top of the channel. And then here, it made it even all the way up to the 618, December 2024. Drop your altcoins. Because every time it's hit the top of this channel, it's gotten rejected. And then every time it rejects, it gets rejected harder. So I think this is the target, basically, is down at this 1.618. And that's where I think they'll really start to get undervalued. And we would have our measured move, you'd have the 786, you'd have the 1.618 of this move here, which is where you were really starting to see clear signs that we weren't gonna be making any sustained move up in altcoins. Like, especially since you were kind of rejecting from why does this fib line up where I have too many fibs on my chart. This 0.5, you just repeated 0.5 rejections.
Qui-Gon, I got
Or
a
if
question.
not earlier. So this whole level in here. Here, if I just hide this one so that's easier to see. How do I hide it? Here. This 0.5 rejection. I mean, you can see it like clear as day. That's where we probably should have just been getting out of altcoins and not even looking at them anymore. But anyway, yeah, what's your question?
Your fib that you pulled, is that from the summer of 2019? Is that where you have your 786 and your was it your 1618 down at the bottom?
Oh,
Is that
yeah.
where'd you pull that? But that 786 as well. Where did you pull that from? Is it from?
This is this bottom here is
Okay.
from August of 2019.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So
I was just making sure.
this was the last kind of like bear market sort of, I guess, for altcoins. And then
Then up to your
this
up
was
to your
like the
hot air.
top of the shit coins. This was like COVID right here.
Yeah. Got yeah.
But a lot of the coins, what's weird is that a lot of the coins that were around back then aren't really around anymore. And a lot of the coins that are around now weren't around back then. So it's kind of strange to see it actually trading in this channel so clean. I think that this is really where the target ends up being. If we want to see like an actual sustained move, this could be where we
Boom.
actually bottom out.
Yep.
And then if we actually break out of it here, then and get on top of it. But I mean, this looks like it would be I mean, you're talking moves out in like a year into the future, kind of at that rate, because this is August 26th. So I don't know. I mean, I think that I mean it doesn't even necessarily have to like it would be cool if we were to see this and then a parabolic move up off of it.
Yeah.
And then maybe we go back to this range high or even higher if we get hold on, let me get the rest of the fibs up.
Sure, you run so quick. You test that trend line you got coming up. I mean, maybe that'd be a while. That'd be a wild move, but
I was hoping last year we were gonna see this sort of big capitulation back down to the range lows, and then we're gonna
so
have a
it's
parabolic
dragging
move up,
out
but
longer
it
than you
didn't really happen.
expected.
Yeah, I mean, it's dragging out a lot longer than I expected. We actually look at just the others chart.
Yeah, I got that on my. I keep that on my ticker. That's a cool little chart.
This right here is kind of like what we're seeing right here a bit, with the exception of the higher high. This one made a lower high, and then you had COVID, but you did have this big flush out And this is doing the same thing. It's just taking way more weeks. Like, see, this only happened over. This was like 1, 2, 3 to 4 weeks that it flushed out. This one has been happening for 118 weeks. So, I mean, it's like it looks like it's sort of duplicating the previous cycle. It's just that it's taking way longer. So if everything kind of is being pushed out a year, it's almost like the cycle is taking a year longer than it normally traditionally would have, or the altcoin cycle anyway, not the Bitcoin cycle, but like the altcoin cycle is sort of taking. Because look, you could even say, like, if we take this right here, where's my projection? So that was 448 days that it was trending down there, down or sideways. Look at that. See how well that matches up?
Yeah.
And then this
Interesting.
one here, I mean, where do you even put, like, from low to low? I mean, you could say that this low here, it would drag all the way the hell out to October of 2025. And then, I mean, what? We get like a 3-month alt season, whatever. I don't know. I mean, kind of just speculating. Let's see how well it actually matches up to this. But because, I mean, I'm kind of like, I'm trying to hold the idea that this is just a bigger reaccumulation for a bigger move up like Bitcoin had back in but when it was between 25 and 30K. So like you had your, like on Bitcoin it's like you had your 25. Let me just bring it up. You had like your what 17, 15, 17 area up to 25. So 17K back up to 25K, back down to 15, back up to what, like 20 something, and then we started putting in higher lows. So BTC had this sort of reaccumulation. Once it got back above, you can see the pink line down below. 25K was the resistance. Once it got back above that, so the accumulation was really between like 15 and 25K, right, for BTC. Once it got above 25K and got back up to 30, you had this reaccumulation between 30 and 25.
God, I remember that. That
And
was boring.
then you sort of went to this expansion, and then you had this really long consolidation, which I don't know if this really looks like accumulation. I mean, in hindsight, yeah, it was accumulation, but it doesn't really look like the schematic. So I don't know if there's a way that, like, I mean, I guess you could. Wyckoff might have some sort of schematic that looks like that. I'm actually not sure. I just know the base. I know the really basic ones, but what I'm sort of hoping is that this reaccumulation area, I'm hoping that that's what Ethereum and the altcoins are doing right now, is like
Yeah.
this reaccumulation. It's just odd that there's a higher high that got thrown in there, and I don't know if that was an over exaggeration or somebody, or like people were just trying to front run a alt season or whatever. But I mean, looking at it, it is still kind of holding higher lows. I would have, if we were going to go lower on others. So like the others dominance chart that I was just showing, like others dominance versus BTC, if that was to come down to, let me just bring it up again real quick, I guess, because it'll be easier. So if this chart actually falls down to this level here, this dominance chart, others divided by BTC. If this actually plays out and drops down to this level where they become undervalued, then I would think that we would pierce this low again. And if we do pierce this low, then I would hope that we put in a bullish divergence, and then we can actually start to take off. If we put in a bull div like on the daily or the weekly.
Yeah.
I've got the CDV up. I don't even have the RSI up. But there's one thing. So if we were to somehow create a bull div here, which I don't think that's actually gonna be able to happen on the weekly, because all right, so one of two things could happen. Now that we've already made a lower low in the RSI, if the price actually maintains a higher low, then we already have a hidden bullish divergence printed, because the RSI has already made a lower low. So as long as the price of others doesn't drop below 150 billion, let's say, then we have a hidden bullish divergence. Otherwise, we're going to have to try to see if we can get like a bull div on the daily, which, I mean, it's not like it's not like something that has to print, but say we do come down one more time and make a lower low, but the RSI has already come up, and then the RSI kind of puts in a higher low. You know, we start to put in higher lows up here, and then we get back up above 70 again. Well, we would have then a bullish divergence here. And this is sort of what I'm going to be looking for if the price does stab through there. So if the price does stab through this level again, then I will be looking for this bullish divergence on the daily. But otherwise, if it doesn't, and others continues to hold higher lows above this sort of 180 billion level, then I guess we already have a hidden bullish divergence on the weekly. Assuming it puts in a higher low anywhere above this level, we would have a hidden bull div already. So I mean, that's sort of some stuff I'm looking at. This trend line has been broken, so that's bearish. And then the other thing that's bearish about this is that we have a bearish divergence right here. And so this is the weekly. You had this big higher high, and this is why I was saying it's peculiar that in this cycle it made a higher high, because you got a bear div when there wasn't enough buyers at these highs, and that was really
And just like
more or
last
less the
cycle too.
previous all-time high. Yeah, so you got a bear div here too.
Yep, and we know what happened. At the second peak.
We know what happened after that. So
Mm.
that's what is kind of really got me still in my bear suit, but I'm hoping that the smaller time frames start to take over. I'm hoping that the daily
being
takes over the
cautiously
weekly.
optimistic at the same time, though.
Yeah, I mean, if we got a hidden bull div on the weekly, and we took out this previous high, that would invalidate that weekly bearish divergence. But we would have to put in new all-time highs, which I think total three already did that. I'm pretty sure. I haven't looked at total three in a minute, but I mean, we would also need. I mean, this CDV is kind of making higher lows so far. I mean, so that's kind of a good sign. Might see if there's like some sort of divergence on the daily in that too. Where did it go? Where's my CDV?
You have to refresh.
There it is. Okay. All right, so yeah, look, here's a divergence right here. This is a higher low, and this price made a lower low. Oh my god, I don't know why my magnets are screwing with me so much today. But yeah, I mean, that's a bullish divergence in the CDV right there. But yeah, that's the problem that I have, is that we did lose this sort of macro trend line. The blue one. It was looking pretty good for a while. And then it lost it, and it so far has been rejected from the bottom of it. So I think what's sort of more likely is that we do come down a little bit further on altcoins for like at least another month or two. And so like that's why I'm wondering if the BTC chart, if that actually ends up, what happened to all my stuff? Oh, if this sort of time frame between May and June, we should see a bottom. We should see the bottom of this consolidation or downtrend by like the end of May, I think.
It all comes back to May, baby.
Like, yeah, like
all of this
by
came back
the
to May, where you started from.
yeah, by the end of May, I think we really should see a bottom by the end of May. Like I think that's the case. Like that's what would make sense to me. And then we start to get this bottom and hopefully some sort of divergence in the others market cap. We get this bottom out in the others dominance versus BTC, and then we could, potentially still get that parabolic alt season that everyone's been waiting for. And I might just be biased because I have more of my portfolios in altcoins than Bitcoin, so I could just be biased in that sense. The altcoins could do absolutely nothing. It could just keep trending down this channel forever until you take out these
Jesus.
lows or whatever. That would suck, but I mean,
God, you ain't lying.
if it's gonna do what it's always done in the past, then
Yeah.
this next cycle should dwarf the previous one. Like if you actually look at if I take this off logarithmic and you just go back in time, you see how much bigger each cycle is from the
Oh
last
yeah,
one.
yeah.
Like
Watch that chart
this
expand.
look at how small this cycle was for altcoins. Look how small that was.
Pew.
And then this cycle dwarfed to that one in comparison. So much more money came in, and then this cycle, look at how small it looks to the
Yep.
previous one.
Yeah, that's what me and my homie talk
This
about.
last cycle.
We look at these charts, zoomed out, and we're just like, yo, these charts are
So
history wise, they're gonna expand, man.
So why don't we get $3 trillion into others market cap?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
if we're actually gonna get a $6 trillion market cap, total market cap, then why not get three of it into at some point get three of it into others, right? I mean that's kind of my going theory, and I've been wrong for like 2 years, but I mean, what if October 2025? That's actually not that's a long time, but it's not that long. That's not that far away. So I don't know. I mean, I just keep thinking any day now, it's gonna just start ripping and going rockets up. But I don't know. That's kind of my whole thesis. We're just waiting for this Bitcoin to bottom go on its next leg up, and then hopefully give some of its dominance back to the altcoins, even if it
Yeah,
only gets back to these range highs.
and I think I did some basic like macro cycles from bottom to peaks and their percentages on the like total 1, total 2, and everything, and those my counts were right there around 3 million. BTC I have on a low end is almost 6 million. When we topped out, that's just kind of low. I'm lowballing the percentage gains from cycle to cycle on this cycle, so I'm kind of I'm undercutting it just to be on the safe side, and it's still putting me at like 6 trill BTC market cap.
Everyone's been talking about this like the supply shock, and there's not going to be enough Bitcoin left and all kinds of stuff. So it's like, all right, when's
All
what am
right. BTC retesting yesterday's high. It just broke through. Yep. Coming to get them.
So where is I did this trend based fib extension logarithmic. I'm done with the TA I wanted to give, but there was like a cycle theory thing where I did from cycle bottom to cycle top and did trend based fib extensions. All right, so this one to this one. All right, I'm just gonna turn the goddamn magnet off because it's being a pain in the ass. You have this cycle top here where it basically went up to the 618 extension. Hold on, is this based on log scale? All right, yeah, it is. Basically went up to the 618 extension, but it went past it. Now if we take this one, this low to this high, 618 extension, you hit it, and that's where we double topped in the last cycle with the tulip top. So we do that one more time. Bring it from cycle low to cycle high. Bear market low. I mean, we hit the 618. So
Really?
that's a little bit concerning. You know what I mean? Like that's a little bit concerning to me that we double topped right there because that's what happened last cycle and we went into a bear market. So, and it was like I mean, these two tops were way further apart though, is the thing. These two tops were really very close together. Plus, we still haven't lost this previous all-time high, the last year's all-time high. We haven't lost that. Still above it. The price has been above it since the election. The price has been above the all-time high of 2024. So as long as we stay above that, I think we're okay. But I mean, I still think we could stab below it and then wick right back up. You know what I mean? If it's just a wick below it, I think it's okay. Like that's what I've always thought. And then I mean, if you look at the 50 weekly SMA, I mean, we've pretty much more or less been above it ever since this came on March 13, 2023. This weekly close above not only the 50 but the 200 on the weekly. That was right after the first ever death cross. But on the first ever death cross on the weekly, I think. I don't think it ever happened before that. Yeah. So that was like the first ever death cross on the weekly, but right after that, like a month later, you close back above both of them. So we've been closing above the 50 weekly ever since then. Ever since March of 2023, you close every single weekly candle above the 50 weekly SMA. So I think we can still stab below it and wick below it because look here, you wicked below it here and then bounced right back up, lower high, came through, wicked through it here and touched it, but then it was off to the races. So I'm wondering if we kind of double tap it or stab through it a little deeper, like on the second go around. Have a deep stab like that, only a little further over here, and then you get another one of these like big sort of I don't know, not really a dragonfly, kind of like a dragonfly. It's like a long-legged doji kind of, I guess. And then we buy back up, and then we start our bigger sort of wave 5 extension, which in this case, I guess I'm gonna have to read up on it a little bit more, but if this is what it's supposed to be, wave 1 plus wave 3, then I mean that gives you a bigger target. 237K. I mean, I've been saying that for years. Like, I don't know why that number has been stuck in my head. I think because if I take it off log right, then I do a regular fib. I draw it just from the top here. Yeah, like 250K is a 4.236. So this is sort of like a moon boy target, but still, I mean,
Yeah.
it's done it every cycle. It's gone above it pretty much. If you look at this one, well, you only hit the 3618 there, but you almost made it to the 4.236.
Yeah, you
And then
definitely
back
got neutral.
here,
You got good bullish and bear cases. You know, you made a case for both.
yeah, I don't think we're gonna go into a bear market though, is the thing. So,
I don't
but
think
look,
so.
this cycle we flew way past it, way past the 4.236. So I think that the 4.236 is achievable if it's a big mania phase and there's like a big like blow off top sort of like super cycle type scenario. But with the way things have been going economically, I don't know. It's kind of it's still a lot of stuff is up in the air.
Yeah.
But oh, look at this. Also, another thing that's kind of concerning is that if you look at the fib this way and you draw it from unlinear, just from bear market high to bear market low, you did hit your 1.618. So, I mean, that's another thing that's kind of concerning. But I mean, just different fibs, both on linear and log, are showing that that was sort of a logical place for Bitcoin to stall out. This is a trend-based fib, but I mean, if we get our bigger move here, that's where you would kind of expect it to end up. Like, I mean, I don't know. That might be too moonish. Like, maybe it's just like the extension is, wave one. So maybe it's like that. And if we draw it from there, maybe it's like 140, 150. You know what I mean? So maybe I'm
Yeah.
being a little bit too moonish with the wave 5 extension. I'll have to look into it more and do a little bit
I
more
mean,
research. But
you can call it moon boyish. I would say like I don't know, man.
well, so
that's possible. Very possible.
also keep one more thing in mind is that if we do, and this is the bear case, if we do break this macro trend line that we've been holding for the whole bull market since 2022, if we break that and we break the 50 SMA and come back and retest it in a bearish way, like we did back here, then you're gonna end up at the 200 or below, most likely.
And you could set yourself up right there for a left shoulder head at all time high, and then right shoulder there.
Yeah, I mean, you could. Okay,
If it played out like that, yeah. If it did,
and this
maybe something like that.
is another scenario that Ben Cohen thinks that if it was to come back and retest this, he thinks that there could be a strong rally that results from it, but then it would probably result in a lower high, and then we get our bear market. But I mean, then you're talking about losing the 200 as well there, which I don't know if that's going to happen still. If BlackRock, I don't know. Like you guys were saying earlier, you really only kind of lost it a few times. The 200 weekly, it's really only been lost.
And when you did,
for an extended period of time.
Yeah, right
this
there,
bear
really.
market.
Yep.
But yeah, just keep that in mind. If we do lose this trend line, forget this one for now. This one's the one that's important. If we do lose this trend line, and then we close consecutive weekly bodies below the 50-week SMA, and we come back up for a bearish retest and it rejects from it,
yeah, it's not gonna be good.
Then we got problems. Because that's what happened back here, and we retested it, and yeah, it was bad. So keep that in mind. That's the bearish scenario. But otherwise, I'm still shooting for anywhere between like 150 and 240. And then I don't even know if it's going to do it this cycle. But because the just to bring back the logarithmic regression, the weekly, that does top out at around 167. And I don't I mean, it looks like it's been fitted pretty well.
Yeah.
Usually when you get up in here. So I'm going to
you might get a little overshoot wick wise, maybe close to 200, you know? maybe wick to the top side there, but yeah, that's pretty
I mean,
holding pretty accurate.
we could make it maybe to the 786
Yeah,
extension,
yeah, true,
but
true.
I mean, I don't know though. Like, it's kind of. I'll be looking at if it gets up here, which I mean I'm sure. Well, you already kind of got to the middle part, right? But traditionally speaking, it goes up above that middle part. Well, this one only stabbed up a little bit, but I mean we spent a lot of time above the middle part back in this cycle. There was a lot of time spent above it. We've been below
I
the
was say
center
we
part
stayed in
and the
that
top
band the whole
half.
dang time there when we got up there last cycle. We stayed in
Yeah.
that almost 50% drawdown up back up to 69K when we stayed in the band the whole time.
Yeah, and there was a constant struggle for dominance here too. Like if you bring up dominance, the dominance was going crazy up, down, and all around back here. So this was like the dominance was actually BTC put in a new all-time high while dominance was trending down. And it wasn't just trending down, it was like, but it was going sideways in this like big sort of massive range. But this whole struggle back and forth for dominance, there was like altcoins flying and like there was altcoins ripping and then dying and
For
ripping and
real.
dying and like
Yeah.
it was pretty nuts. So I mean a lot of this weird like sort of a big distribution phase could happen in the top part of this band, I think, where you get that distribution and that sort of rotation into altcoins, and then by the
Yep.
time BTC does fall, there's still going to be a few altcoins that are ripping.
Does that your volume bars, I know, does that worry you any? Seems like low volume.
Yeah, the volume is kind of decreasing as we're going up. So this is a bit of a volume divergence here, but
I mean, I know it can keep, it can, you can keep going like that, but we'll get some time out on that. It's just kind of,
I mean, I think that the volume's still kind of relatively healthy on the daily. It is still, we are still losing volume, but I mean, the price is trending down, so it's not like,
yeah.
It's, you can't expect a bunch of people to be excited about it. One thing here, I'll bring up this other chart. Daily exchange volume. This chart here actually shows, this is the 7-day moving average for exchange volume. And so you can see that ever since the 6th of December, we've been putting in lower highs and lower lows on the 7-day exchange volume. So that's a bit concerning too, because this sort of is a downtrend. This whole thing is a downtrend, but it looks like a falling wedge, which I don't, it's not price, so it's not really the same, but I mean, that is kind of like, you could kind of technically call that a bullish pattern. If we zoom out and go to all, we didn't really quite make it back to this all-time high from 2021. So even in the most hype phase, which was like December
Yeah.
of last year, we didn't put in a new all-time high for 7-day moving average exchange volume, whatever you want to call
Nah,
it,
man,
daily exchange volume.
that
Oh, look back
C19,
here.
that C19 rip was definitely something, man, across the markets.
Look back here, how small this one was, though. There was hardly 27 and a
Yeah.
half billion at the top of the bull market in 2018. Then the top of the bull market over here is 162 billion. I mean, we only made it to 129 billion, but I would expect another bigger, like, like if this one was this small and then this one was this huge in comparison, wouldn't you expect this cycle to be way, like much bigger, like over 200 billion, if not like 300 billion,
I would,
and then,
when everything's said and done, yeah, I would expect so.
but
But I think
yeah,
I could get
hopefully
moving.
there seems to be a bit of a base here around 30 billion. As long as we don't lose that,
Mm-hmm.
a sort of floor on this, then I think we'll be okay. Because then it would be putting in a lower low that goes all the way back to like February of 2024, which we want to still maintain some sort of uptrend in this chart, I think. Or we could see a slightly lower low below 30 billion and it could be some sort of sign of capitulation. I wouldn't want to get back to like 11 billion because that would just be like, all right, that's a bear market. I don't know. That's definitely just an all out bear market, I think, at that point. So try to hold the higher lows here. We already did get a higher high.
Yep.
In December than we did in March. So December made a higher high than March did back in 2024. So I guess the next step is try to hold a higher low somewhere above 30 billion and then try to get a higher high above, 130 billion by the end of the year. And I think we should see or I don't know, by the end of the quarter. Let's say by the end of the quarter. Shit. Like, I mean, I hope by the end of next quarter. What's April, May? We've got 2 months left in the quarter. We need to put in a higher high. Let's try to get at least a higher high above 54 billion by the end of the quarter. For crying out loud. On the daily exchange volume. This website, Dbloc, actually has a lot of really cool data to look at.
Somebody say my name.
No, I said the block.
Oh,
The block, baby.
my bad. My bad.
But yeah, we've got these monthly exchange volumes going down. You can see all these USD support exchange volumes going down. But yeah, so I don't know if I should take this as like the cycle's over or like it's like people are just
Cycle's not
capitulating
over.
or they're done. Like the last capitulation before the cycle really starts, I guess you could say. But oh yeah, by the way, Dbloc, have you heard of these? Where is it? Have you heard of these, dude? These crypto indices?
The hell?
GM30, GM mid caps, GM small, and GM L1.
I've
So
heard of I haven't heard of those specific ones, but I know they exist. Yeah.
So these we can't trade them, right? But because they only offer them on WooX and Vertex. Well, BitGet, I think we can get on BitGet, so we should be able to get these products here. But the problem with that is that it's only futures. I think you can only trade perpetual futures. But these indices, right? You can track these. Like I went to so this is GMCI 30. I went to their website and they're trying to put out it's basically like an ETF. Like so the GMCI 30, this is like it would be like the Dow 30, right? It would be like the Dow Jones. And then the mids would be, I don't know, I guess probably more like how many do they got in here? Maybe not like the S&P 500, maybe more like the NASDAQ. I don't know how many they're tracking here.
Maybe something like a Russell.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. Well, no, this would probably like this one. The mid would be more like the Nasdaq kind of, but the small caps would be like the Russell.
Okay, got you.
Look at this chart. This chart looks like it's completely wrecked. So you can see,
buy it.
The small caps are doing really bad. You actually got a lower high in the small caps index, where on others you got a higher high. So that's kind of
Top 3 assets by weight: Fartcoin, XCN, and RSR.
Yeah, I thought that was wicked funny too.
Fartcoin holding that thing up.
But this is basically kind of like an ETF.
Yeah, I see that. It's
Like,
interesting. Huh.
and they're gonna start.
All right, I'm back, y'all. We cleared that liquidity, popped out of the trap. I don't think we stay above this long. We get that measured move and then come right back down into that weekend trap.
Did it hit the top of that range?
Yeah. A little bit more for the measured move. Like they robbed me by like $150.
DMCI.com.
Yeah, I made a nice little trade here. I'm gonna take some profit on my Fartcoin.
I can't find their web. I don't know where their website went, but I'll find their website and I'll post it like into the chat. I only found their website somewhere on this website. I don't know why. I can't find it now. DMCI. All right. Yeah, here's their website. The GMCI 30, mid cap, small cap, USA Select.
GMCI meme.
Yeah, you've got a meme coin index, AI, layer 1, layer 2, DeFi, DePIN, gaming, DMC.
These knockoff indexes.
Solana memes, Ethereum Select, Ethereum X memes, Cosmos Select.
How many ways you want to get wrecked?
Well, it's like, I mean, I think that they're kind of trying to come out with.
No,
basically, these are like sort of like ETFs, right? Like
no, that's exactly It's just like little mini indexes.
It's like a basket of like if you want a basket of DeFi, you want a basket of AI, if you want a basket of memes. What do they got? What do they have in the memes? It's okay. Dude, look at how much the memes outperformed everything else. So like the 30 underperformed Bitcoin, but overperformed ETH. And then
down almost 60% year to date.
But the memes, look at how high
it's
the
crazy,
memes went above Bitcoin. 315% up for all time. I don't think you can get this one on TradingView yet, but yeah, so rebalancing when upcoming reference date, the reference time will be moved to 4:30. We'll ensure submit the procedure where we aim to always distribute the new index constituents and weights on the reference date itself. So yeah, they keep like rebalancing it and putting new stuff in, taking out old stuff and putting new stuff
just like
in.
Legacy, same deal, man. Same deal.
So this is like it's like
You're gonna do a way better job of picking your own. I would imagine.
I mean,
of picking your own basket. You know what I mean? I
That's
can
what-
promise
I mean,
you
that's
that
what I've
right
always
now,
done.
I put in more research on a daily basis than any of these fund managers do. 9 to 5, they're going home, chill with the kids. The job.
Yeah.
So you can put in more time, yeah. But if somebody that works all day doesn't have time to, you know, I like it. Some of the interesting ones on crypto.com too. Those baskets that they put together. Have you seen those? Where like you can buy the AI basket, or you can buy the, the gaming basket or the L2 basket.
Memes. They have like the Crow ecosystem,
Yeah.
AVAX ecosystem,
And then they do the
and,
same
like,
thing. They rebalance it depending on what's going. Funny thing is, they managed to sneak Crow into all those baskets somehow.
Right?
Like AI, Crow. I was like, wait, what?
Somehow it's a meme coin, an AI coin.
Yeah, gaming, it's everything.
Like,
Gaming
what Crow
coin.
doing in here?
It's like, nah, you're gonna take
It's a
some Crow. If
DeFi
you want to play with
project.
this basket, you're gonna take some of this damn Crow off our hands. We got so much of this shit.
Yeah, I mean, I already have a bunch of Crow, but like, I was like thinking about the baskets, but then I was like, no, like, I just won't be lazy. How about this USA Select? What's in this one? It should say which coins are in it, right?
XRP, Sol, Doge, top
Well,
three
that's the
weighted
top.
assets.
That's the top
Yeah.
3, but
Yeah, you would
maybe
think they
it.
would have a list of what's all in it, right?
Well, they had so
There it is,
this. I
right?
mean, this is on the block,
No, that's
but
the block, yeah.
it doesn't have. They don't have the US 30 or whatever the hell what is it called?
What,
A
what is that?
GM USA.
Here, let me GMCI USA
USA Select.
select index. And
GMCI Select Index tracks the performance of the top protocols with a legal entity based in the United States on their circulating market capitalization. The index provides insights into protocols building and supporting the infrastructure layer as well as those that face the user the application layer. Thereby it offers standardized yardsticks, yada blah blah blah, yada yada. I don't know. I'm sure it's like all the ISO stuff or whatever, but all the US based things. But Doge is in there. I mean, that's interesting.
Lotic. I think guns gets cheaper.
it's got 13 altcoins. Qui-Gon with XRP, Sol, and Doge accounting for approximately 66% of its value.
How many does it have? 13?
Let me go into CoinMarketCap here real quick. This was from 2 months. Well, yeah, 2 months ago. Has officially launched its USA Select Index. Let's see here. The surge is
Now you
larger.
see how we broke that uptrend, Lotic? That and breaking that parabola. So I'm looking for guns at 40. Damn, that's not gonna work. I'm looking for guns at 45. It doesn't hold 45, which is the last time we wicked off of right here. Then we're looking to come back to that support. And I'm not mad at that. I would love to pick up guns 42, 40, back in that range. But it's not holding together great.
So in that USA Select, we have Link, AVAX, SUI, ADA, and LTC. That's in the index as well.
What about Doge, baby?
It's in there.
It's in there.
Drew. It's one of the, yeah.
It's the top. It's one of the top 3.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yep.
But yeah, so I mean, these are cool. If anyone's on WooX or Vertex,
Let me get that
you can
WooX.
probably trade it. Perpetual futures. You could probably trade the index. But what I thought was cool is that you can actually take that. So like, if I take the GMCI 30, right? You have it from Pith. You have the GMCI 30. You can track it here on TradingView, right? So you can see where you have this. You have this channel. What's going on with my computer? You have this channel or whatever downtrend, and it hasn't really broken out yet, right? And this is versus the USD valuation. You're kind of almost getting back to your range lows over here from August, which apparently this is. I mean, TradingView started tracking it at some point around here, June of 2024. So I mean, you're kind of almost getting back to these range lows over here. If you were to even come down a little further, which would mean that like basically your top 30 altcoins come back down to this range low, then you could oscillate probably back to the top, and you're kind of in like you start to get like a range going, right?
Yep.
Yo, so what's Ethereum? Ethereum's Canadian, Russian.
I don't know where
No
its
idea.
home base is, honestly. I know Vitalik is I know where Vitalik's from, but I don't know if that's where.
Vitalik's Canadian, right? Vitalik is like
So,
Russian Canadian.
so here's the
That's a good
here's
question.
here's
Though.
the kicker. That now that we have this on TradingView, right? The GMC I30. Now that we have it on TradingView, we can divide it by BTC. And if we do that, you can see how it's really just putting in lower highs and lower lows versus BTC. But once we break this trend line, we'll know, okay, hey, some of the money from BTC is going into the top 30, and then they'll go from probably the top 30 to like the smaller caps, like, and then we can start looking at GMCI 30 divided by what's another one? Divided by meme. I mean, like we could even do that. 30 divided by the memes are way outperforming. Never mind, that doesn't work. But you catch my drift? You could get like, or we could do GMCI 30 divided by others. It's kind of just ranging back and forth. I don't know, but you catch my drift, right? Like if you do GMCI 30 divided by BTC, then we'll kind of know. We'll kind of have an idea when that rotation is going to start to happen. You know what I mean? And you'll probably already start to see it on ETH, unless Ethereum just completely dies. Like, which I have no idea if it does or not. But I'm sure even if it does, something else will take its place, or many things will take its place. So, I mean, I think that this could be a good resource in terms of trying to figure out when not necessarily when altcoins are going to start to outperform Bitcoin, because some of them already have, but I mean, just in terms of when the rotation of capital is going to start to happen, we could sort of try to catch this reversal on this chart here, and then we'll be like, oh, hey, well, you know what? Look, the money is starting to come out of BTC and go into the top 30, and then
But I think we have to remember it's not going to be like a full blown reversal. There's going to be some trickle down, but it's not going to be like flippening or anything like that.
Fastest way is just make a bundle yourself and put it on your TradingView chart. BTC divided by Doge plus Cardano plus whatever you're holding. But that way it can be specific to your actual bag. I think that's more actionable. I mean, this is cool to look at, to nerd out on, but I think you can personalize it more.
Yeah, for sure.
Get more screens, man. Just get more screens, yo. You just need more monitors.
Dude, I'll just get like 5 more monitors.
That's it. You just need one BTC pair chart for each screen and just cover your room.
Well, I have this ticker. Hold on. Added symbols. It was supposed to be like. I don't. Total 3 minus BNB. Never mind. That's not it.
I just
I
want
had all
everybody
the
to be
altcoins.
careful getting into like analysis paralysis with some of this shit, because the rabbit holes go really deep.
Yeah.
Really deep. I remember when Zeusy first started getting into equations on TradingView. Oh my god, his brain and dividing shit against you. To go back and forth with him all the time, bro. Like, look, it took you 45 minutes to figure out what you're gonna do, and now the play is gone.
Look at all of these. Sol, XRP, Doge, Ton, TRX, ADA, AVAX, SHIB, Link, and BCH. It was supposed to be like the top 10 cryptos, like, and what they were looking at. Or what they were looking like collectively. And honestly, they kind of look like they're in this reaccumulation. Well, they put in a lower low. But they were doing a reaccumulation thing too.
Did you guys notice how Bitcoin tried to make a nice little bounce on 85, trying to finally use it as support?
Top of the range, guys. Weekend trap. Like the top of the range, ate that liquidity that had ducked down inside of it.
Could we just stay above 85 a little bit? Just a few bounces
We could
at
chill
least
up
to
here. We
like,
could chill above.
yeah.
85 is CME close. CME closed right at 85, so it's like, chill out.
I'm saying,
We're still in the
that's what I'm
safety
saying.
zone for market maker. We could even go up and finish this measured move because I kind of want those $150.
Damn.
Like
Well,
right
let me
now, if we
get
try to
on
range
this.
85, 88K, I think some of these alts can do some nice moves. We just got to keep this Bitcoin up here a little bit.
I mean, honestly, you wanted to stay in the range, so if you're
Yeah.
trading alt, you should be okay with it coming back to clear all these vectors and just literally zigzagging in this range for the next couple of days. That's best case scenario while dominance bleeds out.
Layer 2 looks like absolute dog shit. This has just been going down since December. Took out that previous low.
You got to be specific what you're talking about. Remember, people on YouTube can't see your chart.
Oh, yeah, just this GMCI layer 2 index is just gone down in price discovery to the downside. Which I'm guessing would mean that all of these this would be layer 2s on Ethereum. Which I mean would make sense because versus their USD valuation, most of them are at new lows.
My bad about the flashbang, guys. Give me a second. I don't know what the hell it's doing.
Anyway, I'm gonna do some more research on these indices here too, and figure out when they're planning on releasing them. If they could make like an ETF for it, but I mean, again, I guess we would kind of need like a regulatory clarity for that.
Look at L2s in the last year against Bitcoin and Bitcoin valuation.
L2 divided by BTC.
I've got it up on my chart on bubbles. I mean, it's literally a bloodbath, bro. Between 60 and 90% down against Bitcoin. Every L2, including stacks.
Oh, you've got the crypto bubbles? All right.
Yeah, you can set it by BTC value or USD value. It's not much better in USD value, to be honest with you. It's not been the year for L2s at all. But if there are any of your favorites in here, they are at some prices that are very juicy. Hey, look, Manta's down 89%. Now, you want to know what's worse? Manta's down 89%, and it's not the biggest one. There was one that was just 90 here.
This is layer 2s for all blockchains? Or
On the
what?
bottom there,
These
it's
are all
MERL,
the blockchain
MERL.
and
It's like
L2.
95.
Yeah. And then if you look at I mean L1s didn't fare much better. The smaller ones, right, had some move. Hype did decent over the last year, but for the most part, bloodbath. So if you want to outperform Bitcoin, which is what this chart shows you, you had to throw the dart at the very right spot, you know, or you just lost out big time against Bitcoin. Like really big. And that's L1s. So, I mean, even the most utility of utility got wrecked. You know, gaming for the most part at this point has given almost everything back except for a couple.
How the hell is Pepe Bitcoin a gaming coin?
I don't know. It's weird. Sometimes they mix up the Made in USA is probably the ones that fared the best, and that's just recently. During the last year, it doesn't look great, but
Dude, this cat thing, man, that thing just keeps ripping.
Cat's
Like,
ridiculous. This shit is
Why
dumb.
wasn't I? Why wasn't I in there? Why didn't? Why have I never even heard of it? Like,
it's like, yo, where's this? Where's
Yeah,
that
it
cool?
peaked out around February. It was way more than that. It's given back tons of gains.
dude, this must be some Japanese shit. Like, I don't even.
Yeah. DeFi. I mean, everything that you see in Bitcoin valuation got completely wrecked until you come in here and you click. And some of these are only read recently. For the most part, if you looked at this at the beginning of the year, everything was green against Bitcoin.
Yeah, that's pretty nuts.
Memes, some AI
Anime.
projects, but even AI caught a bad one. Most of it late, right? Some of these are late drops. Ow. Ow's still 56% down. IO. Graphs is a nice little, it's held up okay, decently against Bitcoin. But yeah, zero knowledge proofs. Yeah, great tech, guys. You talk to somebody retail about zero knowledge, fucking ZK roll ups and snarks and shit, and they will fall asleep on you, bro.
We're here for the tech. Well, nobody else is.
Yeah, they will fall asleep on you. There's some really good tech in here too. Mina, Ron, Psycho, Dark, IMX. Real world assets. A little bit better, right? More on
Okada came
brand.
out with their own coin.
It was real world assets, deep in and memes. And then a little sprinkle of AI and gaming run. But for the most part, where's deep in? They don't have deep in here? Oh, here. Even they've given back some. But there was some big winners on deep in.
See a coin.
And these are all your smart contract platforms. So over the last year, if you wanted to outperform Bitcoin, you had to throw a dart and hit either XCN, NFT, Xano. None of these are on anybody's radar. Sorry. XCN, yeah. XPR a little bit. Hype just recently. But, XLM did okay.
Yeah.
But none of these, BRSC, Xano, GNFTC, this wasn't on anybody's list.
I feel like that was sort of
You got H bar right
intentional.
there.
How many people bought XPR just because they were trying to buy XRP and they thought they were buying
They
XRP?
just fat fingered it.
Yeah.
GG's, man. It's a good move. That was a decent move.
Right.
And then your AI agents have also held up fairly well. Virtuals is
Man, so
up
I thought I was going all in on
280%.
XRP.
So this is what once these narratives run, they start to sort of they start to like fractal off. So like if you compare what AI did, you compare what AI did to what AI agents did.
Wanker. Gee.
Virtuals, I think, is easy. AI16Z, AIXBT. They don't show a lot of the AI agents here. Luna should be here. Vader should be here.
Or iTrain? Dude, I was told, I wasn't told, but I got some alpha on that, and I should have gotten into DeFi a lot quicker and just bought a ton of that because that could rip.
Sounds like some push-ups.
Ah, man.
Busted.
I'll be right back, yo.
All right, I'll do 5. I don't know if I can handle 10, but I do need to tire myself out. I gotta go to freaking sleep. supposed to be going on a date tomorrow.
You better rest up.
Yeah, get your pump in before that date.
7, 8. I gotta go to Indian wedding tomorrow. I have like 10 in the morning. Why do people do weddings at 10 in the morning? I've never been to an Indian wedding either. Like, what's going on with Indian wedding? I don't know. I heard they get spicy at Indian weddings.
Is it an Indian wedding?
Yeah. Well, the dude's
Sounds
Indian that's
fun.
getting married. He's getting married to an American chick, but he's Indian. But they're gonna have it like at some Hindu place or something like that.
Bro, Drew,
Sounds
I've
spicy.
been to a Mexican wedding. That shit was off the chain, bro.
For real?
And it was in Los Angeles. It was wild, man.
That's what's up.
Jimmy was off the hook.
Come on, old Biddy, hold this 85. To come over there and smack your ass.
Well, what's at the top of there? Weekend trap range. Dbloc's got drawn out. Damn, see, you have a long-winded analysis on some shit, and BTC pumps like hell, and then as soon as I stop talking, it's dumping again. That happen. Price action always happens when I'll be like, all right, nothing's happening with the price action now. This is a perfect time for me to give
Checker was
my
pumping the whole time you're
long-winded.
talking, Qui-Gon. Like,
Yeah,
like
my
the hell?
this is the perfect time to give my long-winded macro thesis. And this shit just starts like I'll start talking and I'll get like 30 seconds in and people be like, price action, we're pumping. No, I actually did say a lot more than I planned on saying, to be honest.
I talk shit. I mean, hey, do your thing. Shit.
I just got into the groove, man.
Yeah.
Come on, you bulls, let's do this. I'm about to call
Drew,
my
they
homie.
looking a little weak. Yeah, you can call one of the homies real quick. They're looking a little weak.
Yeah. We gotta hold this 85K. Hold the line.
Hey
Yeah,
Drew, going off topic and tell me how true that Instagram story is.
Wait, which Instagram story?
Off topic chat. I posted a link to an Instagram reel. Tell me how true that is.
1 sec. Yeah, that about sums it up. That's Romania for you right there. It's like you ever want to imagine what Romania is like? That's mode up with 98% of Romania. You get like
I
a
was
2% that's like civilized and like okay, but the rest of it's kind of like that.
I was scrolling and I saw that, and the first thing I thought of was you, and I was like, "Oh man, I gotta send a link to Drew."
That's pretty funny. That I was cracking up. Big buys coming in. That's what I'm talking about. Boys are stepping up to the plate tonight. They ate good. They had some Good Friday dinner. Is that when people eat Easter dinner? Or no, not yet.
Friday?
I don't know. Is today Good Friday?
Yes.
Yeah, it's Good Friday.
We're
It's fun.
planning on doing our turkey Sunday.
I thought
Why did
Jesus
this?
like. Wait, I thought Jesus liked fish. He wouldn't kill a turkey.
I mean, honestly, this is the first time I'm having a turkey on Easter, so this is actually weird. I don't know why it's happened, but hey, we're doing it. Turkey's good.
Like, no more fish fry. We're gonna do a turkey fry.
Why did this bear market feel like it was so much longer than a year? Like, it feels like this whole bull market has been a shorter period than this was. Like, this felt like it. This felt like forever. From November of 21 to basically January of 23. That felt like freaking forever, but it was only a year. Felt like multiple years though.
Wait, you just said 21 to 23. How is that 1 year?
Well, January of 23. Like, because it, like, so the bottom of the bear market, so at the top of the bull market was November of 2021. The bottom of the bear market was November of 2022. But then
Oh,
we
so
didn't start.
a little more than a year. I see what you're saying. Big
Yeah.
buys coming in. Buys coming in.
Like January of the following year. January of 2023 was when we first started to break back up in reverse. I mean, we've essentially been in this uptrend. We're in that uptrend 798 days, and like now we're on day 882.
We got to be careful now. Those 880 some days, they get the market segmented in 880 some days.
888.
Yeah, it's around 888, give or take a little bit, but it seems like with all the halvings, that's what gets segmented with some apex points or threshold points. I forget how Dbloc's grid was, but it was like from all-time high to like every halving event or something, and then I'm sure you can clear that up for us once he gets back on. Oh, big buys coming in, like
So yeah,
oh.
from the lowest low of the bear market to today, it's been 879 days.
So maybe we only got like 3 more days of pumping, like we're gonna pump right now, but to $137,000, and we're done. Maybe we'll do that like this weekend.
You mean 237?
Nah, I don't think we'll have enough oomph to get up there, but I could see 130. 130, a little bit, maybe a little blow off top up to 137.
I can't see why it wouldn't. It gets this far, as long as it holds a 50-week SMA and the previous all-time high. I don't see why it doesn't go to the top of the linear regression or logarithmic regression. 164 is where that is. So like, let's just say 160.
Is Dbloc still around? Is Dbloc here?
He was here, but I think I bored him to death, and then he said he was going to do something, that he would be right back. But that was like 15 minutes ago now.
Do you remember what the grid was for his 888 days? Like it was having events with something else, right? It was like all-time highs, all-time lows, having events, or
Sure. I know he has this 4-year indicator.
Yeah, but that 888 days was really interesting. It's like these bulls are going to try to push us a little higher tonight. So they can push my Moodang up a little bit too. So on that Moodang play.
If it's possible for this logarithmic regression band to just sort of like level out until it's gone completely sideways, and then Bitcoin just like sort of oscillates between the two, so it gets like way undervalued, then like goes back up like between like 20 and 200K. I'm wondering if it just does that forever. That would be so sick. I would actually prefer that. I would prefer something like this than for Bitcoin to just keep going to like $2 million. But I know that that's probably not what's going to happen. It's probably going to just keep going up. But it would be sick. Like I would trade the hell out of this if it went from 20K to 200K, like just once every 4 years. That would be too easy though. That'd be way too easy. Yeah, it'll never happen.
You never know. You might get two, like two of those, one of those maybe.
2 oscillations, yeah.
Yeah.
Are the shoes, the Vans, are they American made?
Yeah, I think so. Well, they're pretty much made in China, but the company's American.
Yeah,
So would you
American made,
say a
probably like
brand new?
Vietnam manufactured, probably.
It's an
Yeah, well,
American company, but all
was looking
manufactured
for
from
this.
overseas.
Was looking for a new pair, and on eBay, there's a brand new, a pretty sick looking pair of Vans. They're shipping directly from South Korea. I don't understand that.
Is it a store or a person?
Honestly, D, I didn't even look because it said South Korea, so I just went past it.
Yeah, you might get more than a pair of sneakers. Yeah, so Dbloc, Drew was just talking about some 880-day thing. Do you have some sort of model, like regarding the halving or whatever?
From having to the top.
Oh yeah, having to top.
It's 888 days.
Roughly, yeah. I'd have to pull up the chart and look at it, but that sounds. The past 3 have been the same.
Oh, it's 574 days from having to cycle top.
Next time I pull up the chart, I'll show you. Trying to walk through the Twitter swamp real quick to make sure I'm not missing anything before bed.
Yeah, sorry I was rambling so long while there was price action. I didn't realize that it was that the small time frame was doing that so aggressively. The market maker 8 has he cleaned his plate though. What about just 30K to 100K? I mean, that would be pretty. Those would be pretty sweet moves. 233%. I mean, would you take that if you could basically guarantee 200% every 2 to 4 years?
Yeah, it's my man getting those Vans shoes. Vans are cool, man, but I don't know, man. Every time I wear like flat shoes like that, like skating shoes, and I walk around with them a lot, man, it ends up like hurting my ankles. We gotta have like a little curve to shoes that you walk around with a lot. I think it's bad for your feet if you wear like flat soled athletic shoes like that. Vans are dope though. Did you guys ever notice you put on like some jogging shoes that have like a little curved bottom on them? It's like you're walking on air.
Like Airwalks?
Not necessarily Airwalks, just like any athletic shoes that like the bottom, like the sole's not flat. You know, most like skater shoes, it's like super flat. Because I mean, it's good for like keeping surface area on your skateboard, so that makes sense. But to walk
Yeah, but
around,
you said it's like walking on air.
weird. But Air Maxes are yeah, I guess Air Maxes. But do Air Maxes have that curve to them? Some of them do.
Well, that's why I said Airwalks. Because you said it was like walking on air. They stopped making Airwalks, and then I saw some in a store. I got so pissed. 'Cause this was years ago though, and I was like, they don't make Airwalks anymore. Like I was furious.
Now Airwalks
And
are like
then
in Walmart.
yeah, and I saw them in Walmart. And I was like, what? No shit. They got Airwalks in Walmart. Well, I guess they started making them again. I don't know if it's the same
Remember
people making them.
remember Vision Streetwear?
Vision Streetwear.
Yeah, that was the shit back in the day. Vision Streetwear. Like those were the
Did it
skaters.
just did it just say Vision?
Yeah, Vision. Sometimes the Vision streetwear too, but those are like the OG skater shoes. Vision streetwear. If you look up like 80s, 90s commercials for Vision streetwear, you'll crack up. It's pretty funny.
I remember etnies were a big thing. Pigeon streetwear. Oh yeah, I do remember these.
Yeah.
Dude, there was a phase where like Converse was a big thing too. Converse and like
Yeah, the Chuck
Fat
Taylors were
Farms. Fat Farms, Etnies. What was like it's like that other big like skate shoes brand. You remember Soap Shoes?
Nah.
Those like they had like a plastic like insert in the bottom of the sole of the shoe, like where you're like between your heel and the ball of your foot, and it was like right in the middle of the sole of the shoe, and it was like this little like plastic sort of cutout like in the arc of your foot, like in the bottom of the shoe, and you could like jump and like slide and like grind on stuff like just while you were wearing shoes. Like they were meant for that. Like you could pretty much just if you saw like a bench, you just like run and like jump and slide across the bench like with your shoes. Like you were grinding on it, but like without a skateboard or rollerblades or anything. It was just your shoes.
That's funny. That's a good idea. That's funny.
So yeah, if I could get a pair of them, I probably would buy more. They weren't that comfortable, but they were sick. They were really fun. I like to just walk around and slide across stuff and like you
Are
do
they
it out in
with
public.
wheels on them? The ones that have like wheels on their heels when you lean back, you can roll.
Oh, the Heelys, yeah, I remember those too. The Heelys came after the soap shoes. But it was so like, dude, it was like freaking like just going it out, like walking around out in public, because they kind of more or less looked like regular shoes, and then all of a sudden you just like run and jump and slide across like a bench, like a wooden bench or something, and everyone that like everyone that's out that sees it happen is like, yo, what the hell? What the hell just happened? How did he do that?
He's styling.
I have these old 80s Rydell speed skates, man, and I noticed that I guess at some point, maybe in like the 90s or something, after roller skating kind of died out, or quads anyway, um, people they like somebody figured out how to put at you're talking about how you can grind on a rail on quad skates, man. I'm like, dude, these are two beasts that should not be together, man.
Yeah, it sounds dangerous.
Grind on a rail on quad skates, like the you're talking about the ones that have like instead of four in a row, it's like one on each corner.
Exactly, yep.
Yeah, dude, those are nuts. I used to always fall on my ass whenever I tried to use those. I don't know how people did it.
The weird thing is I rollerbladed on rollerblades for quite a while. I would do like shit 10 miles a day going between Venice Beach and Santa Monica, just up and down the strip there, bike path. And I thought rollerblades were going to be way harder than quad skates. And actually no, man, I kind of found them easier.
Dude, now I'm looking up soap shoes online on like eBay. They're going for like $300.
I
Yo,
do
Cooley,
have. Sorry, go
you know
ahead.
what?
Go ahead.
You know what a Cooley is in New York?
Yes, I do.
That's funny.
Yeah, I grew up in New York. I know what a bodega is too.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember I took a few puffs of some Coolies, man, every now and then. Sheesh. Felt like a crackhead.
The good old days. Bro, I was walking the streets of New York when they had freaking payphone booths, bro, on every corner.
Oh, yeah. When did I move there? It was like 2005. Yeah, around 2004, I moved to New York. Lived there for like 11 years.
I was in there through the 80s and the 90s. And then late 90s, I went out to Los Angeles.
Dude, I need to buy a pair of these soap shoes again. They were like so cool. They were the coolest thing.
Come on, Bitcoin. Let's see if you can hold. See someone trying to buy at this level. Come on, Michael. You can do it, Michael. Give us some more buys here.
There's none in my size.
I do not feel like going to a wedding tomorrow. I wonder if I should stay in position tonight. Yeah, I'm gonna stay in position tonight.
There was a part of me there when you said that where I was like, "Are you the groom?"
I'm staying in position tonight with no stop loss, baby. Keeping it raw. Falling asleep or neither waking up dead or alive.
And I want it, want it.
You guys ever fall asleep without a stop loss in a big position?
Yes. It's like the worst thing that I've ever done.
Sometimes the best though, right? Do you ever wake up in the morning and you're like, oh, the best part of waking up is fucking
For
sleep.
years. Literally, I've done it for years. Bull in the bear market.
Oh yeah, I mean I've definitely done it a lot. I mean that's like when I'm in position on like my Doge wallet that I'm just sitting there.
Dude, well, okay, so here's the thing. If you're on spot, yeah, I do that. I do that every day. But like if you like if you're on leverage, it's like if you're on like 50x leverage or something, it's like a lot more sketchy.
Yeah.
One time I had a Solana position. I was both long and short. The position was worth like well over $1 million. Like, and I was like stuck in both of them and being hunted like on both sides. Every time I would reduce the size of one of them, like my liquidation would move to the opposite side and the price would start jumping up to that price.
Yeah.
And it was like it was
It,
crazy.
it could get sketchy on spot too if you got a big bag. Like it gets sketchy because they hunt your stop loss too on spot.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's just like whales that they're trying to buy, so they try to force other people into selling. And like the only way to force them to sell if they're not gonna like actually take profit is to force them to sell for a loss. 'Cause then you put a stop loss in there, it's like you're putting a sell order in the books, you know. The whale's like, oh hey, that guy's trying to sell it for 5% cheaper than where it's at now. I'll buy it there. You know? I watched this video of this guy talking about it the other day. He's like, put your stop loss, or he was like, look at the chart, analyze the chart, and look at where you would set up your trade, where you would buy, and then look at where you would put your stop loss. He's like, but instead of actually buying there, like put your buy order where you would have put your stop loss, and then see how often it goes there. And he's like basically saying like wherever you would have put your stop loss, put your buy order there instead. Because so many people put their stop loss on the same spot, like below the previous low, and then it's like asking to go get swept. It feels like that happens much more often than it doesn't.
Man, if I was going in leverage heavy, no, just like quick trade. Don't let anyone see you come in. Don't let anyone see you come out. Strictly market buy, market sell, leverage. Try that. Don't even let them see you come in and come out. Who cares about slippage? Do it on Ethereum. Do it on Bitcoin. Market sell, market buy manually on your leverage trades. I bet you'll do much better.
Yeah, I mean
Right?
that's what I
I don't know how
usually
it,
did.
like, I don't know how it is on leverage trades. Like they can't write. There's no. If you're doing a market buy, market sell, you're just eating up what's on the books. You're not going to be sitting there laying on the order book, right? On leverage, if you just market sell.
No, yeah, like unless you have a take profit or like unless you have
Right.
a limit order for set to buy or take profit, then yeah, you're not in the books.
I mean, that's what I would do. I would say, who cares if it's a little bit more on transaction fee or maybe a little bit lose a little on slippage. If it's a big bag, if it's not a big bag and it doesn't really stand out in the order book, then whatever. But if I felt like I was standing out a little bit, I would definitely just market in and market out.
Yeah, I mean that's what I always typically did when I was doing like the high frequency trading stuff, like on Mexi shit when they had like no fees.
It's weird, right? On leverage, technically, it's just you're putting your ass out there like a bullseye. You're just like on the order book sitting like, get me,
Yeah. I mean, well, once your liquidation is there, it's like it's definitely like a hey, come get me because it's like
Yeah, you're exposed.
yeah. Especially like if you're on cross and your whole account is exposed, it's like, oh, this dude's account worth 50K. Let's go. All we have to do is push it up to this price. We make 50K.
And it's not even that being exposed to other traders or whales or anything. It's the exchange, I think, that always just takes advantage of that.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's the exchange and like okay, so when you get liquidated, the market maker has to sort of take on your position. So if they liquidate you and then it gets sent the other way, they make a profit off of you getting liquidated. So they're essentially taking your money because they took your position. But the exchange makes money every time someone opens and closes a trade because there's exchange fees.
Well,
So
yeah.
there's a fee that you have to pay. But
But
like I think like
besides that fee, though, don't you think a lot of exchanges now they got their own market makers? So it's just like them running it,
well, I think that's why MEXC had so many scam wicks because there would be these crazy scam wicks on MEXC, like on the real low time frames, And I'm like, oh, Mexi, they don't charge any fees because they're doing their own market making, so they're already making plenty off of liquidating people because they offered like 200x leverage on some stuff, and it was like they're making so much, they're making more liquidating people than they would just taking fees and having someone else doing their market making for them. So they probably did their own market making. I'm sure a lot of the exchanges actually do that. But then, I don't know, I guess for bigger stuff, like bigger exchanges, we'll just send liquidity to a market maker and have them take care of it. And they'll be like, hey, we want the price to do this and then this. Like, and then they try to coax it in that direction, I guess. But yeah, I think with the exchanges, like especially like those weird, like sort of like offshore, like the like Asian ones and stuff like that, like Mexi was like, and KuCoin. Like I think KuCoin was out of like South Korea or something. Actually, I don't even know. But those ones were like, yeah, you could use leverage, but they were like pretty scammy. Like, it was you had to be really good to be able to get by. At least with Mexi, it was like because they had no fees, I could pull off the whole high frequency trading thing. So like I could just mark it in, wouldn't really have much of a fee, and it would just like, I'd catch a small little move, like I'd instantly have a stop loss set. So like I could set it up so that as soon as I entered a position, my stop loss would appear like 5% down, and then I could just click and drag my stop loss up to like break even or up to the current price, and I would just keep dragging my stop loss underneath it. And then it was like when I got stopped out, I would always end up making a profit because I didn't have to suffer the fees. Even if I got stopped out close to break even, it would still be above my break even. But like on other exchanges, like with Femex, it's like I can't really pull off the same thing because you kind of have to be in the trade for a certain amount of time and wait for it to play out to a certain percentage in order to just to get the fee that you paid, the funding fee. You have to get that paid back like through the trade, and then once you get above that price, then you're basically at break even. So you kind of, when the fee is involved, you
Yeah,
kind
so I
of
was
have
looking
to
back.
like get above break even to even be really at break even.
So I've been looking back on April 20th, 420, in the last 5 years. Only April 20th, 2020 did we pump after. Every other April 20th on Bitcoin, dump or just slowly downwards.
Well,
Look
you
back.
remember what?
Every April 2020 except for April 20th except for April 20th, 2020. That's the only one that we pumped in. April 20th, 2020, we were down to like 7,000, and we pumped into the first like super pump that we had up to get us up to 69,000 basically. So we
Well,
moved 7,300. So if we're in a 4-year cycle, now would be the time, even if it's 5 years. Let's do it.
well, you remember what April 20th, 420, 420, 2020 was, right?
Wait, what?
You remember what 420, 2020 was, right?
What was it?
It was Doge Day. Doge Day
I remember.
420. It was when Doge first went to 42 cents.
Yeah.
420. And then it completely dumped back to 16 cents. That's why I knew it was going to happen again this cycle. I was like, I just know. I was like trying to convince people, like, guys, look, at like 50 cents and like 45, I was like, guys, look, it's going back to 16 cents. They're like, no, you're crazy. We would have to be in a bear market for that to happen. It's like, no, yeah, it's going back to 16 cents, guys. I'm sorry. I sold all my Doge and then I just started collecting it again. Well, not
Like
all of it.
April April 2023, of course, we pumped after, but first, like April 20th, we were just like barcoding a little bit under 30K, then dumped down like 24, 25. And, there was nothing really going on in 2023 until we got in October. Late November, yeah, in October, we really started pumping in 2023. And October 2020 as well. That's how it looks like the market segmented. Like 2020 fall, bang, initiate, pump. 2023 fall, bang, initiate, pump. So, I mean, that's 3 years difference segment. So if we follow that rhythm, then 2026 fall is when we would have the super pump. And if we fractalize it, what's been going on, that one should take us to about, let's see, 70. That would probably take us to about 190, 200K. Yeah, somewhere around like 190. But that would be 2026 according to a 3-year segment like this. I'll be right back.
That can't happen. There's no way.
Quiet.
Yo.
Are you doing something important?
Not really. I'm just looking at charts. Why? What's up?
I mean, your Bitcoin on your CDV that you were showing, if you can go to that, I'll show you what.
I forget what chart I was looking at.
Any Bitcoin chart with the CDV.
All right, I'll just put it on this chart. I get it. Or actually, no. I'll go to the perpetual chart. Come on. All right. This was the bull div I was looking at on the daily.
Yeah, now if you just draw horizontal on the two tops of the CDV.
The two tops of the what? Sorry, I accidentally muted.
On the CDV, if you just draw a horizontal line on top, on the greens, like the recent green high, if you connect it to the earlier high, the no, just local. Even on your right, yeah, just the top where we are currently to the, yeah, if you draw horizontal on there, and you do the same thing on the price chart. You take the left high where your left high candle is there before it dumps and then comes back again.
Here.
Left. Yeah, that's where it dumped from, right? And the CDV is back over there, or even more further left, I think. See the CDV where the no, yeah, left, more left, more, yeah, the high of this, yeah. See, that's where your trend line starts from, the horizontal line you drew.
Okay.
On the CDV. So the price also, if you draw from there horizontally,
Horizontal line or vertical line? Or a
horizontal.
diagonal? Are you talking about like this?
No, what does horizontal do? Flat, the way you parallel, the way you've drawn on the CDV.
No, what does horizontal do? All right, so like this.
Yeah, but from a little below, the high below that, that's where on the CTV you've drawn, right? The same line you have to draw on the price.
Okay, so here.
Yeah, below, yeah.
If this
Okay.
is where the line
So,
is.
yeah, so generally I've noticed that whenever the CTV comes back to that level, the price also comes at least to that or higher, you know?
Okay, so when the CDV comes back up to here, so you're thinking that the price, since the CDV is back up at this line, you're thinking the price should be back up here at
It generally
93K?
does. Yeah, I mean, that's what.
You mean given the divergence that happened here?
Yeah. And also it shows strength, right? If the CTV is back to that price, I mean, why is the price not reached there?
I don't know. People could be selling. Could be sell volume.
Yeah, I
This
mean
is
that's
kind of interesting though that kind of had a bit of a trend line sort of thing. It broke here. This kind of seems to respect trends to some degree.
Yes.
Alright, so let's see what the price did every time this broke a line. So this broke downtrend here, came back and retested it, and then we went off to the races. This one we broke out. Can we find evidence that anywhere else in this cycle? I mean, you could kind of say this broke and then retested, and then we were off to the races. Here, as soon as this downtrend broke and then came back and retested it, pushed up. And then here, this trend line broke. They started putting in lower highs, more downtrending until we got that next break. This was kind of a bear div because you had a higher high in price, but a lower high. Oh, this one, that monster one. Yo, look at that. You had this break and retest. And that was the end of the bear market. You came up, you reclaimed 20K as a floor, retested the break of this downtrend, and then we started the bull market from that point on. That's pretty cool. So where did we really start to go wrong? Here, volume. Not as much volume. Bearish divergence. This was a bear div here. Broke that trend line, retested it from the bottom twice. Started the downtrend, broke out of it, retest, pushed up. Downtrend, broke out. Downtrend, broke out, retest, pushed up. Broke the uptrend, lower high, downtrend. Downtrend broke out, retest, pushed up. Broke the downtrend after double top. So yeah, I guess you could say that. So even if the price doesn't come back here just yet, I mean, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But you could say like, hey, look, we push up there and then we come back down. If this CDV retests the breakout and pushes up, then the price should push to the next level.
Yeah.
Like it did these last 3 times. Because it did it here.
I mean, the CDV won't come down that low. The price might come down that low. That will again be a divergence where it might take off again, you know?
Well, why wouldn't the CDV come down that low? It's been lower than that.
No, I mean, then it will become a lower low, no? So then the price will have to go even lower than where it is currently. So are you saying that?
Well, if the CDV goes lower,
No, CDV has to go higher. That's the strength, right? Like right now, how you've drawn.
it's just more volume.
Yeah, but you see the price will come down, but the CD will go higher. The same way you've got the divergence right now.
This is the bull dip right here. But
Correct.
But if it comes lower and the price makes a higher low,
that's bearish.
That's a hidden bullish divergence. Lower low on CDV plus higher low in price. That'd be hidden bullish. But well, I mean, I guess it would mean that the price was able to support a higher low on less volume. Which, like, I mean, I guess would be bullish. But I think this is I don't know exactly what else goes into the CDV.
I mean, you generally see it with open interest. I mean, not that I understand much of it.
So if there's more open short interest, you get these red candles.
I don't know, man. It's like if there's open interest and the candle, the CDV is going higher, it's supposed to be, you know, bullish, something like that. By the way, good job earlier, man. I mean, your tea was nice.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it wasn't. I sort of gave a bearish scenario if in case the bullish scenario doesn't play out, but I mean, it really was just me. It really is just me hoping for a bullish scenario. Divergence between price and volume and assist in intraday decision making. Rapidly increasing positive CDV bars may signal strong buying interest, while sharp negative bars indicate strong selling interest. Additionally, high volume accompanied by intense CDV can confirm the strength of price movement. Doesn't always directly indicate who is in control of the market. For example, a market may move higher even when CVD, that must be a typo, CDV. Oh, I thought it was CDV. Maybe it is CVD. Shows market might move higher even when CVD shows sellers are in control due to factors like hidden orders or limit trades that do not immediately affect the market price. Understanding CVD requires context and careful analysis to interpret its implications accurately. Yeah, so that's pretty much exactly what I was saying. That's not like I don't have context, so I can't accurately interpret its implications. But I mean, I guess we kind of have some idea. Like, I'll have to do some more research on the CDV in order to get a better idea of what it means in terms of getting red candles versus green candles, or getting lows versus highs. But what I can kind of see so far on the chart is just whenever it breaks it down, trying to retest it, we have a huge move up. Like, at least that's what's been going on the daily chart. Because it happened right here, broke. Well, it even happened at the bottom of the market. We broke this downtrend, retested it. The price started taking off. Broke this downtrend, retested it. Price took off to a new high. This one here broke out, retested it, and the price took off to a new high. So if we break out of this one, come down and retest it, then the price should swing to a new high. Whether
Yeah,
we get a high or low.
the same principle you did for the horizontal lines. Now you do it at the bottom, that of the local bottom where Bitcoin has come down to, and the CDV.
So like here.
Yeah.
Then so Bitcoin was down here the last time. I mean, I guess you can kind of say when it was at the bottom, it was here. So the lowest low. So
If you drag if you drag it all the way to the left.
drag what all the way left? This?
Yeah, the yellow lines.
Well, here, why don't I just make them real lines
Yeah.
instead of...
Exactly.
Yeah, this is kind of a... SR level. The hell is going on down here? Interesting.
I mean, do the same for the price.
I mean, if we look back over here, you're actually above this line, way above it. When the last bull market came down, retested it, put in a lower high, bear div. When we got the higher high in price, then we lost that level, crash. A bear market the whole time. We finally got above that level, but we still haven't reached that high. We still haven't reached this previous high. So is this going to be like, is this whole thing going to be like another bear div? Like a macro bear div on CDV?
Could be, who knows? But the price will go higher.
That would suck. Oh, what does this look like on the monthly or weekly? Oh, we'll check weekly. Yeah, see the CDV. This whole thing changes once we.
No, you have to draw it
Go to
again.
the
Then
weekly.
every time frame you have to draw it separately.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know. This looks like we're trending up. So we have a higher high in CDV. That's still in an uptrend. I don't see what the fear is about. I don't know. I mean, everything looks more bullish than bearish to me.
Yeah.
Like the underlying things look bullish. You know what I mean? Like not even just the chart. 'Cause the chart is like, okay, yeah, we're in a downtrend, yada yada. But we haven't broke this structure. The CDV's still in an uptrend. I would guess. I mean, the RSI is kind of. Haven't really made lower lows. I mean, yeah, I guess we did kind of take out this low. Yeah, it's not good for the weekly RSI to be below 50, but yeah, what the hell? This was a big bear div, and I mentioned this. I mentioned this to everybody, and I think nobody really took it seriously, but that was a huge bear div right there. Between this top and that top. Huge bear div, and then you got the double top, and I think it actually made a slightly higher high from here to here. Yeah, it was slightly higher, and then again another lower high on RSI. Probably could have shorted the crap out of it, except it wouldn't have been good to get in until it was back below 102. So it really wouldn't have been good. I mean, 100K, like, I guess you could have shorted it below 100K. Because it's like, then you had these 2 consecutive bear divs. So you could have shorted that, but under 102. Like, I don't see catching a short at 110 being like a logical thing to do if you're playing off the weekly chart. So let's say you shorted the open of that candle. Could have made 27%. All right. So, well, now that we've got that, I mean, what's the monthly? Look at the monthly RSI. This thing is still, the monthly RSI is still clearly in an uptrend. I mean, it may have put a double top there, but it hasn't really put in a lower low just yet. That's still a higher low. And it hasn't hit 90 yet. I see it hitting 90. What does this look like on the monthly? Oh my god. Yeah, this thing. All right. So look at that. You draw a line coming across there. I mean, you got way higher highs than CDV on the monthly. But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think there's really any big signs of weakness yet. You could really kind of more so just call this a consolidation. Well, it's a retracement, but you haven't given up the previous all-time high. That's like an important thing.
I mean, the only sign of weakness is in my pockets, man.
Yeah, I mean, altcoins suck, but Bitcoin still looks strong, so I'm not really worried about the altcoin. The liquidity should come into the altcoins, at least some of them.
Yeah,
I
but
see
not
like Trump making such a big deal of crypto and then not making it happen. What were you gonna say?
I mean, is it true the MAGA hats were made in China?
I have no idea if that's true or not. Probably. But I would not know.
Good day, everyone.
Hello, good day.
Is it a holiday today in the US?
It's Good Friday.
Okay.
Yeah, so Friday before Easter. Easter is on Sunday. But today is Good
All right.
Friday.
Yep. I just crossed my long position. Good profit so far.
Nice, good job. Close at the top of the range. Right. Good trade, man. You don't want to get stuck in the weekend trap.
Yeah, sure. Up and down. Sweep both side liquidity.
Yep, that's what they do. Holy shit, it's almost 3 o'clock. I need to get to bed. But yeah, hey Rain, I'll look into the CDV a little bit more.
Cool. Thanks, man. Good night.
Have a good night. Yeah, by the way, I want to make a public apology. Sorry, YouTube, for not being specific with the prices that I was talking about there with the when I was doing the analysis. But some of the chart we were kind of more so just looking at like trends and structure and oscillators and stuff. Not really so much like as much about the price analysis, more so about like trends and structure, lows, highs, and oscillators and stuff like that. But also a lot of the charts I was analyzing don't actually even have a price. They have like a percentage or a fraction on them. Like if I'm dividing something by like by BTC or whatever, or a dominance chart. A lot of like a two dominance charts versus each other. It's not really like a price that comes out. It's just like a point on the chart. So it's kind of hard to describe that. Like if I was to put a label on it, but from now on, I'll try to be more specific with the prices when I'm like doing actual analysis, like on the actual BTC price chart. I'll try to be more specific with the price points as far as where things line up. I'll try to be more specific with that in the future. So sorry again, YouTube. Next time I'll give more thorough details, prices, price points and stuff. I get the frustration though, so I'll try to work on that.